In the cold, coal-dusted hollows of 1930s West Virginia, a ghost walked the mountains. They called him Little Billy Rhodes. He was a thief who never took for himself, a phantom who left sacks of flour on the doorsteps of starving miners' shacks. Then, one day, as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. No body, no trial, no final shootout. Just silence. The company bosses called him a dangerous criminal. The law called him a menace. But to the families trapped in the crushing grip of debt and desperation, he was something else entirely. A prayer answered in the dead of night. Was he a real man of flesh and blood? Or was he an idea, a spirit of defiance that lived in the hearts of a whole community? Today, we dig through a mountain of legend to find the truth, to understand how the quiet anger of 1,000 miners gave birth to the ballad of Little Billy Rhodes. To find the man, you have to dig past the myth, and the story they tell always begins in the same place. A grey, clapboard house in a nameless company town, indistinguishable from 100 others pressed into the folds of the West Virginia hills. It's a place where the air itself tastes of coal dust, and the only clock that matters is the steam whistle from the tipple. This wasn't a community, it was a holding pen, built for the sole purpose of extracting coal from the earth and loyalty from the men who mined it. They say Billy was born into a miner's family, like every other boy in the camp. His father was a man whose strength was legendary, able to load more tons in a shift than any two younger men, but who came home each night with a little more of the mountain ground into his lungs. His mother was a woman who could make a meal from next to nothing and find a way to patch a patch, her silence a testament to a resilience that ran deeper than any coal seam. In that small shack, he learned the unspoken code of the mountains. You protect your own, you owe no debt to an outsider who disrespects you, and you never, ever show weakness. The world outside that door, however, operated on a different code entirely. The turning point, the moment the boy became something more, came with the sound of a cough. It was his father's cough, a wet, ragged sound that signaled the end. Black lung. The company called it miner's asthma and docked his pay for missed shifts. When he finally succumbed, the company sent no condolences. They sent a man with a ledger to calculate the family's outstanding debt at the company store. The man who had given his life to the mine was now just a negative number in a book. The true breaking point came a week later. Billy, still a boy, but now the man of the house, watched his mother stand before the company store manager, a man with a soft belly and clean fingernails. She was pleading for a bag of flour on credit just until her oldest son could start in the mines. The manager checked his ledger, shook his head, and turned her away empty-handed. In that moment, Billy saw it all with a terrifying clarity. The injustice wasn't a mistake in the system, it was the system. He saw his mother's shame, the manager's indifference, and the well-stocked shelves that might as well have been a world away. That night, something in him hardened, turning his grief into a cold, sharp-edged purpose. He didn't cry. He watched. He began to truly see the woods that surrounded the camp, not as a playground, but as a sanctuary, a place with its own laws that the company couldn't touch. He learned the paths the guards walked, the timing of the supply wagons, the way a loose floorboard in the company store sang a different tune than the others. The mountains were teaching him, forging him. He was creating his own code, born from the ashes of his father's life. It was a simple code, but absolute. You do not harm a working man. You do not touch a family's meager possessions. You do not spill blood if it can be avoided. But you take back what was stolen, you humble the proud, and you deliver justice where the law refuses to tread. The boy who watched his mother walk away with nothing was gone. In his place stood a shadow, waiting for the right moment to fall. Before the full weight of the law and the focused rage of the coal barons came crashing down, there was a period of strange, tense equilibrium. The name Little Billy Rhodes settled over the hollows, not like a storm cloud, but like the persistent mountain fog, a constant, unseen presence that changed the landscape. He wasn't a man you'd meet at the company store. He was the reason you could walk past that store with your head held a little higher, knowing its power wasn't absolute. In those days, his legend was written on the porches of the needy. A family whose father was too sick to work would wake to find a side of bacon and a sack of potatoes by the door, left sometime between the last patrol of the company guards and the first light of dawn. A widow, facing eviction, might find a handful of real US dollars tucked into the frame of her screen door, just enough to pacify the company man for another month. These weren't grand gestures, they were acts of targeted survival, a quiet redistribution of stolen wages. His relationship with the community was a sacred, unspoken pact. They were his eyes and ears. A child playing by the creek might see a new company guard and mention it to his father. That evening, the information would travel through the camp. A ripple of warning passed in hushed tones between miners at the coalface, between women hanging laundry on the line. In return, the community became a fortress of silence. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, slow shrugs, and the impenetrable wall of mountain folk protecting their own. Little Billy? Can't say I know the man. This was Billy in his prime, a master of his domain. He moved through the world of the company town like a ghost in his own house. He knew which guards drank on duty, which managers were careless with their keys, and which routes the payroll wagon took on the last Friday of the month. He wasn't just a thief, he was an intelligence operative in a war nobody had officially declared. He had turned the mountains that imprisoned his people into his greatest weapon, a labyrinth of shadow and stone where he was king. This fragile balance was the world he had built, a world he sought to protect. It was a place where fear was no longer the only currency, where a single defiant man could hold back the tide of corporate greed. He had given his people more than just food and money. He had given them hope, a dangerous and priceless commodity. And it was this very success, this growing legend, that would eventually become the greatest threat to his existence. But a man who lives by a code is also a predictable man. And little Billy's greatest strength, that unwavering, white-hot sense of justice, was also the one crack in his armor. He wasn't a cold strategist. He was a man fueled by a righteous fire. His heists on company property were calculated, almost impersonal acts of war. But when the cruelty of the system took on a human face, his response became deeply, dangerously personal. The story they tell is of a new mine foreman, a man named Blackwood, who came to the camp with a reputation for breaking unions and a temper as foul as mine drainage. Blackwood wasn't content to simply enforce the rules. He reveled in the humiliation of the miners. One afternoon, he publicly berated an elderly miner, a man who had worked the seams for 40 years, for being too slow, kicking the old man's lunch pail into the mud and mocking him in front of his crew. For Billy Rhodes, this was not a matter of scrip or payroll. This was an intolerable affront to the dignity of his people. The system wasn't just starving them, it was now spitting in their faces. That night, little Billy didn't go to the company store. He slipped past Blackwood's own yard dogs, through the window of his private residence, and into the room where the foreman slept. He stole nothing of value. Instead, he took Blackwood's prized double-barreled shotgun from its rack over the mantel, broke it clean over his knee, and laid the two splintered pieces on the pillow next to the sleeping man's head. To the miners who heard the story whispered the next day, it was a moment of pure triumph. But in truth, it was a grave error. It was the first time Billy had let his anger guide him instead of his reason. He had shown his hand. He had revealed that the way to get to the ghost wasn't to guard the safes, but to wound the community. He had proven that he could be baited, that his fury could be aimed. And in the cold, calculating eyes of the coal company, a man who can be angered is a man who can be trapped. The company, led by the foreman Blackwood, understood its enemy now. Humiliated by the broken shotgun, Blackwood realized that the way to kill a ghost is to attack what it loves. He stopped looking for a man in the shadows and started looking for a lever in the community, a way to force little Billy into the light. And he found that lever in a widow named Sarah, whose husband had been crushed in a rockfall the year before. Sarah and her young son were a symbol of the camp's suffering, and it was widely known that they were among the first to receive the Phantom's nocturnal gifts. The affront, when it came, was an act of calculated theatre. On a cold, drizzly morning, Blackwood and two of his hired guards marched to Sarah's shack. In front of the assembled miners heading to the morning shift, he accused her of consorting with thieves and possessing stolen company property. He wasn't arresting her. He was doing something far more cruel. He was evicting her. The guards began throwing her meager possessions out into the muddy street: a cast-iron skillet, a threadbare quilt, a small stack of books. Her son, no older than 7, ran out to grab his only real toy, a small bird carved from a piece of scrap wood. One of the guards deliberately stepped on it, crushing it under his boot heel. The news of this public humiliation spread through the mine faster than a gas leak. For the miners, it was a profound act of terror, a message that even the most vulnerable were not safe. For little Billy, hearing the story passed in enraged whispers, it was something else entirely. It was a declaration of war aimed directly at his soul. The crushed wooden bird, the woman's silent tears, the foreman's smug satisfaction, these images burned away all his caution and calculation. This was no longer about scrip or safes. The unwritten rules of their conflict had been shattered. Blackwood had crossed a sacred line, targeting the innocent to draw him out. In that moment, Billy's mission changed. The cool-headed strategist vanished, replaced by a man consumed by a cold, singular rage. He saw the face of the system, and it was Blackwood's face. The foreman had taken a silent war and made it deafeningly personal. This was the point of no return. To let this stand would be to admit defeat, to tell the miners that their champion was powerless against true cruelty. It would poison the very hope he had cultivated. A response was no longer a choice. It was an obligation. The trap had been set, the bait had been taken, and little Billy Rhodes began walking a path from which there could be no turning back. The character of the Hollows changed. The whispers about little Billy, once filled with a kind of reverent excitement, were now laced with dread. The older miners, the ones with the deepest scars and longest memories, knew what this kind of escalation meant. They'd seen it before in strikes that ended in bloodshed. An attack on company property was one thing. A direct, personal war with a company man was an invitation for a massacre. They knew that when a hornet's nest is kicked, it isn't just the one who kicked it that gets stung. An old miner, a man who had worked alongside Billy's father, sought him out. He met him not in the camp, but in the deep woods, at a place marked by a lightning-scarred oak. He didn't plead. He spoke with the quiet authority of a man who had buried too many friends. "It's a trap, son," he said, his voice raspy from a lifetime of coal dust. "Blackwood is goading you. He wants you to come at him. He wants a reason to bring in the guns from Baldwin Felts and turn this camp into a war zone. You do this, and every family here will pay the price for your anger." Others sent messages through the silent network of the community. They urged patience. The unions were getting stronger, they argued. Roosevelt's government was starting to make noise. There were other ways to fight, slower ways that wouldn't get people killed. They were offering him a path of compromise, a chance to let his personal fury cool and melt back into the collective struggle. They were begging their ghost to remain a ghost, not to become a target. But Billy's ears were deaf to caution. From his perspective, their pleas for patience sounded like a quiet acceptance of defeat. How could he wait for a union organizer to arrive next month when a widow and her son were homeless now? His entire existence was built on the principle of immediate, tangible justice. To ignore Blackwood's cruelty would be to break his own code, to betray the very people he was trying to protect. He saw their warnings not as wisdom, but as the fear that had kept them all in chains. His response, passed back to the old miner, was chilling in its finality. He put a woman and her child in the mud, There's no waiting after that. The conversation was over. His actions grew bolder and more personal. He no longer cared about stealth. One night, the two guards Blackwood had used to evict Sarah woke up to find their shotguns missing and a dead black snake coiled on each of their doorsteps, a clear mountain threat. Then he went for Blackwood himself. The foreman came out one morning to find a single pristine bullet sitting on his porch railing, a promise of what was to come. The ghost was no longer content to rob. He was now actively hunting. Each act was another step down a narrowing path, stripping away his anonymity and locking him into a collision course. He was ignoring every outstretched hand, every offered exit, his eyes fixed only on the man who had become the embodiment of all his hatred. The company brought in new guards, hard-faced men from out of state who didn't know the miners' names and didn't care to learn them. They patrolled the camp in pairs, shotguns held at the ready, turning the already tense atmosphere into a powder keg, waiting for a spark. The community that had been Billy's shield was now a prison for its own people, and he was the reason. The weight of that knowledge led him to the one place he could think clearly, a rocky outcrop high above the camp, a crow's nest where he could watch the lights of the shacks below without being seen. It was there she found him, Sarah. The old miner who had warned him must have told her where to look. She didn't approach with fear, but with a weary, heartbreaking resolve. She stood before him, a simple woman in a worn dress, and in the pale moonlight he could see the profound exhaustion in her eyes. "You have to stop, Billy," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "This ain't justice. This is just more trouble." She told him how the other women now shied away from her, afraid to be seen as her friend. She told him how Blackwood's men followed her son home from his games by the creek. She explained that his gifts had become a curse, marking her family for persecution. "You wanted to give us hope," she pleaded, tears finally tracing paths through the grime on her cheeks. "But all I feel is fear. Every night I pray you don't do anything else in my name. Please, just disappear again. Let us be." For the first time since his father died, the cold certainty in his heart wavered. He looked at her face, and for a moment he saw not a cause, but a person he was breaking in his attempt to save her. Her words were a lifeline, a final off-ramp from the path of violence he was on. He could listen. He could heed the warnings of his own people. He could melt back into the mountains, let the Union men fight the long, slow battle, and allow the wounds to heal. He could let the ghost of little Billy die, and let the man live. But then he looked past her, down at the company town, lit by the cold electric glare of the tipple, and he saw the bars of the cage. He saw Blackwood's house, warm and bright, while Sarah stood before him shivering. The image of the crushed wooden bird flashed in his mind. To stop now, to walk away, felt like a deeper betrayal than any violence he could commit. It would mean that a man like Blackwood could break a child's spirit and pay no price. It would mean the system always wins. He looked back at Sarah, and the conflict in his eyes hardened back into resolve. "If I stop now," he said, his voice low and final, "then he wins. Then they all win. This has to end with him." He had heard the plea of the widow and chosen the path of the bullet. The final crossroads had been passed. The night of the payroll was a night of ritual. The heavy rains came, turning the camp's dirt streets into a river of mud, a perfect curtain of noise and shadow. Inside the company office, a single lamp cast a greasy yellow circle of light. Within that circle sat Blackwood, alone, the stacks of scrip and the few precious stacks of real dollars laid out before him like a king surveying his hoard. He was a man at the peak of his power, secure in his fortress of glass and wood. He did not hear the creak of the floorboards on the porch over the drumming of the rain. When the office door opened, it didn't swing gently. It was kicked inward, the lock splintering with a sharp crack. Blackwood looked up, not in fear, but in pure, undiluted rage. Standing there, framed in the doorway with the storm at his back, was no longer a ghost. It was a man, soaked to the bone, his face pale and set like a death mask. For the first time, the two men were in the same room, the entire conflict of the hollows condensed into the 10 feet of space between them. Blackwood slowly pushed his chair back, a venomous smirk spreading across his face. "So the rat finally comes out of his hole," he sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Come to see what a real payroll looks like?" He gestured to the money on the desk, a clear and final act of mockery. Billy didn't look at the money. His eyes, burning with a cold fire, never left Blackwood's face. The world outside, the rain, the camp, the entire mountain, it all faded away. The universe had shrunk to the size of this one small, lamplit room. "This is for Sarah." Billy's voice was unnaturally calm, a quiet stone in the heart of the storm. "This is for the bird." Blackwood laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. He started to rise, his hand moving toward a drawer in the desk. "That worthless woman, that brat, you threw your life away for—" He never finished the sentence. A flash of brilliant orange light filled the room, so bright and so brief it seemed to steal the very air. It was followed by a sound so immense, so absolute, it was more than a sound, it was a physical blow. The single window pane behind the desk shattered, and the lamp on the desk leapt into the air before crashing down, plunging the room into near darkness. The argument that had raged for a month was suddenly, permanently over. The heavy silence that rushed in to fill the void was broken only by the steady drumming of rain on the tin roof and the frantic metallic spin of a single silver dollar that had been knocked from a stack on the desk. It spun on the floorboards, a tiny, glittering whirlwind in the gloom, before it finally wobbled, fell, and was still. In that deafening quiet, Billy stood in the doorway, the cool rain on his back a stark contrast to the sudden, stifling heat in the room. He could smell the sharp, acrid scent of burnt powder hanging in the air. There was no feeling of victory, no satisfaction. There was only a cold, hollow emptiness. The ghost of little Billy was gone, and in his place stood a man who had just crossed a line from which no one ever returns. For a long moment, Billy did not move. The only sound was the rain, a constant, indifferent witness. The ringing in his ears slowly subsided, replaced by a silence that was heavier than any noise. The fire that had driven him for months, that white-hot core of righteous fury, was gone. In its place was a profound and chilling emptiness, as if the act itself had scoured him clean of all emotion. He looked at the dark shape slumped behind the desk and felt nothing. Not triumph, not remorse, just the dead weight of a line crossed. A distant shout cut through the sound of the storm, followed by the frantic barking of a dog. The world was waking up to the sound of the shot. The spell was broken. He looked at the desk, at the stacks of scrip and cash scattered by the force of the blast. This was the prize, the very currency of the company's power. It was his for the taking. But he didn't move toward it. He realized with a sudden, devastating clarity that it meant nothing to him. It had never been about the money. He turned his back on the office, on the wealth, on the body of his enemy, and stepped back out into the rain. He didn't run. He simply receded, melting back into the storm that had delivered him. He moved with an animal's instinct, his feet finding sure purchase on the muddy paths he knew better than the lines on his own hand. The cold rain was a baptism, washing the smell of cordite from his clothes, but it couldn't wash the feeling from his soul. The mountain, his lifelong sanctuary and accomplice, was now his place of exile. The hollows and ridges that had once been his kingdom were now the walls of his banishment. From a high, hidden place, the same rocky outcrop where Sarah had pleaded with him, he watched the camp below erupt. Lanterns bobbed like fireflies in the dark as men emerged from their shacks, their shouts muffled by the downpour. A crowd was gathering around the company office. He was watching the consequences of his choice unfold, watching his own legend transform from a whisper of hope into a stark and bloody fact. The law would come now, and the company's wrath would be absolute. He had won his personal battle, but in doing so, he had lost his place in the world. The man known as Billy Rhodes was gone. Only the ghost remained, and its work was done. The ghost was gone, but the storm he had called down had only just begun to break over the hollows. Within days, the camp was transformed into an occupied territory. The company brought in a dozen more guards, hard-faced professionals whose only job was to make the miners pay for the sin of defiance. They patrolled the muddy streets with a swaggering authority, their shotguns a constant, silent threat. The camp, once a place of quiet, simmering rebellion, was now gripped by a cold and open fear. The company's revenge was not swift and bloody, it was slow and suffocating. The logic was as simple as it was brutal. If a community could spawn a killer, then the entire community was sick and needed a harsh cure. Credit at the company store was cut off for everyone. The scrip-to-dollar exchange rate was slashed, rendering their meager pay almost worthless. Every privilege, every tiny bit of leeway, was revoked. It was a campaign of collective punishment designed to grind the spirit of the miners into dust, to teach them a lesson they would never forget. The most profound wreckage was left at the feet of the very person Billy had sought to avenge. Sarah became a pariah. To the company, she was the witch who had conjured the devil. Her shack was watched constantly. To her neighbors, consumed by their own new hardships, she was a painful reminder of the trouble, the woman whose name was now tied to a killing. The whispers that had once been of support turned to whispers of blame. The other women would pull their children close when she passed, as if the tragedy were a contagion she carried. The gifts left on her porch had become a curse, just as she had feared. The sacred silence that had once been their shield now became a weapon turned inward. The unified front against the company cracked, splintering into factions of fear and resentment. Men who had once shared a nod of understanding now avoided each other's eyes. Was Billy a hero who went too far, or a fool who had brought this hell down upon them all? The question hung in the coal-dusted air, poisoning the relationships between families, turning a community of brothers into a collection of isolated, frightened individuals. In his quest for a pure, singular act of justice, little Billy had done the one thing his enemies never could. He had broken the spirit of the camp. He had cut the head off the snake, but in its place, 100 smaller serpents of fear, suspicion, and misery had grown. The single shot fired in the company office had not freed them. It had only tightened the chains, and now everyone was paying the price. The law that came to the Hollows was an alien thing. It arrived in polished cars that struggled on the muddy roads, carried by men in clean suits who looked at the mountains not with respect, but with a flat, assessing gaze. A company foreman was dead, and the world outside the camp demanded a resolution. But their target, the man whose name was now spoken only in fearful whispers, was gone. A ghost cannot be put in handcuffs. A legend cannot be put on trial. So the law, prodded by the immense pressure and deep pockets of the coal company, did what systems of power always do when they cannot find a culprit. They created one. Her name was Sarah. The charge was not murder, but a tangle of legal terms that meant little to the miners. Conspiracy, aiding and abetting a known fugitive. The trial was moved from the local courthouse to the county seat, a stage deliberately set to intimidate the mountain folk. It was a performance for an audience of one, the Blackwood Coal and Coke Company, who needed to demonstrate that the old code of the Hollows was dead, and their law was now the only law. The trial itself was the very picture of the culture clash. On one side sat the company lawyers, their arguments sharp, precise and cold, twisting the miners' code of silence into a web of conspiracy. Every miner who took the stand and claimed "I don't know" was another thread in the noose they were weaving around Sarah. On the other side, Sarah sat, a bewildered figure of quiet dignity. Her defense was the simple, unadorned truth. She told them about her husband's death, about her son's hunger, about the food that appeared on her porch like a miracle. Her simple truth was like a wooden bucket against a steel dam. It held nothing back. To the miners who packed the courtroom, their faces scrubbed clean but their eyes weary, Sarah was not a criminal. She was a martyr. They watched in stony silence as the life they understood, a life of loyalty, of protecting your own, of accepting help without asking questions, was presented to the jury as a criminal enterprise. They saw the proceedings not as a search for justice, but as the final public humiliation of their community. Their silence was no longer about protecting Billy Rhodes. It was a wall of contempt for the world that was judging them. The verdict, when it came, was a formality. Guilty. The judge, a man who would never understand the desperation of a company town, spoke of the sanctity of law and order as he sentenced her to 10 years in the state penitentiary. There were no gasps from the miners in the gallery. There was no outrage. There was only a deep, collective sigh, the sound of a people having their worst fears confirmed. They had seen the true face of the law, and it looked exactly like the face of the company boss. Was justice served? A court of law had delivered a verdict. A woman was sent to prison. A murder case was officially closed. But in the hollows, they knew the truth. The law hadn't brought justice. It had simply been the final weapon used to crush a rebellion. It had punished the victim to send a message to the ghost, and in doing so, proved that the only real crime in the eyes of the company was to be poor, hungry, and defiant. And what of the other side of this bloody coin? What became of the company that Blackwood served, the machine that had ground so many lives into dust? You might think the death of a foreman would be a blow, a disruption to their operations. But for Blackwood Coal and Coke, it was a godsend. Blackwood was a blunt instrument, and he had served his purpose. He was more valuable to them as a corpse than he ever was as a living man. His death became their martyr story, the perfect justification they presented to the newspapers and politicians for the brutal crackdown that followed. They hadn't lost a man. They had gained a pretext. In the immediate aftermath, the company prospered. With the camp terrified into submission and the last spark of defiance seemingly extinguished with Sarah's conviction, the mine became a model of ruthless efficiency. The new foreman they brought in wasn't a hot-tempered bully like Blackwood. He was a quiet, cold man with spectacles and a ledger, an accountant of human misery who never raised his voice and never had to. Production quotas were met and exceeded. The company store, now without any competition from phantom benefactors, squeezed every last cent from the miners. On paper, in the Charleston and Philadelphia boardrooms, the company had never been stronger. They had won. But a story like this has a way of seeping out of a hollow like a poisonous gas. Men who eventually left the camp carried the tale with them. Union organizers, hearing the whispers, took note. The tale of little Billy and the widow Sarah became a dark ballad sung in secret, a cautionary example of corporate cruelty at its most naked. The name Blackwood Coal and Coke became a stain, a name that would be invoked years later during the larger, bloodier mine wars that would eventually rock all of Appalachia. The company met no immediate justice. Their victory was real, and it was absolute. But in crushing that small camp, they had inadvertently created a legend that would fuel the very movement that would one day challenge their entire empire. They hadn't put out a fire. They had just buried the embers under a layer of dry tinder, waiting for a wind to blow. The years that followed were quiet ones, but it was the quiet of a graveyard, not of peace. Sarah's son grew up an orphan of the coal company's justice. He was taken in by a distant relative, but he was never truly one of them. He was a living ghost in the camp, a quiet, watchful boy whose eyes held the memory of a trauma the town was desperate to forget. The name he carried was as heavy as a seam of slate, a constant, unspoken reminder of the day the ghost walked among them and brought ruin. He learned early to be silent, to expect nothing, and to work. When he was old enough, he went into the same mine that had claimed his father, a final grim surrender to the system. The community did not rebuild, it scarred over. The names Billy and Sarah were buried under a thick blanket of unspoken agreement. To speak them was to invite bad luck, to pick at a wound that refused to heal. The spirit of open defiance that little Billy had briefly ignited was replaced by a weary, pragmatic obedience. Men loaded their coal, women stretched their scrip, and they kept their heads down. The power of the company was no longer a thing to be challenged. It was a feature of the landscape, as immovable and dangerous as the mountain itself. They had learned the price of a hero, and it was too high. But the story did not die. It seeped out of the hollow and was carried by the men who eventually left for other camps, for other mines. And there, it found fertile ground in the growing union movement. The tale of the widow, the foreman, and the ghost became a recruiting sergeant's sharpest tool. It was told in hushed tones in union halls and secret meetings, a perfect, brutal parable of why they had to fight back, not as individuals, but as one. The blood spilled in that small camp watered the roots of a more organized and far more formidable resistance. Nearly a decade later, a stooped, gray-haired woman stepped off a bus at the edge of the camp. Sarah had come home. But the place she returned to was a stranger's land. Her son was a man now, with coal dust etched into the lines on his face and a silence that mirrored her own. Their reunion was not one of joyful tears, but of a quiet, shared ache for a lifetime of lost years. She lived out her days in the small shack he provided for her, a ghost returned to a place haunted by the memory of what had been lost and what could never be regained. If you drive deep enough into those West Virginia hills today, and you know which forgotten state route to turn off of, you might find the place where the camp once stood. There's nothing there now but ghosts. Kudzu vines choke the life out of old stone foundations, and the rusted skeleton of a coal tipple stands against the sky like the ribs of some long-dead beast. The entrance to the mine is sealed with a slab of concrete, a final grey tombstone for the mountain's heart. The silence is absolute, broken only by the cry of a hawk circling overhead. The company is gone, the houses are gone, the people are gone. But the story remains. It lives on, not in history books, but in the way a story was always meant to live in these mountains, as a ballad. They call it the Ballad of Billy Rhodes, and old men with calloused fingers still pick out the tune on worn-out guitars. The words have changed over the generations, but the core of it is always the same, a story of a stolen bird, a widow's tears, and a single shot that echoed in the rain. It's a ghost story told to children, a cautionary tale about the high cost of anger and the sharp edges of justice. The real monuments to this story aren't the crumbling foundations, but the two simple headstones in a nearby churchyard. One for Sarah and one for her son, who died an old man after a life spent in the mines, his silence as deep as the coal seams he worked. They are the tangible proof of the tragedy. But there is no stone for little Billy. His absence is his true memorial. By never being found, he was never reduced to a simple man of flesh and bone. He remains an idea, a spirit, and his name is still a kind of currency. In parts of those hills, when a new company comes in promising jobs but delivering poison in the water, when the deck feels impossibly stacked against the working man, you can sometimes hear his name invoked in a low murmur. This is the kind of thing that makes a man turn into little Billy. He is no longer a historical figure. He is a symbol of that final, desperate line between endurance and rebellion. The man is long gone, dust in an unmarked mountain grave, or perhaps an old man who died peacefully under a different name 1,000 miles away. But his spirit? It never left the hollow. They say that on nights when the fog hangs thick and low in the valleys, so thick you can't see your own hand in front of your face, you can almost feel him watching from the tree line. He is the whisper on the wind, the shadow that flits at the edge of your vision, the ghost of a name that reminds the world that even in the quietest, most forgotten places, there is a limit to what a man will endure. So we come to the end of the trail, back where we started, with the same question hanging in the air. Was little Billy Rhodes a hero or a villain? The truth, like a mountain stream, is never that clear. He wasn't a hero. A hero saves his people. Billy's righteous fury brought a world of pain down on the very community he bled for, proving that a single act of vengeance can be more destructive than years of quiet suffering. His victory was their catastrophe. But he was no villain. Villains are driven by greed or a lust for power. Billy was driven by a love so fierce it became a fire, and a sense of justice so pure it was blind to the consequences. He was a symptom of a disease, a violent reaction to an unbearable pressure. He was a man who became a monster to fight a monster, and in the end, he was consumed by the battle. In the end, this is a story about the terrible price of a justice that is demanded in a single moment with a single bullet. It's a lesson that individual righteousness, no matter how pure, is a poor weapon against a cold and faceless system. A man's rage can topple a foreman, but it cannot topple a company. All it can do is leave a scar on the land and a ghost in the memory of the people he tried to save. And that, my friends, is the ballad of little Billy Rhodes, a man who loved justice more than anything, but forgot to ask the people he was saving what that justice would cost them. The sound that first alerted the landlady wasn't a scream or a crash. It was the steady, unending hiss of a water tap left running for hours. Inside the bathroom of a modest New Jersey boarding house, a scene of quiet horror waited. A young woman, just 24 years old, lay submerged in the cold water of the tub, her head beneath the faucet. On a nearby chair, her clothes were folded with an almost chilling precision. A note sat on a small table, its shaky handwriting telling a story of despair and a life given up. To the world, it was a clear-cut tragedy. A troubled soul named O.C. Sneed had finally found a desperate peace. But for one man, the county physician who first examined the body, the scene wasn't one of tragedy, it was a stage. It was too neat, too perfect. And that raises the bone-chilling question we're here to answer today. If O.C. Sneed didn't write that note, who did? And if she didn't take her own life, who held her head beneath the water until it was over? Otelia Gilmer Sneed, known to all as Ose, was a ghost long before she died. She was the very picture of turn-of-the-century Southern beauty, delicate, with eyes that held a deep and searching sadness. For a brief, fleeting moment, she had a life of her own. She married a man she loved and gave birth to a daughter, a small flicker of warmth in what had been a cold and controlled existence. That little family was her world, her one chance at a life defined by her own choices and her own happiness. But O.C. was born into a dynasty in decay. Her mother, Caroline, and her two aunts, Virginia and Mary, were the last vestiges of a proud Virginia family whose fortunes had withered like autumn leaves. They lived on the edge of Appalachia, in a world where the memory of wealth was a heavier burden than poverty itself. They were women forged in the fires of Southern pride, a pride that could curdle into something monstrous when faced with the shame of destitution. They saw Oates's simple happiness not as a blessing, but as a betrayal of their ambitions. And so they began the slow, methodical work of dismantling her world. They were a trio of spiders, weaving a web of concern and manipulation around her. They convinced O.C. that her husband was unworthy, that motherhood was too great a strain for her delicate health. They pried her away from her husband, and then, most cruelly, from her own child. They moved her from city to city, a traveling invalid with no anchor and no friends, only her three ever-present caretakers. The true poison they fed her wasn't in a bottle, it was in their whispers. They told her she was sick, and so she was. They told her she was a burden, and so she became one. They told her she was fragile, and her spirit became as brittle as spun glass. They isolated her from anyone who might offer a kind word or a dissenting opinion, until their voices were the only ones she could hear. This was the world that was lost, not just the life of a 24-year-old woman, but the life she was never allowed to live. She was a prisoner in a gilded cage of family duty, a beautiful, gentle soul who was systematically broken down by the very women who should have protected her. The tragedy wasn't just what happened in that bathtub. It was the slow, deliberate murder of her spirit that had been going on for years. To the first officers on the scene, it looked like an open and shut case, a sad but simple story written in the objects left behind. The laudanum bottle, nearly empty, the drinking glass, and the note, the final desperate period on a life sentence of sorrow. The scene was a still life of despair, carefully arranged and presented. But it was that very care, that meticulous neatness, that began to unravel the whole story. Suicide is an act of chaos, a final violent tearing of the soul. This was something else entirely. It was clean, it was orderly, it was a performance. Dr. William Mackenzie, the county physician, was a man who understood death. He'd seen it in all its forms, violent, peaceful, accidental, and self-inflicted. And as he stood in that cold, damp bathroom, his professional instincts were screaming that this was wrong. He noted the position of Osie's body, the lack of any real disarray. He looked at the neatly folded clothes on the chair. Who folds their clothes before drowning themselves? It was a small detail, but it was a crack in the story, a tiny fissure through which a horrifying truth would begin to seep. The true wilderness in this case wasn't a forest of trees, but a wilderness of lies. The clues weren't tracks in the mud, but inconsistencies in human behavior. The two elderly aunts, Virginia and Mary, were putting on a symphony of sorrow that somehow rang false. Their wails seemed rehearsed, their grief too theatrical for the quiet, grim reality of the room. Dr. Mackenzie watched them, and the cold knot of suspicion in his gut tightened. He sensed he was not in the presence of mourners, but of actors who had just finished their final scene. The bathroom offered no easy answers. Instead, it presented a series of unsettling questions. Why was the scene so pristine? Why did the women's grief feel so hollow? And most importantly, as doctor, Mackenzie looked at the shaky, uncertain script of the suicide note. He couldn't shake the feeling that Osie Sneed was not the author of her own death. The room was silent now, the water turned off, but for the doctor, the air was thick with whispers of a crime too monstrous to yet be named. In any story like this, the first shadow of suspicion always falls on the husband. And Osie Sneed had a husband, a man she had once loved, the father of her child, a man who had been systematically and surgically cut out of her life by her family. He was the outsider, the one person who stood to gain nothing from her death, but everything from her life. Yet in the twisted logic of a murder investigation, this made him the perfect first suspect. The story the family told was a compelling one. They painted a picture of a rough, unsuitable man, someone who wasn't worthy of their Virginian aristocracy. They had, in their telling, rescued Osie from a disastrous marriage. They were protecting her, but the lawmen had to wonder, what does a man do when his wife and child are stolen from him? Does he walk away? Or does a deep and poisonous bitterness begin to take root in his soul? The motive was as old as the mountains themselves, a heart turned to stone by jealousy and rejection. The whispers would have started immediately. He couldn't have her, so he made sure no one else could either. Perhaps he had been trying to get her back, and in a final desperate confrontation, his rage had boiled over. It was a simple, brutal explanation that made a certain kind of sense. He was the spurned lover, the classic villain in a tale of love gone wrong. Investigators would have looked into him, searching for any sign of instability, any threat he might have made. Every letter he sent, every desperate plea to see his own daughter would now be re-examined through a sinister lens. Was it the plea of a loving father, or the obsession of a stalker? The family's wall of silence would have ensured that every memory of him was tainted, every action twisted into something menacing. He was the easy answer, the convenient scapegoat whose presence allowed everyone to avoid looking at the far more unthinkable possibility waiting in the shadows. But the husband was a ghost, a convenient shadow to chase while the real danger sat knitting in the parlor. The most chilling twists in any story come not from an enemy at the gate, but from a traitor at the table. And in Otzi Sneed's life, the table was surrounded by her own blood. No one would ever suspect the very women who had sworn to protect her. Her mother, Caroline, her quiet aunt, Mary, and the undeniable center of their dark little universe, her other aunt, Virginia Wardlaw. Virginia was a woman carved from granite. A former headmistress of a prestigious school, she carried herself with an imperious authority that bent others to her will. She wasn't just the matriarch of the family, she was its absolute monarch. To be in her presence was to feel a quiet, terrifying gravity, a force that pulled you into her orbit and held you there. She was a woman of formidable intelligence, but her mind had turned inward, consumed by a single, poisonous obsession. The secret motive wasn't a crime of passion. It was the cold, chilling arithmetic of greed. The family's pride was all they had left, and it was a poor substitute for the wealth they'd lost. Otzi, in their eyes, was not a daughter or a niece. She was an asset, a walking, breathing vessel to be converted into cash. Over months, they had taken out more than a dozen life insurance policies on her, a web of future payments totaling over $32,000. In 1909, that wasn't just a fortune, it was a resurrection. It was the price of their beautiful, fragile Otzi, and a price they were more than willing to pay. Suddenly, every act of care they had shown her was cast in a sinister new light. Separating her from her husband wasn't protection, it was isolating the asset. Moving her from town to town wasn't for her health, it was to keep her away from prying eyes. Their constant whispers that she was sick and tired of living weren't words of comfort. They were psychological warfare, preparing the ground for the suicide they were planning. Their grief, which had seemed so theatrical to the doctor, was now revealed for what it was: the final, triumphant act of a play they had been writing for years. But there was a third player in this tragedy, a silent partner whose motives were not born of passion or family pride, but of cold, impersonal commerce. This threat didn't come from the shadowed hollows of Virginia, but from the gleaming office buildings of the North. It was the burgeoning, rapacious world of the life insurance industry. In the early 1900s, this was a new and powerful game in America, a system that allowed you to place a wager on a human life and, for the right price, profit from its end. This was not a single man in a city suit, but an army of them. Eager agents, hungry for commissions, who saw these three refined Southern ladies not as potential killers, but as a respectable source of income. They likely never questioned why this family was so keen on insuring their frail, sickly niece. They never raised an eyebrow as one policy was stacked upon another, and then another, until Otzi Sneed's life was worth a king's ransom. Why would they? The premiums were being paid, and that's all that mattered. This external force provided the ultimate impersonal motive. To the insurance companies, Otzi was not a woman with hopes and a lost child. She was Policy 74B, a name on a ledger, a set of actuarial tables, a risk to be calculated. The system itself, in its relentless pursuit of profit, created the very weapon the family needed. It transformed Otzi from a human being into a financial instrument, an investment waiting to mature. This corporate entity created a climate of deadly opportunity. It gave Virginia Wardlaw the tools and the incentive to turn her dark thoughts into a workable plan. The insurance men didn't hold Otzi's head under the water, and they bore her no ill will. But their contracts, signed and sealed with a fountain pen, were the death warrant. They were the faceless, unknowing accomplices who built the gallows, handed over the rope, and then turned a blind eye, content to simply count their money. The law, my friends, tends to move in straight lines, and the straightest line of suspicion pointed directly at Otzi's estranged husband. In the days following the discovery, the telegram wires began to hum with his name. Here was a man with a clear, understandable motive. The rage of a spurned husband and a father denied his child. A posse, either literal or figurative, was sent to track him down. They expected to find a monster consumed by rage. Instead, they found a man hollowed out by loss. The promising trail evaporated into a puff of cold Appalachian air. Osie's husband was hundreds of miles away, his presence confirmed by a dozen clock-punching factory workers who saw him every single day. His alibi wasn't just firm, it was ironclad. When questioned, his grief was raw and undeniable. The letters he'd sent, once viewed as the obsessive rantings of a potential killer, were now revealed for what they were. The desperate, heartbroken pleas of a man trying to claw his way back to the family that had been stolen from him. The lead wasn't just cold, it was a dead end that led to another victim of the family's cruelty. With their primary suspect cleared, the investigators in New Jersey hit a wall. They were left with the unsettling scene in the bathroom and 3 grieving women. But how do you accuse a mother and her sisters of such an unspeakable act? Virginia, Caroline, and Mary presented a united front of Southern gentility and profound sorrow. Their story was simple and, on the surface, unshakable. Osie was a troubled soul, and her fragile mind had finally broken. Who could prove otherwise? The investigation stalled. The days turned into weeks. The initial shock in the community began to curdle into a low-grade fear. The easy answer, the vengeful husband, was gone. Now, a more terrifying question hung in the air. If he didn't do it, who did? The authorities were frustrated, circling a truth they couldn't grasp. They had a strong suspicion, a gut feeling that the evil they were looking for was right in front of them, hiding behind black mourning veils, but they had no proof. The case was growing colder by the day, threatening to become just another sad, unsolved tragedy. The investigators soon discovered that the most formidable obstacle they faced wasn't the lack of evidence, but the suspects themselves. The community in this case wasn't a town or a holler. It was a closed, suffocating circle of 3 women. The Sneed and Wardlaw sisters had built a fortress around their secret, and its walls were mortared with Southern pride and a deep, ingrained contempt for the prying questions of outsiders. This wasn't the code of silence of the mountains where neighbors protect their own. This was the omerta of the family, a pact sealed in blood and greed. At the center of this wall was Virginia Wardlaw. Her iron will was the law that governed her sisters. Caroline, Osie's own mother, and the quieter Mary moved in her shadow, their thoughts and actions seemingly extensions of Virginia's own. To question one was to question them all, and to question them was to be met with a performance of wounded dignity and sorrow so convincing it was almost a work of art. They were a united front of black lace and quiet denial, a living embodiment of the Southern creed to never air one's dirty laundry in public, especially not for the benefit of Northern lawmen. Their silence was rooted in a profound arrogance. They believed they were intellectually and socially superior to the policemen and reporters who hounded them. The investigation, in their eyes, wasn't a righteous search for truth. It was a vulgar intrusion. They answered questions with condescending patience, as if explaining complex matters to a simple child. Every inquiry about Otes's life was met with a polished story of a tragic, depressive girl. Every query about their own actions was deflected with a sigh of grief. The psychological toll of this siege was immense, but it only seemed to harden their resolve. Interrogating them was like trying to punch through granite with your bare hands. There were no cracks, no whispers, no single moment of weakness. One sister's story perfectly mirrored the others. The pressure built, but the wall held firm. This steadfast, unified front created a profound fear in the investigation itself. The fear that these women, protected by their class, their gender, and their own unshakable will, might actually get away with it. They were hiding in plain sight, and their silence was the most damning evidence of all. The case, which had gone cold, was not broken open by a single dramatic discovery. There was no hidden diary, no deathbed confession. Instead, the truth was unearthed by a new kind of detective, the kind Virginia Wardlaw and her sisters had never accounted for, the insurance investigator. These were not men bound by the niceties of police work. They were bulldogs, hired to protect their company's money, and they followed the scent of fraud with a relentless, single-minded determination. While the police were hitting the wall of the family's silence, these investigators were working in the opposite direction. They started not with the body in the tub, but with the paper trail. They descended on the case like a flock of crows, pulling records, interviewing agents, and piecing together the web of policies the family had spun around Otzi. What they found was staggering. It wasn't just one or two policies, but more than a dozen, a financial net so vast and so recently woven that it screamed of a premeditated plan. The turning point came when they uncovered the timing. They found that in the weeks leading up to Otzi's death, the sisters had been in a frantic race against time. Some of the premiums were overdue. The policies, worth a small fortune, were on the verge of lapsing. The investigators found evidence of desperate letters, of money being scraped together, of a panicked effort to keep their investment alive. It was the crucial detail that changed everything. Otzi's death wasn't just a convenience. It had become a necessity, a deadline that had to be met before the whole scheme collapsed. But the final forgotten clue was found not in a ledger, but on a druggist's shelf. An investigator, working on a hunch, canvassed the pharmacies in the towns the women had passed through. And he found him, a small-town druggist who remembered a strange purchase. A tall, stern-looking woman, a woman who matched Virginia Wardlaw's description perfectly, had come in just days before the death. She'd bought a bottle of chloroform, claiming it was for a sick cat. Suddenly, the official story of a laudanum suicide crumbled to dust. A new, far more horrifying picture began to form. A picture of a young woman not just drowned, but first subdued, rendered helpless before being placed in her own watery grave. The truth was no longer a suspicion. It had a name and it smelled of chloroform. With the discovery of the chloroform purchase and the frantic, desperate attempts to keep the insurance policies active, the story of Otzi Sneed's sad suicide was no longer just a lie. It was an insult to the truth. The net, woven from paper trails and a druggist's memory, had been thrown. Now it was being pulled tight, and there were only 3 people caught within its threads. The investigators were no longer asking if a crime had been committed. They were looking at the 3 women in black and asking a much more terrifying question: which one of you held her down? The unmasking began with the undeniable architect of the entire affair, Virginia Wardlaw. She was the sun around which her sister's weaker wills orbited. It was her stern, imperious face the druggist remembered. It was her sharp, calculating mind that had conceived of the insurance scheme, first tested on her own nephew Fletcher, and now perfected on her niece. The motive was born of her pride, her refusal to accept a life of genteel poverty. In the family's fall from grace, she saw not misfortune, but a personal failure that had to be rectified by any means necessary. Otzi was simply the final, most valuable means. But Virginia, for all her strength, did not act alone. She needed accomplices, and she found them in her own blood. Her sister, Mary Sneed, quieter and more pliable, followed her lead without question. But the most monstrous betrayal came from Caroline Martin, Otzi's own mother. This was the dark heart of the conspiracy. Caroline, a woman who seemed cold and detached, had made a horrific choice. She had sided with her powerful sister against her own child, sacrificing her daughter on the altar of her family's financial salvation. She was not a mother watching a tragedy unfold. She was a willing participant, a silent partner in what the sensationalist press would soon call the bathtub trust. And so, the true motive was laid bare, and it was far colder and more brutal than any crime of passion. It wasn't mercy, it wasn't madness. It was an act of accounting. They had convinced themselves that their right to a comfortable life superseded Oakes's right to live at all. They were drowning in debt and shame, and Oakes was a life raft they could only use by killing her. The love, the care, the concern, it was all a ghastly performance, a long and patient grooming of their victim for the final slaughter. The mask was off. Beneath the veils of southern gentility and grieving motherhood lay the faces of killers. They weren't monsters who had crept in from the wilderness. They were the monsters who had lived inside the house all along. The central mystery was solved. Osie Sneed was murdered by her mother and her aunts, a conspiracy of 3 women bound by blood, who committed the ultimate sacrilege for $32,000. The plan, rehearsed for weeks in whispers and cold glances, was now set in motion. In the confines of that small boarding house room, the air grew thick with a terrible purpose. A handkerchief was produced, its clean white fabric belying the dark intent. The sickly sweet odor of chloroform filled the air, a chemical scent that promised not a gentle sleep, but a deep and final oblivion. Osie's faint pleas, already weakened by years of psychological torment, faded into a confused murmur, then silence. There was no longer any resistance, only the dead weight of a life already surrendered. 2 sets of shadows moved as one. The sound of her body meeting the cold, hard porcelain of the empty tub was a dull, final punctuation mark in the quiet room. Then, a hand, perhaps the very hand that had once rocked her cradle, reached out with unnatural steadiness and twisted the silver faucet. The shriek of the pipes and the sudden roar of rushing water was a deafening sound, a sound meant to wash away everything. For a moment, there was a brief, violent disturbance on the surface of the rising water. A frantic splash, a single desperate gasp for air that was immediately swallowed by the deluge, and then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The splashing stopped. The only sound left was the steady, indifferent hiss of the water pouring over a stillness it had just created. Her dark hair began to spread out around her head like a tragic halo in the ever-deepening pool. The women watched, their faces unreadable stone, until the surface was calm and glassy. This was not an act of rage. It was a task to be completed. With a chilling efficiency, they turned their attention to the stagecraft. They placed the forged note just so. They arranged the laudanum bottle and the glass, and with methodical care, one of them folded Osie's clothes and placed them neatly on a chair, the final sociopathic touch on their masterpiece of murder. With the evidence mounting, the veneer of Southern respectability shattered like cheap glass. Virginia Wardlaw and Caroline Martin were arrested, their black mourning dresses replaced by the coarse fabric of prison uniforms. The trial became a national sensation. Newspaper reporters from across the country descended on the small New Jersey town, eager to document every detail of the bathtub trust. The courtroom was packed every day with a morbidly curious public, all craning their necks to get a look at the mother and aunt accused of a crime that defied comprehension. Caroline Martin, Osie's mother, seemed to shrink in the witness box. Her lawyers argued that she was not a monster, but a victim herself, a woman completely under the hypnotic spell of her domineering older sister. They painted a picture of a weak will eroded by a stronger one, claiming she was insane, incapable of distinguishing right from wrong under Virginia's powerful influence. Some in the courtroom pitied her. Others saw a coward trying to escape the consequences of her own terrible choices. But Virginia Wardlaw was a different matter entirely. Even in her jail cell, her indomitable will refused to be broken by others. She would author her own ending. Realizing the game was over and the full, sordid truth of their years of scheming was about to be laid bare for the world to see, she chose the final act of control. With a small, sharp pen, the same kind of instrument she might have once used to grade school papers, she wrote out a full confession. It was a masterpiece of manipulation, taking sole blame, exonerating her sisters, and framing the murder as a mercy killing for a girl who was tired of living. Then, With a surgeon's precision, she severed an artery in her arm and bled to death on the cold stone floor of her cell. Virginia's suicide note was her last, defiant move on the chessboard, and it worked. It cast enough doubt to save her sisters from the gallows. Caroline Martin was found guilty, but her plea of insanity was accepted. She was sentenced not to prison, but to 7 years in the New Jersey State Hospital for the insane. Mary Sneed, the quiet third sister, was also declared insane and institutionalized. Justice, in the end, was a murky affair. The mastermind was dead by her own hand, and her accomplices were hidden away from the world in asylums, leaving a verdict that felt profoundly unfinished, a story that still echoes with the injustice of it all. The ripples from that cold New Jersey bathtub spread far and wide, altering the course of every life the water had touched. For Osie's husband and her young daughter, the verdict was not a victory, but the beginning of a long, quiet haunting. He was a man vindicated, cleared of all suspicion, but his reputation in some circles remained unfairly stained. He was left to raise a daughter who would never know her mother, a child whose inheritance was not money, but a legacy of horror, a bedtime story too terrible to ever tell. They disappeared from the public record, seeking the anonymity that had been stolen from them, forever defined by a tragedy they had no part in creating. The families of the guilty were likewise shattered. The proud Wardlaw and Sneed names, once synonymous with Virginian aristocracy, were now whispered with a shudder, forever linked to a monstrous crime. Descendants for generations to come would carry the weight of what their forebears had done. They bore a silent shame, a darkness in their family tree that could never be pruned away. They lived with the knowledge that the blood of both a victim and her killers flowed through their own veins. And what of the women in the asylum? For Caroline Martin, the mother who sold her daughter's life, the state hospital became her tomb. She died there just a few years later, in 1913, her claims of insanity perhaps becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy in the grim reality of institutional life. Did she ever feel remorse? Did she see her daughter's face in the long, lonely nights? The asylum walls kept her secrets. Mary Sneed, the quiet accomplice, faded even deeper into obscurity, a footnote in her sister's grand, evil design, living out her days in the shadow of a crime that had consumed them all. The fortune they had killed for was eaten up by legal fees and clawed back by the insurance companies. In the end, their great scheme earned them nothing but death, madness, and infamy. If you travel to the old cemeteries of Lynchburg, Virginia, you can still find the stones that mark the end of this story. There, under the shade of ancient magnolias, lies the grave of Osie Sneed. And not far away, you will find the final resting places of her mother and her aunts. They are all there together, a family united in death as they were in life, a silent, chilling tableau of victim and killers sharing the same sacred ground. The physical evidence of this tragedy has not vanished. It is carved in granite, a permanent record for anyone who knows where to look. But the story doesn't just live in stone, it breathes in the folklore of the region. For years after the trial, the people of Lynchburg spoke of the Wardlaws and the Sneeds in hushed tones, as if saying the name too loudly might invite the same darkness into their own homes. They spoke of a curse, a poison that ran through the family's bloodline. The convenient suicides of Colonel Sneed and Osie's brother Fletcher, followed by Osie's murder and Virginia's own final, violent act. It was too much to be a coincidence. It was the story of a doomed house, a family that was destined to consume itself. To explain the unthinkable, to understand how a mother could participate in the destruction of her own daughter, the most powerful legend of all was born, the myth of Virginia Wardlaw, the hypnotist. People whispered that her will was more than just strong. It was a supernatural force. They said she could bend people to her will with a glance, that her sisters were not truly accomplices, but puppets dancing on her invisible strings. It was a story that painted Virginia not just as a murderer, but as a sorceress of the mind, a Svengali in a Sunday dress. And of course, where there is great tragedy, there are always ghosts. Legends began to circulate of a weeping woman heard near the site of the old New Jersey boarding house. And back in the Lynchburg cemeteries, people claimed to see a sad, spectral figure in a white dress wandering among the tombstones on moonless nights. The lost soul of O.C. Sneed, forever trapped by her family's evil, unable to find peace even in the grave. These tales, passed down through generations, are the scar tissue left on the memory of a community that was forced to look into the face of an unimaginable evil. We began this story in a cold bathroom, with a still body in a tub and a simple, terrible question. If O.C. Sneed didn't take her own life, who did? We now have our answer, and it is more horrifying than any fiction. The hands that held her head beneath the water were not those of a stranger or a spurned lover or a faceless villain. They belonged to her mother and her aunts. The plot to end her life was not hatched in a dark alley, but in the parlors and boarding house rooms where they feigned love and affection. The story of O.C. Sneed is not just a tale of a forgotten crime. It is a chilling lesson on the nature of greed. It shows us how the desperate hunger for money and status can become a kind of poison, a sickness that rots a family from the inside out until it is capable of devouring its own. It's a brutal reminder that the most respectable exteriors, the southern manners, the church-going piety, the black mourning dresses, can hide a heart of pure, cold stone. But the ultimate moral of this story is about the perversion of trust. O.C. was taught her entire life to obey her family, to trust in their wisdom, to believe in their love. That trust was the weapon they used against her. They turned the sacred bond between a mother and a child into a tool for manipulation and murder. This is the story's final, enduring horror, the realization that the greatest danger doesn't always come from the darkness outside, but from the smiling faces we are taught to love unconditionally. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. It stands as a testament to the fact that monsters are real, and sometimes they're the ones who tuck you into bed at night. Imagine this. An old woman sits on her porch in the misty mountains, her voice thin but clear. The tune she sings is simple, almost a lullaby. But the words tell of a jealous lover, a flash of steel, and a shallow grave by the river. This isn't just a song, it's a coroner's report. It's a witness statement from a ghost. Now imagine realizing that the hills around you are filled with these musical affidavits, detailing every kind of human tragedy imaginable. What if the darkest secrets of a region weren't written in dusty court records, but were hidden in plain sight, carried on a mournful melody? And who was the strange, suit-wearing lawyer who dared to venture into those isolated hollows to collect them? Today, we follow the man who became a detective of the past, using a banjo instead of a magnifying glass to uncover the bloody sagas the mountains tried to forget. Before we follow the man in the suit, we must first understand the world he was trying to save. In the early 1900s, the Appalachian Mountains were a nation unto themselves, a place where time flowed like creek water, slowly and in its own channel. The true victims of this story weren't just the people in the ballads. It was the memory of them, a living history held together by the frailest of threads, the human voice. This was a world built on self-reliance, where your closest neighbor might be a 2-hour walk over a ridge, and the law was often a distant, abstract idea. The keepers of these stories were not scholars or poets. They were farmers whose hands were stained with the same soil that would one day cover them. They were mothers who sang murder ballads to their children like lullabies, not to frighten them, but to teach them about the very real dangers of the world. Their lives were a cycle of hardship and small joys, marked by the seasons, the birth of a child, or the death of a neighbor. Their dreams were not of fame or fortune, but of a good harvest, healthy livestock, and a winter with enough firewood to keep the cold at bay. The mountains themselves were a living character in every story. They were a fortress that protected this unique culture, but also a prison that bred isolation and suspicion. A foggy hollow could hide a moonshine still, a family feud, or a fresh grave with equal ease. The deep woods and winding trails that were a source of life and sustenance could also swallow a person whole, leaving behind nothing but a whispered story. Justice here was often personal, and consequences were swift and final. These ballads, then, were more than just entertainment for long winter nights. They were the community's collective memory, its legal code, and its moral compass. A song about a betrayed lover was a stark warning. A ballad recounting a feud served as a map of bad blood, reminding each new generation who their friends were and who they could never trust. To lose these songs would be like a town losing its courthouse records, its newspaper archives, and its gravestones all at once. But even in this isolated world, shadows were beginning to gather. The first crackle of the radio was starting to echo through the hollows, bringing with it new songs from faraway cities. Young folks were hearing tales of a different life, a world of electricity and automobiles, and some were beginning to see the old ways as a burden. An entire library of ghosts, a complete history of human passion, violence, and sorrow, was at risk of fading into an unspoken silence, and only a very few seemed to notice. When Bascom Lamar Lunsford arrived in a remote hollow, he was stepping into a unique kind of crime scene, one where the evidence was not bloodstains or broken furniture, but fading memories and fractured melodies. The first sign that something was wrong was often the silence. He would visit a family known for its music, only to find the younger generation knew the latest radio hit, but not the half-forgotten ballad their own grandfather used to sing about a local tragedy. The air was thick with an unnatural quiet, the sound of a culture slowly losing its voice. The clues he found were scattered and cryptic. In one cabin, he might collect a single haunting verse of the Omi Wise saga, a piece of the story preserved like a shard of bone. Miles away, over another ridge, he might hear the same melody, but attached to a different set of words, the names changed to protect a long-dead ancestor. He would find specific, tangible details embedded in the lyrics, the mention of the Yadkin River, or a landmark like Adams Falls, clues that felt as real and specific as a footprint left at the scene of a crime. These weren't just random stories, they were anchored to the very soil beneath his feet. Yet this evidence only deepened the mystery. The scene spoke of chaos and the ravages of time. For every fact a song seemed to preserve, it offered 10 contradictions. Was Tom Dula a heartless killer, or a handsome fool manipulated by a jealous woman? The ballads Lunsford collected painted him as both, sometimes in the very same version. The trail of truth was overgrown with decades of gossip, family pride, and the simple, inevitable erosion of memory. The mountains held the secrets, but they offered no easy answers. Lunsford quickly realized his task was far more complex than simple recording. He was an archaeologist of sorrow, trying to reconstruct a complete skeleton from a handful of scattered, mismatched bones. Every person he spoke to was a witness, but their testimony was shaped by who told them the story and why. The wilderness he was navigating wasn't just the dense laurel thickets and steep ravines of the Blue Ridge, but the tangled, treacherous landscape of human memory itself, and it was filled with a multitude of unsettling questions. The first and most powerful suspect in the slow murder of these mountain sagas was the community itself. Lunsford quickly discovered that the greatest threat to a story was often the pain it carried. These weren't tales of distant kings and queens, they were raw, open wounds in the local memory. To sing about a young woman drowned in a river was to remember the real girl whose family still lived just down the creek. The songs were a constant reminder of a neighbor's betrayal, an ancestor's shame, or a violence that had torn families apart. Forgetting was not an accident. It was a choice, a form of self-preservation. The motive was a deep and understandable desire to bury the past. Many families felt a personal vendetta against the very history that defined them. As the 20th century progressed, the outside world began to cast a long shadow, bringing with it a condescending judgment of Appalachian life. The stereotype of the violent, feuding hillbilly was taking root, and these murder ballads felt like Exhibit A. To the younger generation especially, these songs were not a proud heritage, but a source of shame, a link to a brutal past they were desperate to escape. They wanted radios and cars, not grim reminders of the bad old days. The evidence of this quiet conspiracy was everywhere Lunsford looked. He'd approach an old man known to be a master fiddler and ask about a specific feud ballad, only to be met with a stony silence and the curt reply, "We don't trouble with that one no more." Parents actively stopped teaching the darkest songs to their children, preferring to pass on church hymns or the cheerful, impersonal tunes coming over the airwaves. This wasn't just forgetfulness, it was a deliberate act of cultural pruning, cutting away the painful branches of their own family trees. The community was turning on its own memories, hoping that silence would finally bring peace to the ghosts that haunted their hollows. If shame was driving the old songs into the shadows, a more seductive threat was beginning to change them in the open. The second suspect was someone no one wanted to point a finger at, the most gifted and ambitious musicians themselves. These were the keepers of the flame, the high priests of the tradition, the very people Lunsford sought out as his most valuable sources. Their betrayal wasn't one of malice, but of temptation, a quiet corruption that came from within the circle of trust. The secret motive was the dazzling promise of the modern world, delivered on a spinning shellac disc. In the 1920s, talent scouts from record labels like Victor and OK began venturing into the mountains. They weren't looking for historical documents, they were hunting for hits. They offered cash money, a life-changing sum for a family living on the edge of poverty, for a 3-minute recording. Suddenly, a song wasn't just a piece of heritage. It was a potential ticket to a life beyond the cornfield and the coal mine. A musician who had only ever played for neighbors at a barn dance was now being offered a small taste of immortality. Lunsford began to see the evidence of this pact everywhere. A long, grim ballad he had collected in its pure form from an elderly woman would reappear on a commercial record, but it would be different. The 15-verse saga of a bloody feud, with all its specific names and local details, was trimmed to a tidy 3 minutes. The killer's chilling, remorseless confession was replaced with a more palatable, moralizing chorus. The very soul of the story, its raw, uncomfortable truth, was being sanitized for sale. The custodians of the culture, in their understandable desire for a better life, were becoming agents of its alteration, polishing the jagged edges off the evidence until it no longer told the whole story. But the most dangerous intruder didn't carry a gun or a land deed. It arrived in a polished wooden box and spoke with 1,000 voices from a world away. The third suspect was a vast, impersonal, and relentless force, the rise of national mass media spearheaded by the radio. This was an entity with no face and no name, an invisible invader that could slip through the cracks of the tightest-knit community and whisper its promises directly into the heart of the home. Its motive was not malicious. It was something far more powerful: commerce. The radio wasn't interested in preserving the grim history of a specific mountain county. Its purpose was to create a single, unified American culture, one that bought the same soap, drove the same cars, and listened to the same songs. The old ballads, with their dark themes, rough edges, and hyper-local references, were an obstacle to this new, streamlined world. They were static in the signal of progress, a relic that didn't fit into a tidy, half-hour sponsored program. The presence of this threat created a quiet, creeping sense of cultural anxiety. The ancient art of storytelling, of passing a song from one generation to the next on a cold winter's night, was suddenly in competition with professional comedians and crooners from Nashville and New York. The local fiddler, a hero in his community for decades, now sounded amateurish compared to the polished bands broadcasting from the Grand Ole Opry. This external force didn't need to threaten or intimidate. Its very existence was a judgment. It carried an air of quiet menace, not with violence, but with the subtle, corrosive suggestion that the old ways were no longer good enough. In the beginning, Bascom Lamar Lunsford approached his collection like the lawyer he was, with a methodical belief that for every crime there was a single, definitive truth. He ventured into the mountains not just as a collector, but as an investigator, certain that he could track down the one pure version of each ballad, the original testimony that had been passed down unaltered through the generations. He believed that somewhere, in the most remote cabin, held in the memory of the oldest living soul, was the definitive, uncorrupted story of what truly happened to Laura Foster. He pursued this phantom through the rugged wilderness of human memory. He would meticulously record what he believed was the final word on the Tom Dula saga from a farmer in Wilkes County, only to travel 20 miles over the next ridge and hear a contradictory version from the man's own cousin. One song painted Tom as a romantic fool, another as a heartless killer. Ann Melton was a jealous accomplice in one holler and an innocent victim of rumor in the next. Every promising lead, every witness who claimed to have the real story from their great-grandmother, only led to another dead end, another fork in the trail. The single solid truth he sought was a red herring. He also assumed that the most celebrated local musicians, the prize-winning fiddlers and banjo pickers, would be the most reliable keepers of the ancient songs. He followed the sound of their music to barn dances and town squares, hoping to find the mother lode. But this trail, too, quickly went cold. He discovered that these were often the very people who had already been compromised. They were the first to be tempted by the record companies, the quickest to alter a 15-verse ballad into a catchy 3-minute tune. Their brilliant playing was often a cover for a story that had been stripped of its soul. The frustration for Lunsford must have been immense. The logical, orderly processes that worked in a courtroom were useless here. The evidence was alive, constantly changing with every telling. His investigation was yielding not clarity, but a growing, maddening fog. In the communities, his relentless probing questions began to stir a quiet unease. The fear was growing that perhaps these stories were not meant to be solved. Perhaps in trying to untangle the truth, this man from the outside world was simply pulling apart the last fragile threads holding their entire history together. As Bascom Lamar Lunsford pushed deeper into the mountains, the friendly smiles and offered dippers of water remained, but a new barrier rose to meet him, one as real as a stone wall, yet completely invisible. He was running into the unspoken law of the hills, a code of silence as old as the feuds themselves. The moment he moved beyond pleasantries and asked for a specific bloody ballad by name, the air on the porch would grow still. Eyes would drop. The answer was almost always the same: a slow shake of the head and a quiet mumble of "don't rightly recall that one," or the even more final, "we let that story die with the old folks." The reasons for this omerta were buried deep in the soil of the community. These songs were not abstract folklore, they were active social documents. To sing the ballad of the Allen Griffin feud in front of an Allen was more than rude. It was a hostile act, a dredging up of bad blood that generations had worked to bury. The names in the verses were not characters in a fable, they were the names on the weathered tombstones in the churchyard just up the hill. Lunsford quickly learned he wasn't just asking for a song. He was asking a man to testify against his neighbor's great-grandfather, and that was a line no one was willing to cross for a stranger. There was also a deep and abiding suspicion of any outsider asking too many questions. Who was this man in a starched collar, writing down their tragedies in his little notebook? The mountains had a long memory of being exploited by timber companies, by coal barons, and by condescending writers who came to caricature their way of life. Was Lunsford any different? Was he a cultural undertaker, come to put their most painful memories on display for a gawking world that already saw them as little more than violent savages? The silence was a shield, a way of protecting what little they had left that was truly their own. The psychological toll on the few who considered breaking this code was immense. One old woman, who knew a version of a local murder ballad that Lunsford had been searching for years, would only agree to sing it for him in her spring house, with the door bolted and the sound of the running water masking her voice. She was terrified, not of physical harm, but of something worse: the judgment of her neighbors, the quiet shunning that would follow if they knew she had given away their ghosts. In these hills, a reputation was all a person had, and the price for breaking the wall of silence was to lose it forever. For months, perhaps years, Bascom Lamar Lunsford operated as a detective chasing a ghost. He was searching for a single, verifiable truth, a definitive version of each ballad that could be entered into the record as historical fact. But the mountains resisted. The contradictions piled up, the silence grew deeper, and the logical mind of the lawyer was nearing a point of despair. He had a collection of beautiful broken fragments, but the complete, unassailable story he sought remained as elusive as smoke. The trail, it seemed, had finally gone cold. The turning point came not with a dramatic deathbed confession, but in a moment of quiet frustration. He was sitting on a porch with an elderly woman, trying once again to coax from her the full version of a local feud ballad. She would sing the beginning, her voice strong and sure, but when it came to the verses describing the killing, she would stop, shake her head, and hum a different tune, a simple, mournful church hymn. Lunsford, seeing another day's work dissolving into another dead end, was about to pack his things. But then he stopped, and he listened. He truly listened, not to the words, but to the feeling behind them. In the sorrowful cadence of that hymn, he suddenly heard the echo of the murder ballad. The forgotten clue wasn't a hidden lyric or a secret name. It was the realization that the emotion was the one thing that had survived intact. The community might change the names, forget the details, or refuse to speak the violence, but they never forgot the grief. The hymn was their way of telling the story when the story itself became too terrible to tell. It was the emotional core, the untainted piece of evidence he had been overlooking this whole time. This moment changed everything. It was as if a key had turned in a lock he didn't even know was there. He realized his entire approach had been wrong. He was not a detective hunting for a single culprit or a single truth. He was an archivist of human heartbreak. The contradictions and variations weren't flaws in the evidence. They were the evidence. They showed how a community grappled with, processed, and tried to heal from a trauma over generations. A renewed urgency surged through him. He had to collect it all, every fractured verse, every sanitized radio version, every mournful hymn that carried the ghost of the original tragedy. The real story wasn't in any single song, it was in the sum of all of them. With this new understanding, Bascom Lamar Lunsford stood like a prosecutor ready to deliver his closing argument. But in the spectral courtroom of his mind, the witness stand was empty, and the jury box was filled with ghosts. He had spent years searching for a single villain responsible for the slow death of the mountain sagas. He had cross-examined shame, ambition, and the relentless march of progress. And now, as he pieced together the fragments of evidence, the half-remembered verses, the sanitized records, the telling silences, the horrifying truth finally took shape. There was no single culprit. It was a conspiracy. He finally saw the first conspirator for what it was, the community's own shame. This was the inside man, the accomplice who unlocked the door and let the other forces in. The raw, bloody memories of the ballads had become a burden, a mark of otherness in a world that was rapidly modernizing. By choosing to bury their most painful stories, by refusing to teach their children the songs of feud and betrayal, the mountain folk had, with the best intentions, created a vacuum. They had disarmed their own culture, leaving it vulnerable and defenseless against the coming storm. Into this vacuum stepped the second conspirator, the gifted local musician, tempted by the promise of a world beyond the mountains. These were not villains, but tragic figures caught between two worlds. Driven by the understandable human desire for a few dollars and a little recognition, they became the unwitting agents of the crime. They took the raw, unvarnished testimony of the old songs and polished it for public consumption. They cut out the darkest verses, smoothed over the rough language, and sold a palatable, commercialized ghost of the real thing. They were the ones who put the forged signature on a false confession. And finally, Lunsford saw the mastermind, the cold, impersonal force that had orchestrated the entire affair, the radio and the rise of a national commercial culture. This was the entity that provided the motive, the means, and the opportunity. It offered a shiny, new, and effortless form of entertainment that made the old ways seem obsolete. It whispered the promise of a unified America where everyone listened to the same songs and shared the same simple stories. It created the very shame that had weakened the community's resolve and offered the very temptation that had turned its own guardians against it. In the end, Lunsford's discovery was far more chilling than a single, identifiable villain. The true culprit was an unholy trinity, a perfect and terrible collaboration between the past, the present, and the future. The motive wasn't malice, but something far more powerful, the inevitable crushing weight of change. The ancient, isolated world of the mountains, with its dark memories and bloody sagas, had been put on trial by the 20th century. And in this trial, there could only be one verdict. The old world was found guilty of being old, and the sentence was death by forgetting. Now that we have identified the culprits, we can finally reconstruct the crime. This was not a murder committed in a dark alley with a single sudden blow. It was a slow poisoning carried out in the warm, fire-lit cabins of the mountains themselves, with the victims' own families as unknowing accomplices. The truth, my friends, is that the ballads were not killed. They were allowed to die. Imagine an old man, a patriarch, sitting on his porch with his grandson as the evening shadows stretch across the hollow. He clears his throat to sing the old ballad, the one about the land dispute that cost his own great-uncle his life. He begins the first verse, his voice a familiar, comforting rasp. But then he looks at the boy, who is wearing a store-bought shirt and whose mind is full of things like automobiles and the world beyond the ridge. And the old man's voice falters. The next words, the ones about the gunshot and the bitter feud, freeze in his throat. In that moment of silence, a story that had survived for a century suffers a mortal wound. It doesn't end with a scream, but with a quiet, heartbreaking stillness. Now picture a different scene, a few years later. A talented young fiddler, the pride of his county, sits stiffly in front of a strange, cone-shaped microphone in a makeshift studio in a Bristol hotel room. A man in a suit tells him he has 3 minutes. He begins to sing the saga of Omi Wise, but when he gets to the part where the villain pleads with her, he softens the words. He changes a raw, brutal line into a more poetic, romantic one. The man in the suit nods in approval, and with that single, simple change, the soul of the song begins to bleed out, replaced by something cleaner, safer, and no longer entirely true. The final blow came not from a person, but from a piece of furniture. See it in your mind's eye, a family gathered in their cabin after supper. For generations, this was the time for stories, for the banjo to be taken down from its peg. But now, in the corner, sits a handsome wooden box with a glowing dial, a single cyclops eye staring into the room. They turn a knob, and a clear voice from Nashville fills the cabin with a song about a love they've never known and a city they've never seen. They are captivated. And over in the shadows, the banjo hangs on the wall, untouched. Its strings are not broken, they are simply silent. This is how the great bloody sagas of the mountains met their end. There was no single gunshot, no grand battle. It was 1,000 tiny, quiet surrenders. A forgotten verse here, a changed lyric there, an evening spent listening to the radio instead of a grandfather's voice. The stories became ghosts in their own homes, fading slowly until only a faint, melodic echo remained. They weren't murdered in a fit of passion. They were simply starved, one by one, in the quiet, comfortable darkness of a new and brighter world. There was no grand courtroom for this crime, no judge in black robes. The trial of the mountain ballads was held in the court of progress, and the jury was the American people, whose ears were already filled with the siren song of a new century. The prosecution, a slick and powerful attorney called the Future, presented its case with devastating force. It showed evidence of a faster, brighter, more connected world, a world of convenience and prosperity that made the old ways seem slow, dark, and obsolete. The defense was barely heard, a few faint, mournful notes from an old fiddle, drowned out by the confident roar of the radio. The accused parties reacted to the proceedings in their own ways. The commercial media, the mastermind, showed no remorse. A force of nature doesn't apologize for the storm. The ambitious musicians who had altered the songs for profit took the stand with a mix of defiance and quiet regret, arguing they had simply made a deal to survive in a world that was leaving them behind. And the community itself, the accomplice, sat in silent acceptance of its fate. They had already bought the radios and listened to the new songs. They had, in effect, already pled guilty. The verdict was swift and nearly unanimous. The ancient, bloody sagas of the mountains were found guilty on all counts, guilty of being too complex, too sorrowful, and too stubbornly local for a modern, optimistic nation. The sentence was not execution, but something far more final: obsolescence. They were to be banished from the front porch and the public square, remanded to the custody of a few dusty archives and forgotten collections, their stories replaced by a simpler, more cheerful narrative that sold more records. This verdict was, at the time, overwhelmingly popular. It was called Progress, Enlightenment, the inevitable march of history. But in this vast, impersonal courtroom, there was one man who refused to accept the judgment. Bascom Lamar Lunsford did not act as a lawyer for the defense. It was far too late for that. Instead, he appointed himself the court clerk for the condemned. He worked tirelessly, not to overturn the verdict, but to create a perfect, unassailable transcript of the proceedings. He recorded every last piece of evidence, every haunting testimony, not for this trial, but for an appeal to a higher court, the court of history. And so, while the world celebrated a victory, Lunsford preserved the memory of what was lost. He ensured that the case of the mountain ballads would never truly be closed. He created a file so thick with sorrow and beauty that future generations would be forced to reopen it, to re-examine the evidence and ask themselves a chilling question: was this justice, or was it a crime? It's a verdict that, thanks to him, still sparks arguments in these hills to this day. The verdict had been handed down, and the consequences rippled through the mountains for generations, changing the fate of everyone involved. The survivors of this cultural crime, the ballads themselves, were now safe, but forever altered. Rescued by Lunsford, they were no longer living, breathing stories shared on a porch. They became ghosts in a filing cabinet, their voices captured on wax cylinders and stored in the climate-controlled vaults of the Library of Congress. They were saved from extinction, but at the cost of their freedom. They had become specimens, butterflies pinned under glass, their beautiful, tragic patterns preserved, but their flight forever ended. For the community, the people of the mountains, the verdict of obsolete had a devastating, long-term effect. The silence that Lunsford had encountered became the new normal. A generation grew up disconnected from the bloody sagas that had once defined their ancestors' world. The caricature of the simple, banjo-strumming hillbilly, once a condescending fiction, began to feel like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Many of the brightest young people, convinced that their heritage was a source of shame, left the mountains for the cities, leaving behind an aging population and a profound sense of cultural amnesia. They had been judged by the outside world, and in their hearts, Many felt their own culture had been found wanting. The descendants of the guilty parties, meanwhile, thrived in ways no one could have predicted. The ambitious musicians who had sanitized the old songs for commercial appeal became the founding fathers of a global phenomenon. The DNA of their altered ballads, the simple chords, the narrative style, the themes of love and loss, mutated and evolved, becoming the bedrock of what the world would come to know as country music. In a bitter twist of fate, the very act of betrayal ensured a kind of immortality. The raw, uncomfortable truth of the mountains was gone, but its polished, commercially viable ghost now echoed from every radio in the nation. And so, the lives of everyone in those mountains were forever changed. A people who had once known exactly who they were, their identity rooted in a deep and often dark well of shared stories, were now set adrift. They inherited the accent, the family names, and the stunning, unforgiving landscape, but they had lost the lyrical map that explained what it all meant. They became haunted not by the ghosts of the old stories, but by the far more unsettling ghost of their absence. You might think the story ends there, in a dusty archive, with the final verdict rendered by a changing world. But if you know where to look, you can still find the evidence of Bascom Lamar Lunsford's investigation scattered all across these hills. The traces of his work have not vanished. They have simply sunk into the soil, becoming part of the landscape itself. The most tangible remnant of his crusade is the Mountain Dance and Folk Festival, which he founded in Asheville in 1928. It still happens every year. On a warm summer night, you can go there and see the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the very people he interviewed. You can see them playing the same banjos, dancing the same steps, and most importantly, singing the same songs. It is a living, breathing wake, a place where the ghosts Lunsford collected are brought out into the light, not to be mourned, but to be celebrated. It is his final, defiant piece of evidence, presented to a new jury year after year. The songs themselves are another echo. Thanks to the collection he so painstakingly assembled, the ballads did not die. They were rediscovered. The raw, haunting melodies he saved from oblivion became a wellspring for the American folk revival of the 1950s and 60s. When a modern artist stands on a stage in New York or London and sings the chilling tale of Tom Dooley, they are, whether they know it or not, calling on one of Lunsford's ghosts. His work ensured that these hyper-local tragedies became part of a universal human story. And the story of Lunsford himself has become a piece of Appalachian folklore. The whispers about the minstrel lawyer still linger. He is remembered not just as a collector, but as a mythical figure, a man who walked between worlds and knew the mountain's darkest secrets. The legend of the man who knew where the bodies were buried has outlived almost everyone who told it, a testament to the power of a man who listened so intently that he became part of the story he was trying to save. But the most powerful echo is in the land itself. The rivers where lovers were betrayed still flow. The sharp ridges that once divided warring families still cut across the sky. These places hold the memory of what happened there, etched into the very rock and soil. Bascom Lamar Lunsford's greatest achievement was not that he saved the songs, but that he saved the connection between the songs and the land. And now, when you hear one of those old ballads, it feels as if the mountain itself is singing, telling you its own dark and beautiful secrets. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, around our digital campfire. What if a region's darkest secrets were carried not in books, but on a melody? We now have our answer. The secrets were a community's soul, its open wounds, its moral code, and its cautionary tales. And the strange man in the suit who collected them was more than a folklorist. He was a custodian of ghosts. Bascom Lamar Lunsford understood that these weren't just songs. They were the last, fading testimony of a world on trial, and he was the only lawyer willing to take the case. This is a story, then, not just of a man saving songs, but of the immense, often brutal price of progress. It is a timeless lesson on the seduction of forgetting. It teaches us that the most dangerous threat to a culture is rarely an invading army, but more often a quiet, internal whisper that tells us our own complicated, painful history is a burden we should lay down in favor of a simpler, brighter future. Lunsford's Great Crusade was a fight against this seductive silence, an argument that our scars are not meant to be hidden. They are proof that we have lived, and they are warnings that must never, ever be forgotten. Bascom Lamar Lunsford fought a war against the quiet death of memory, and in the end, he did not win. No one could. But he achieved something far more important. He ensured that the ghosts of Appalachia would never be homeless. He gave them a permanent refuge in the archives of a nation and a voice that could still be heard by anyone willing to listen. And now, my friends, the story is yours to keep. The next time you hear an old, mournful tune carried on the wind, listen closely. It might not be the wind at all, but a story that, thanks to one stubborn man, refused to stay silent. Right here, this quiet clearing along the Tug Fork in Pike County, Kentucky. It doesn't look like much now, just some scattered foundation stones and a cold, lonely chimney swallowed by the woods. But if you stand here at dusk, when the fog rolls up from the river, you can almost feel the chill of a history that refuses to be buried. Here, where all you hear is the wind in the pines, more than a century ago, the silence was shattered by fire and gunfire. Most folks know the names Hatfield and McCoy, but they don't know the story of Nancy McCoy Phillips, the woman who stood at the heart of the storm. Today, we're going to listen to the whispers from these ruins and piece together the story of a forgotten witness and the terrible price she paid for telling the truth. Let's wind the clock back. Imagine this clearing not as a ruin, but as a living homestead. See the log cabin, smoke curling from that same stone chimney, the scent of wood smoke and baking bread hanging in the air. This was the world of Nancy McCoy, born into a valley that was both a sanctuary and a prison. The Tug Fork River, just down the hill, wasn't just a landmark. It was a border. On this side, Kentucky, you were McCoy. On the other, West Virginia, you were Hatfield. And for Nancy, that border was a line drawn in her father's blood. She was the daughter of Asa Harmon McCoy, a Union soldier murdered by Hatfield's sympathizers when he returned from the war. She grew up in the shadow of that unresolved killing, in a home where the name Hatfield was spoken like a curse. Her world was one of hard work and fierce loyalty, a place where a family's honor was its most valuable possession. Life was governed by the seasons, the rifle, and the Bible, but beneath it all ran a current of simmering hatred for the clan across the river. The McCoys, led by the grim patriarch Randolph, were a proud but struggling family. They scraped a living from the rocky soil, their lives intertwined with their neighbors through marriage, church, and shared hardship. They were a tight-knit clan, bound together by the knowledge that survival in these mountains depended on sticking with your own blood. To betray that trust was the greatest sin imaginable. Across the water, the Hatfields were a different power altogether. Led by the charismatic and intimidating William Anderson Devil Anse Hatfield, they were more prosperous, politically connected, and masters of the timber trade. They saw the McCoys as provincial and resentful. To them, loyalty was also paramount, and they answered any perceived slight with overwhelming force. They lived by their own law, a law enforced by Devil Anse and his formidable sons. This was Nancy's world, two powerful families staring at each other across a narrow river, each nursing grievances that festered year after year. It was a place of barn dances and church socials, but also of whispered threats and loaded guns propped by the door. It was a world waiting for a match to be struck, and Nancy McCoy, a girl defined by a Hatfield killing, was about to become that match. To understand how deep this story cuts, you have to look past the legends and get down to the hard facts. And sometimes, the most shocking facts are written on a simple piece of paper. In the Pike County Courthouse archives, buried in a dusty ledger, you'll find this. A marriage bond dated May the 14th, 1881. The names on it are clear, written in the elegant script of the time, John C. Hatfield and Nancy McCoy. This isn't just a historical document, it's a confession. It's a declaration of defiance. In the world of the Tug Valley, putting those two names together on an official record was like striking a match in a room full of dynamite. This paper marks the exact moment a McCoy daughter willingly crossed the river and gave herself to the son of her family's greatest enemy. And look at the groom's name, John C. Hatfield. This wasn't just any Hatfield. This was Devil Ance's handsome, silver-tongued son, a man already infamous for breaking the heart of Nancy's cousin, Rosanna McCoy, in a tragic affair that left Rosanna an outcast. This piece of paper tells us that Nancy walked into this union with her eyes wide open. It begs the question that still haunts this valley. What could possibly drive a woman whose father was killed by her new husband's kin to sign away her name, her family, and her future? That marriage bond wasn't a peace treaty. It was a declaration of war on Nancy's own family. You have to understand the power John C. Hatfield held. He was handsome, charming, and wild, the prodigal son of the most powerful man in the valley. For a young woman like Nancy, who had known nothing but hardship and the grim shadow of her father's murder, John C. might have looked like an escape. He represented a world with more money, more freedom, and perhaps a life beyond the endless cycle of McCoy grief. Whether it was true love or a desperate gamble, she made her choice. The moment her signature dried on that marriage bond in the Pikeville courthouse, the door to her old life slammed shut forever. To her father, Randolph McCoy, and the rest of the clan, this was the ultimate betrayal. She hadn't just married a Hatfield, she had married the son of Devil Ance, the man who embodied everything they hated. They saw it as a stain on her father's memory. In their eyes, she ceased to be a McCoy. She was a turncoat, a traitor to her own blood. On the West Virginia side of the river, her reception was likely little warmer. To Devil Ance and the Hatfield clan, John C. bringing home a McCoy bride was a victory, a symbol of their dominance. But she was still Asa Harmon McCoy's daughter. She was the enemy's blood. They would have watched her every move, listened to her every word, always wondering where her true loyalties lay. She was a trophy, but one they never fully trusted. And so Nancy found herself in a gilded cage. She lived in the Hatfield stronghold, surrounded by the very men her family accused of murder. She ate at their table, listened to their stories, and slept beside a man who was the flesh and blood of her sworn enemy. She had traded a home of bitter poverty for a home of silent suspicion. She was a woman without a country, caught in the no-man's land between two warring armies. The seeds of conflict weren't just being sown around her, they were being planted right in the heart of her own home. The paper trail of court records and marriage licenses can only tell you what happened. It can't tell you why. For that, you have to talk to the people who have kept the stories alive, the ones passed down from father to son, from mother to daughter. In a small house just outside Pikeville, I met a local historian whose family has lived in this valley since before the feud ever had a name. He's a man who has spent a lifetime separating fact from folklore, but he understands that sometimes the folklore holds the deeper truth. He laid out the official timeline of the feud with the precision of a scholar, speaking of land disputes and Civil War animosities. But when I asked him about Nancy, he leaned back in his chair and a different look came into his eyes. "The books will tell you the feud was about honor and property," he said, his voice low. "But down here, we know most wars start in the heart. And Nancy's story, that's a story of a heart broken twice." He explained that the official record states that Nancy's conscience was awakened by the sheer brutality of the New Year's night massacre of 1888, when her Hatfield in-laws burned her family's cabin and murdered her kin. And that's true, I'm sure, the historian said. But there's another story, one you won't find in any book. It's the story my grandmother used to tell. According to the whispers passed down through his family, Nancy's testimony wasn't just an act of justice, it was an act of revenge. John C. Hatfield, for all his charm, was a notorious philanderer. The story goes that by 1888, he had already begun casting Nancy aside for other women, openly humiliating the wife who had sacrificed everything for him. She was left alone for weeks at a time, a McCoy outcast living in a Hatfield house, serving a husband who no longer wanted her. In that context, the New Year's massacre wasn't just an attack on her family. It was an attack by the very people who protected and enabled the man who had betrayed her. Her choice to testify was no longer just about loyalty to her murdered cousins. It was the desperate act of a woman who had been betrayed by her birth family, and now scorned by the man she had chosen over them. She had absolutely nothing left to lose. And in these mountains, a person with nothing left to lose is capable of anything. The breaking point came on a night so cold, the trees themselves seemed to groan under the strain. It was New Year's night, 1888. A cold that had nothing to do with the weather had settled over the Tug Valley. Warrants were out for Devil Anse and his sons for the execution of the 3 McCoy boys years earlier. The law was closing in, and the Hatfields decided on a final, terrible solution. Wipe out Randolph McCoy and his family, and cut the head off the snake for good. Under a black, moonless sky, a posse of Hatfields, led by the merciless Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, crossed the frozen mud of the Tug Fork. They moved like ghosts through the Kentucky woods, their faces grim, their intent absolute. They weren't there for a fight. They were there for an extermination. They surrounded Randolph McCoy's small cabin, the same cabin Nancy had grown up in, and waited. The family was inside, asleep, unaware that their world was about to end. The first sign of trouble wasn't a gunshot, but a flicker of orange against a window pane. The Hatfields had set the home ablaze. The family awoke to a nightmare of smoke and heat, the crackle of burning timbers their death knell. Randolph knew what was happening. He grabbed his rifle. The choice was stark: burn to death or face the guns waiting outside. He yelled for his family to run for their lives. As the cabin door burst open, the night erupted. Alifair McCoy, one of Nancy's cousins, ran from the inferno, her hands raised, pleading for her life. A shot cracked in the frozen air, and she fell silent on the frozen ground. Her brother Calvin, trying to provide cover fire, was cut down in a hail of bullets. Their mother, Sarah, rushed to her daughter's side and was met not with a bullet, but with something worse. She was beaten mercilessly with a rifle butt, the sound of the blows echoing in the night, a brutal punctuation to the slaughter. Old Randolph himself, by some miracle, slipped away into the darkness, a hunted animal, leaving behind the ruins of his home and the bodies of his children. Back in West Virginia, in a lonely cabin, Nancy McCoy Hatfield waited. Perhaps her husband John C. was out with the raiders, or perhaps he was simply gone, chasing another woman, as the family story suggests. Either way, she heard them when they returned. She would have seen the feverish excitement in their eyes, smelled the acrid scent of gunpowder and wood smoke that clung to their clothes. She would have heard the boasts, the grim accounting of the night's work. In that moment, everything broke inside her. The slow poison of Johnson's infidelity fused with the fresh, raw agony of her family's murder. The men who had just butchered her kin were her husband's family, the clan she had sacrificed her own blood for. The betrayal was absolute, coming from both the man she had married and the family she had joined. The love, the hope, the desperation that had driven her across the river, it all burned away, leaving behind only a cold, hard core of resolve. There was no going back now. The war was no longer between Hatfield and McCoy. It was inside Nancy herself, and she had just chosen a side. This is the old Pike County Courthouse in Pikeville. It's still here, a stoic brick building that has watched over this town for more than a century. Tourists walk past it every day, maybe admiring the old architecture, but few understand the sheer weight of the history soaked into these walls. This building isn't just a landmark, it's a monument to the day the law finally tried to tame the feud. It was a battlefield, but the fighting wasn't done in the hollows with rifles. It was done in a courtroom with testimony. You have to picture it. In 1889, this square would have been a sea of tension. Bearded, armed men from both sides of the river would have crowded the streets, their eyes full of suspicion and hatred. The feud had been brought indoors, but the threat of violence was so thick you could taste it in the air. Every man in that courtroom was loyal to one side or the other, and they were all waiting to see if Kentucky law was strong enough to hold back the tide of blood vengeance. And right here, in a room just behind these tall windows, stood the witness stand. That small, elevated chair was the focal point of the entire war. This is where it happened. The climax of Nancy's story wasn't in a burning cabin or a midnight raid. It was in the suffocating silence of a courtroom, where the only sound was the scratching of a clerk's pen. The weapon that would decide the fate of the Hatfield clan wasn't a Winchester rifle or a Colt revolver. It was the voice of a single betrayed woman. Imagine walking into that courtroom. The air was thick with a century of bad blood, so heavy you could barely draw a breath. On one side of the room sat the Hatfields, stony-faced and armed. On the other, the McCoys, their eyes burning with a righteous fury. And into this deafening silence walked Nancy. She was a McCoy by birth, a Hatfield by marriage, and at that moment, she was an enemy to them all. Every eye in that room followed her as she made the long walk to the witness stand, her footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. She was utterly and completely alone. When she placed her hand on the Bible to be sworn in, a quiet ripple went through the crowd. The court clerk asked for her name. Her voice, clear and steady in the stillness, answered, "Nancy Hatfield." The name hung in the air, a final bitter acknowledgement of the life she was about to destroy. She was claiming the name of the very men she was there to condemn, a final cutting act of a bond being severed. The prosecutor began his questions, his voice calm and methodical. He asked her about the night of the fire. He asked her who was in her home. He asked her what she heard when the men returned from Kentucky. Nancy's gaze was fixed on a point on the far wall, as if looking through it into the past. She didn't shout. She didn't cry. She simply spoke the truth, her voice a quiet, devastating weapon. With each name she uttered, a new wave of shock silenced the room. She did not describe the chaos of the raid in graphic detail. She didn't have to. She simply drew a map for the jury, placing each man at the scene of the crime. When she spoke the name of Cap Hatfield in connection with her cousin's death, a stillness fell over the room so complete you could hear a man's sharp intake of breath from the back row. Her words weren't bullets, they were axes, chopping down the family tree she had married into, one name at a time. The code of silence that had protected the clans for generations was shattered, not by lawmen, but by the quiet testimony of a scorned wife. When she finished, there was no applause, no sigh of relief. From the Hatfield side of the aisle, she received looks of pure, unadulterated hatred. They saw a viper they had foolishly welcomed into their home. From the McCoy side, there was no welcome embrace. They saw the traitor who had finally done her duty, but it was too late. Her testimony was a victory for their cause, but she, the witness, was still a stain on their name. She had served her purpose. As she stepped down from the stand, the crowd parted for her as if she carried a disease. She didn't look at her husband, or her cousins, or any of the men whose fates she had just sealed. She looked straight ahead, a ghost walking out of her own life. The only thing left in that courtroom, besides the echo of her words, was the wreckage of two families, and a woman who now belonged to neither. After the emotional firestorm of the trial, all that remains is the cold, black ink on a yellowed page. These are copies of the official court records from the 1889 Pikeville trial. This is history flattened, pressed between pages, and stripped of all its blood and tears. The testimony that tore a family apart is reduced to a dry, passionless transcript of questions and answers. The language is sterile, designed to be precise, but in its precision, it loses the entire truth of the matter. Here, for example, is the coroner's inquest for Nancy's cousin, Alifair. It clinically states the cause of death as a wound inflicted by a projectile from a firearm. A projectile. It doesn't say it was a bullet fired in the cold dark by a man she knew. It doesn't mention the fact that she was running from her burning home, that her last breaths were filled with smoke and terror. The report captures the mechanics of her death, but misses the horror of it entirely. And here, under the section for witness testimony, is Nancy. Her words, which had the power to hang a man, are recorded with the same detached tone. Question: can you name the parties you saw returning on the night of January 1st? Answer: I saw Cap Hatfield. I saw Tom Wallace. The transcript doesn't record the dawning look of hatred on the faces of her in-laws. It doesn't convey the earth-shattering courage or the vengeful fury it took for her to speak those names. The paper records what was said, but it tells you nothing of what it cost her to say it. These documents are the official story, the one that history accepts as fact. But reading them is like looking at a photograph of a bonfire and trying to feel its heat. The real story isn't in the neat lines of ink. It's in the spaces between them, in the humanity that the official record is designed to ignore. And yet, these cold, sterile words had the power of life and death. They were the legal instrument that would bring the law's terrible justice down upon the Hatfields. Nancy's words were no longer just testimony. They were hunting dogs let loose in the West Virginia hills. Armed with her insider account, the law, which for so long had been a distant rumor in these mountains, arrived with iron shackles and Kentucky warrants. Frank Phillips, a relentless bounty hunter and, ironically, a future husband to Nancy in a brief, doomed marriage, led posses across the Tug Fork. The hunt was on, and for the first time, the Hatfields were the prey. The mountains that had been their fortress now became their cage, as lawmen and bounty hunters, hungry for the rewards, pried into every hollow and cabin. One by one, they were caught. Some were taken in violent gunfights, others surrendered grimly, knowing the game had changed. The most significant capture was that of Ellison Cotton Top Mounts, the illegitimate son of Ellison Hatfield. He was known to be simple-minded, a follower, not a leader, which made his role in the massacre all the more tragic. He was found hiding, terrified, and was dragged back to Pikeville in chains, a symbol of the Hatfields' broken power. The message was clear. The days of clan law were over. The authority of the state had finally come to the Tug Valley. The trial that followed was a spectacle of raw legal force. With Nancy's testimony as its unshakable foundation, the prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. The Hatfield defense, based on clan loyalty and denials, crumbled against the word of a woman who had been on the inside. The jury, made up of men who understood the ways of the mountains, deliberated for hours, the weight of a generation of violence on their shoulders. When they finally filed back into the courtroom, the silence was so deep it felt like the bottom of a well. The foreman stood, a simple farmer holding a piece of paper that would end a war. He refused to look at the Hatfield side of the room as he read the verdicts. Guilty. The word struck like a hammer again and again for 8 of the defendants. Guilty of arson, guilty of murder, life in prison for most, a sentence that would see them die far from the mountains they called home. But for Cotton Top Mounts, the jury and the judge reserved a different fate. Based on Nancy's testimony and other evidence that placed him as a key aggressor, the verdict was absolute. The judge's voice was cold and steady as he sentenced him to be hanged by the neck until dead. A wave of shock and fury rippled through the Hatfield benches, while a grim, quiet satisfaction settled over the McCoys. It was done. Nancy's words, spoken in that quiet room, had been forged by the law into a noose. The feud would now have its only official, state-sanctioned death. The cycle of vengeance was finally, brutally, being broken by a force greater than any clan. To see the end of this story, you have to come to the graveyards. Here in Sarah Ann, West Virginia, is the Hatfield family cemetery. At its head stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse, looking out over the hills he once ruled. He died a free man in his own bed, and his grave is a landmark. Over in Pikeville, Kentucky, you can find the grave of Randolph McCoy, a proud monument to the patriarch who lost so much. The powerful men, the leaders of the clans, are remembered in stone. But what about Nancy? To find her, you have to search. There is no statue, no grand headstone. After the trial, she was cast out, a ghost in her own life. She married Frank Phillips, the bounty hunter, but it didn't last. She was a woman who belonged nowhere, and her final years were a slow fade into poverty and sickness. She died of consumption around 1901, alone. Her grave is the final, heartbreaking testament to her life. For decades, it was believed to be unmarked, lost to the weeds and the passage of time, a silent patch of earth for the woman whose voice had once shaken these mountains. A simple modern stone marks the supposed spot now, placed there by descendants long after the fact, but it only highlights the century of anonymity she endured. The woman whose testimony was the most powerful weapon in the feud was given the quietest possible end. They all lie in the same Appalachian soil now, the killers and the killed, the witnesses and the judged. But standing here, you can't help but feel the profound injustice. The men who drove the war are immortalized, while the woman who brought the justice was erased. The law's final word came on a cold February morning in 1890. A public gallows had been built in Pikeville, a grim new landmark for a town that had seen enough death. A crowd gathered, their faces a mixture of morbid curiosity and grim satisfaction. This wasn't a mountain killing in the dead of night. This was justice, performed in the open for all to see. Ellison Cotton Topmounts was led to the scaffold. He was the scapegoat, the symbol, the price the Hatfields would pay in blood for the New Year's massacre. The trapdoor fell, and in that instant, the feud, as an open war, came to an end. For the other convicted Hatfields, their fate was a different kind of death. They were shackled and put on a train, sent away from the mountains to a state penitentiary in Frankfort. For men who had only known the freedom of the hollows, a stone cell was a fate worse than the gallows. They would grow old and die looking at brick walls, their names becoming cautionary tales whispered back home. And what of Nancy? She had won. She had brought the law down on the men who murdered her family. But victory felt like ashes in her mouth. Her husband, John C. Hatfield, humiliated and enraged, turned his back on her for good. He cast her aside without a second thought and soon found a new, younger bride, continuing his life as if Nancy had never existed. To the Hatfields, she was no longer just a McCoy. She was Judas, and her life wasn't worth a spent shotgun shell on their side of the river. The McCoys, though they had used her testimony, kept their distance. She was still the woman who had laid with the enemy, a living reminder of a betrayal they could not forget. She was utterly alone, an outcast in the only place she had ever called home. She drifted, a woman haunted by what she had seen and what she had done. The feud's fire had been put out, but she was standing in the smoldering ruins, and the ground was still hot to the touch. Her life became a long, slow walk toward the unmarked grave that was waiting for her, a final chapter of poverty and sickness. The long shadow of the feud had fallen, and for Nancy, there was no place left to find the sun. Even today, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of Nancy McCoy is not a settled matter. In the diners and post offices of Pike and Mingo counties, her name can still change the temperature of a room. Was she a courageous witness who stood for the rule of law, or was she a scorned woman who weaponized the courts for personal revenge? The answer, it seems, depends entirely on who you ask. If you talk to those who hold the McCoy version of history, they will tell you she was a hero. In their eyes, she was a woman whose conscience was awakened by an act of pure evil. They see her testimony as an incredible act of bravery, a moment when a person chose moral justice over the ironclad and often toxic loyalty of the clan. To them, Nancy is the tragic figure who, despite her own terrible choices, found the strength to break the cycle of violence and stand for what was right, even though it cost her everything she had. But you cross the river into West Virginia, into the old Hatfield territory, and you will hear a very different story. They'll tell you that Nancy's testimony had little to do with justice and everything to do with vengeance. They'll remind you that John C. Hatfield was a handsome devil who never stayed with one woman for long, and that he had already cast Nancy aside. In this version, the trial was not about avenging her murdered cousins. It was about destroying the family of the man who had publicly humiliated her. She was a woman scorned, and her fury reshaped the course of the feud. So, what is the real truth? Was she a righteous witness or a vengeful wife? The honest answer is that we will never know. The heart is a complex and mysterious place, with enough room for both a thirst for justice and a desire for revenge. Perhaps her decision was born of both. Her outrage at the murder of her kin could have been the spark, and the cold reality of her husband's betrayal the fuel that turned it into an inferno. The only thing that is certain is that Nancy's legacy remains as divided as the land she once lived on, a testament to the fact that in these mountains, the truth is often just a story told from one side of the river. In these old mountains, the hard edges of history get worn smooth by time until a person's life becomes a story, and a story becomes a legend. Nancy McCoy Phillips, the historical woman, is gone, but her ghost, in more ways than one, still haunts this valley. The official records in the courthouse tell one version of her life, but the real story, the one that lives on, is the one whispered around firesides and on dark porches. It's a haint tale, a cautionary story about the price of crossing lines that were never meant to be crossed. They say that on cold nights, when the mist rises off the tug fork so thick you can't see the other side, you can sometimes see a figure wandering the Kentucky bank near the spot where Randolph McCoy's cabin burned to the ground. It's the spirit of a woman, they say, not angry or vengeful, but filled with a sorrow so deep it chills the air around her. She is forever searching, looking for the family that disowned her and the home that cast her out. They say it's the ghost of Nancy, a woman who belonged nowhere in life, and so belongs nowhere in death, forever trapped between the two worlds she tried to straddle. This is how the mountains remember. The community took the unbearable facts of her life, betrayed by her husband, ostracized by her own blood, dead of sickness and poverty, and wove them into something timeless. Her story was merged with her cousin Rosanna's, creating a powerful local myth, the curse of the tug fork. It became a warning, a piece of folklore passed down to young women for generations. The river itself, they say, demands blood loyalty. To cross it for love of an enemy is to invite a broken heart, a lonely death, and a restless spirit. The woman named Nancy is gone, but her legend became a part of the landscape itself, a permanent shadow on the water's edge. So, here we are again, back at this cold chimney and these scattered stones along the tug fork. But it's different now, isn't it? When we started, this was just a quiet, forgotten place. Now, we can almost see the ghosts. These aren't just ruins anymore. They are a witness stand. This silent clearing is the courtroom where an entire way of life was judged and condemned, all because one woman decided to speak. The story of Nancy McCoy Phillips is a brutal lesson in the cost of truth. She was a woman who made a choice for love, and then another for justice, and was ultimately destroyed by both. Her life is a chilling reminder that in a war of families, the deepest wounds aren't always from bullets. They come from betrayal, and the loneliest place in the world is to be caught in the no-man's land between two sides who both see you as the enemy. So the next time you drive down a lonely country road and see a single chimney standing sentinel in a field where a house used to be, stop for a moment. Remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library, filled with stories of love and loss and the impossible choices that define a human life. We just have to be willing to listen to the whispers they leave behind. The people are gone. The houses are gone. But the story remains. On the morning of March 20th, 1906, the modern steel of the Walnut Street Bridge in Chattanooga, Tennessee, was host to a medieval horror. Dangling from a thick rope tied to a girder was the body of a man riddled with bullet holes, a silent silhouette against the rising sun. This wasn't a secret crime hidden in the shadows. This was a public spectacle, a brutal message left for the entire city and the entire nation to see. The victim was a man named Ed Johnson, and just hours before his death, he had been granted a stay of execution by the United States Supreme Court. He was, by law, under federal protection. So what happened on that bridge? How could a mob tear a man from his cell and lynch him in open defiance of the highest court in the land? Today, we will answer that question. We will unravel a story of a city's rage, a sheriff's betrayal, and an injustice so profound it sparked an unprecedented legal battle for the very soul of America. Before he was a name in a Supreme Court case, Ed Johnson was just a man trying to find his way. He was 24 years old, a handyman, and a member of the Second Baptist Church. He wasn't a troublemaker. By all accounts, he was quiet, unassuming, and known for his steady work. In the segregated world of 1906 Chattanooga, a city trying to brand itself as a progressive hub of the New South, men like Ed Johnson lived a precarious existence. They were the backbone of the city's labor force, yet they were afforded none of its protections and lived under the constant unspoken threat of a racial hierarchy enforced by both law and tradition. His world was one of separate entrances, separate water fountains, and a carefully maintained social distance. He had hopes and fears like any other man, but his were filtered through the lens of Jim Crow. He sought stability, a bit of peace, and the quiet dignity of a life well lived within the narrow confines society had drawn for him. He was, in short, an ordinary man, which made him the perfect blank canvas onto which a city could project its deepest fears and hatreds. Miles away, in another part of that same city, lived Nevada Taylor. She was a young white woman, and her world was the mirror opposite of Ed Johnson's, defined by a different set of rigid expectations. Her life was meant to be one of protected virtue, of church socials, and a future promised within the safe confines of her community. She was a symbol of the Southern purity that the white power structure was obsessed with defending. The city they both called home, Chattanooga, was a place of deep contradictions. It boasted of its industry, its economic growth, and the grand Walnut Street Bridge that stitched the city together over the Tennessee River. But beneath this veneer of progress was a simmering cauldron of racial animosity. The memory of the Civil War was still fresh, and the rigid social order of the Jim Crow South was considered sacred. The slightest perceived transgression against that order, especially the ultimate taboo of a black man being accused of harming a white woman, was enough to make the city's civilized facade crumble into dust. In this tinderbox, Ed Johnson and Nevada Taylor were strangers, their lives running on parallel tracks that were never meant to intersect. But on a cold January night, in the darkness of a cemetery on the edge of town, those tracks would collide in a catastrophic event. One of them would become the victim of a brutal assault, and the other the victim of a city's ravenous, indiscriminate rage. Both of their lives and the world they knew were about to be destroyed. The crime scene was not a room with four walls, but a sprawling, cold expanse of earth and stone, the Forest Hills Cemetery. By day, it was a place of quiet reflection. But on the night of January 23, 1906, this sanctuary for the dead became a stage for a living nightmare. The air was still, the only sounds the rustle of winter leaves and the distant whistle of a train. It was in this profound and unnerving silence that Nevada Taylor was found, terrified and disoriented. There was no physical evidence to speak of, No footprints that could be trusted on the hard, cold ground. No discarded weapon. No clear signs of a struggle that told a specific story. The only evidence was Nevada Taylor's own harrowing account. A story pieced together from the fragments of trauma and the blackness of the night. She couldn't see her attacker's face. She couldn't describe his clothes. All she could offer was a voice in the dark and the terrifying assertion that her assailant was a black man. From the chaos, investigators clung to a single flimsy piece of information. Miss Taylor mentioned that she had grabbed at something during the attack, a small leather strap, which she thought might have come from her assailant's weapon. This tiny, ambiguous detail became the cornerstone of the entire investigation. It was not a clue that pointed to a specific person, but a desperate anchor in a sea of uncertainty. The scene of the crime quickly expanded beyond the cemetery gates and into the very heart of Chattanooga. Whispers turned to shouts, and fear curdled into rage. The city's white populace didn't see a mystery to be solved. They saw an outrage to be avenged. The lack of a clear suspect didn't inspire caution. Instead, it created a vacuum that was instantly filled with suspicion directed at every black man in the city. The investigation began not with a question, who did this, but with a conclusion. A black man was responsible, and he would be found. The wilderness of the cemetery had offered no easy answers, but the mob-minded certainty of the city demanded one, and it demanded one immediately. The hunt was on, not for a specific individual, but for any man who could be made to fit the crime. The city's fury needed a face, a name to attach to its collective rage. That pressure fell squarely on the shoulders of Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. A man of his time and place, Shipp understood that justice in the Jim Crow South was often secondary to maintaining order, and order meant placating the white majority. His personal vendetta wasn't against any one man, but against the threat of chaos and the political damage an unsolved crime of this nature could do to his career. He needed a culprit, and he needed one fast. The investigation became a brutal dragnet. Deputies swept through the black neighborhoods of Chattanooga, rounding up men by the dozen. It wasn't about finding clues. It was about creating a lineup of potential sacrifices. And in this trawl, they found Ed Johnson. He wasn't caught red-handed, nor was he found with any incriminating evidence. He was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, a known figure in the community who suddenly found himself ensnared in a nightmare. The flimsy clue of the leather strap was now given a purpose. A rumor began to circulate, likely started by the authorities themselves, that Johnson had been seen with a similar strap. It was a lie, but a powerful one. Suddenly, the community had something to latch onto. Ed Johnson fit the profile not because of evidence, but because he was available. He was a black man, he was young, and he was powerless. The entire weight of the investigation now shifted onto him. Every aspect of his quiet life was re-examined through a lens of presumed guilt. His unassuming nature was twisted into sullen secrecy, his work as a handyman seen as a cover for a darker character. The community didn't have a motive rooted in personal animosity, so they invented one for him. The racist, monstrous caricature of a black man driven by uncontrollable lust. A vile stereotype used for a century to justify racial violence. The mob had its villain. The Whispers had found their target. In the face of a lynch mob and a hostile legal system, a man has one last line of defense: his own lawyers. They are supposed to be his sword and his shield, the one party in the room bound by oath to fight for him, no matter the odds. For Ed Johnson, this sacred trust was placed in the hands of two court-appointed attorneys, W.G.M. Thomas and Robert Cameron. But this is where the story takes a chilling turn. The deepest betrayal wouldn't come from the mob in the streets, but from the very men sitting beside him at the defense table. There was no hidden affair or secret greed driving these men. Their motive was something far more common and far more poisonous. They simply did not believe their client was innocent. They were products of their time, white men of standing in a society that had already condemned Ed Johnson in its heart. To them, defending him was not a pursuit of justice, but an unpleasant professional obligation. A vigorous defense would mean alienating their peers, the judges, and the entire white community of Chattanooga. It was a battle they had no intention of fighting. Their actions in the courtroom, when re-examined, tell a story not of a failed defense, but of a defense that was never truly mounted. They met with Johnson only once, for a few minutes, before the trial began. They called no witnesses to the stand to testify to his character or to help establish an alibi. They offered only a timid, half-hearted cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses. The trial was a sham, and his own lawyers were willing participants in the charade. The final, damning proof of their betrayal came after the inevitable guilty verdict was handed down. Ed Johnson, terrified but resolute in his innocence, begged them to file an appeal. They refused. In their eyes, the case was closed. They had performed their duty as they saw it, and now they were washing their hands of the condemned man. This wasn't just legal malpractice, it was an act of profound abandonment. Ed Johnson's supposed guardians had delivered him, bound and gagged, to his executioners. He was utterly and completely alone. Just when Ed Johnson's fate seemed sealed, a new and unexpected force entered the fray. It did not come from within Chattanooga's white power structure, but from outside of it, from a quarter no one had bothered to consider. Two local black attorneys, Noah Pardon and Stiles Hutchins, stepped out of the shadows. This was not just a legal maneuver, it was an act of almost unimaginable courage. In a city where they were considered second-class citizens, where their very ambition was seen as a provocation, they chose to stand up for a man everyone else had left for dead. Their motive was not profit or personal gain. It was a radical belief in the promise of American justice, even when America itself had broken that promise time and time again. They saw a sham trial, an innocent man railroaded, and a violation of the most basic constitutional rights. Their interest clashed directly with the unwritten law of the city, which demanded a swift execution to satisfy the mob. Pardon and Hutchins were not just fighting for Ed Johnson, they were challenging the entire corrupt edifice of Jim Crow justice. Their presence created an immediate and dangerous unease. They were threatened, intimidated, and ostracized. But they refused to back down. When the Tennessee Supreme Court slammed its doors in their face, they made a decision that would change legal history. They decided to appeal to an authority far outside the state, a power that the Chattanooga mob could not control, the Supreme Court of the United States. This was the ultimate external threat. The news that two black lawyers were taking their case to Washington, D.C. was seen as an outrageous act of defiance. To Sheriff Shipp and the city's leaders, this wasn't an appeal, it was an invasion. It was the federal government, the same force that had crushed the Confederacy 40 years prior, once again threatening to meddle in their affairs. The conflict was no longer just about Ed Johnson. It was a battle for control, a struggle between local mob rule and the supreme law of the land. The entire official investigation into the assault of Nevada Taylor was, from the very beginning, a grand and tragic false trail. The objective was never to find the truth, but to secure a conviction. The so-called clues that led to Ed Johnson were not discoveries, but constructions, red herrings deliberately laid to guide public opinion toward a predetermined conclusion. The central piece of evidence, the small leather strap, was the most potent of these fictions. Investigators treated it like a smoking gun, a direct link to Johnson, despite the fact that no one could ever definitively prove it belonged to him or that it was even connected to the crime. The trail led from this flimsy object to the Hamilton County Jail, where the most crucial piece of misdirection was staged. The identification of Ed Johnson by Nevada Taylor was not a moment of clarity, but of manufactured certainty. She was brought into a dim room where Johnson was the only suspect presented. Her initial hesitation, her uncertainty, was brushed aside by the forceful suggestions of the lawmen around her. Under immense pressure, she gave them the identification they wanted. This shaky, coerced statement, which should have been a dead end, was instead treated as an irrefutable fact. Meanwhile, any path that might have led to the truth was quickly blocked off. Ed Johnson had an alibi. Witnesses in the black community could place him at a saloon far from the cemetery at the time of the attack. But these leads, the only ones that actually pointed toward his innocence, were never pursued. The authorities simply weren't interested. Every testament to Johnson's good character, every inconsistency in the timeline, was ignored. These promising trails didn't evaporate. They were deliberately buried under the weight of the official narrative. This created a strange and dangerous kind of frustration. For Sheriff Shipp and the white mob, the frustration wasn't that the case was stalled, but that the legal process, however flawed, was taking too long. They had their man, their simple answer, and the appeals filed by Pardon and Hutchins were seen as infuriating obstacles. For the black community, the feeling was one of growing terror. They were watching a legal system actively lead itself down a false path, and they knew that at the end of this trail lay not justice, but a hangman's noose for an innocent man. In Chattanooga, the truth was not buried by a lack of evidence, but by two formidable walls of silence. The first was a wall built by the white community, not of quiet whispers, but of a deafening, unified roar. It was an unspoken agreement that Ed Johnson was guilty, a conclusion reached before the trial even began. This wasn't just about one crime, it was about defending a fragile social order. To question Johnson's guilt was to question the very foundation of their world, to suggest a white woman could be wrong and a black man could be innocent. Any white person who harbored doubts learned quickly to keep them to themselves, lest they be branded a sympathizer, a traitor to their own. The second wall was built by the black community, and it was a wall of pure, unadulterated terror. People knew Ed Johnson. They knew his character. Some even knew where he was on that fateful night. But the code of the Jim Crow South was brutally simple. You saw nothing, you heard nothing, and you knew nothing that contradicted the white mob. To come forward as an alibi witness for Johnson would not have been seen as a civic duty, but as an act of suicidal defiance. The price for speaking the truth was the firebombing of your home, the destruction of your business, or a rope thrown over a tree limb with your own name on it. This silence was born from a deep and justified distrust of the law. The police and the courts were not seen as protectors, but as the enforcement arm of the white power structure. To go to Sheriff Shipp with information proving Johnson's innocence would be pointless and perilous. The system was not designed to find the truth. It was designed to produce a result, and that result had already been decided. The psychological toll on those who dared to breach this wall was immediate and severe. Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins were the ultimate examples. By taking Johnson's case, they shattered the silence. In return, they were marked men. Their lives were openly threatened, their reputations dragged through the mud. They were hunted in their own city, forced to flee for their very survival. The message sent to the rest of the community was chillingly clear. This is the fate of those who speak. After that, the silence became absolute. With the Tennessee courts turning a deaf ear and the execution date looming, all hope seemed to be lost. The legal road had run out, and the gallows were being prepared. But in the small office of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, a discovery was made that would change the course of American legal history. The forgotten clue they unearthed wasn't a misplaced letter or a hidden diary. It was a fundamental principle that the state of Tennessee had chosen to ignore. It was the United States Constitution. Their argument was as simple as it was revolutionary. They contended that Ed Johnson had not received a trial by a jury of his peers, but had been condemned by a jury of intimidated hostages. A courtroom surrounded by an armed, bloodthirsty mob, they argued, is not a court of law. It is a stage for a legal lynching. This was not a failure of evidence, but a failure of the entire process, a gross violation of Johnson's right to due process under the 14th Amendment. This was their forgotten clue. The trial itself was the crime. With this powerful argument, They did the unthinkable. They bypassed the entire state judicial system and took their appeal directly to the highest court in the land. It was a desperate, audacious gamble, two lone black lawyers from the South petitioning the 9 most powerful jurists in America. And then, the impossible happened. The Supreme Court listened. Justice John Marshall Harlan, a man who had famously dissented in the Plessy versus Ferguson case that enshrined separate but equal, saw the profound injustice. On March 19, 1906, he granted a stay of execution. A telegram was dispatched from Washington, D.C. to Chattanooga. It was a single piece of paper, but it carried the full weight of the United States government, ordering a halt to the execution. The forgotten clue had not just opened a door, it had kicked it off its hinges. For a fleeting, miraculous moment, the law had prevailed. The case was no longer about one man's life. It was now a direct confrontation between the rule of law and the rule of the mob. The telegram from the Supreme Court should have been a shield, an impenetrable barrier of federal authority protecting Ed Johnson. Instead, in the charged atmosphere of Chattanooga, it acted like a lit match tossed into a powder keg. The news spread through the city not as a call for lawful patience, but as an intolerable insult. A distant court in Washington, they felt, had stolen their justice, robbing them of the vengeance they so desperately craved. The city began to simmer, and then to boil. The central mystery was no longer who attacked Nevada Taylor, but who would dare to defy the United States Supreme Court. The answer was not some shadowy figure hiding in the back alleys. The mastermind of the lynching, the man who held the keys to both the jail and to the mob's fury, was Hamilton County Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp. His unmasking came not from a forgotten clue, but from his own deliberate, chilling actions on the night of March 19th. His motive was a toxic cocktail of wounded pride, political calculation, and pure racist ideology. The Supreme Court's stay of execution was a direct and public humiliation. It was a declaration that he, the sheriff, had overseen a failed and unconstitutional trial. In his mind, his authority, his honor, and the honor of his community had been trampled by an interfering federal power. Faced with a choice between his oath to uphold the law of the land and his allegiance to the unwritten code of the mob, Sheriff Shipp made his decision. He would side with the mob. The unmasking is found in the sequence of his orders that night. First, he sent the vast majority of his deputies home, leaving the county jail, which held a man now at the center of a national firestorm, almost completely unguarded. Then, he personally disarmed the one remaining jailer, a man named Nicholson, leaving him with only a single, useless key. He had effectively laid out a welcome mat for the violence he knew was coming. The mob that gathered that night was not a spontaneous eruption of chaos. It was an organized force, its leaders emboldened by the silent, implicit permission of the sheriff. They marched on the jail not with the uncertainty of a riot, but with the confidence of men who knew they would face no resistance. When the sledgehammers began to ring against the jailhouse doors, the sound was not just breaking steel, but the shattering of the rule of law. The true culprits were unmasked, a furious mob acting as the fist, and the county sheriff, the man sworn to stop them, acting as the calculating, treacherous mind. The night air of Chattanooga filled with the rhythmic, brutal clang of steel on steel as the mob's sledgehammers beat against the jailhouse doors. Inside, a terrified Ed Johnson listened as his last line of defense was systematically battered into submission. When the doors finally gave way, a river of angry shouts and menacing faces flooded the corridor. Rough hands seized him, dragging him from the relative safety of his cell out into the cold March street. They marched him through the city, a grim procession lit by flickering torches and street lamps. The mob was a beast with 100 heads, and it was parading its victim towards the altar of its rage, the Walnut Street Bridge. The modern steel structure, a symbol of Chattanooga's progress, became a stage for its most medieval impulse. The dark, swirling waters of the Tennessee River flowed silently below, an indifferent witness to the horror about to unfold. On the bridge, under the vast starless sky, a thick rope was thrown over a steel girder. In this final, terrifying moment, Ed Johnson was granted a chance to speak. His voice, clear and steady, cut through the jeers of the crowd. He did not beg for his life. He proclaimed his truth. "I am an innocent man," he declared to the faces surrounding him. "I am not guilty of this crime. I have said it all the time and I say it now. God bless you all. I am ready to go." Then he was pushed into the void. The rope snapped taut, but the fall did not bring a swift end. As his body twisted in the air, a leader of the mob raised a pistol. A single sharp crack echoed across the river, and Johnson's body went limp. It was followed by another and another. From the bridge above, a fusillade of gunfire erupted. The night was filled with muzzle flashes, each bright spark followed by the sound of a shot. Over 50 in all, each one a punctuation mark in a statement of pure defiance. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A ringing silence descended upon the bridge, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the steel girders and the distant bark of a dog. Ed Johnson's body hung motionless, a haunting pendulum suspended between the city and the dark river below. The mob, its terrible work done, quietly began to disperse, leaving their gruesome message hanging in the night for all the world to see. News of the lynching in Chattanooga was not just news of a murder, it was news of a rebellion. The mob, aided by the sheriff, had not just killed a man, they had openly defied a direct order from the United States Supreme Court. The insult was so profound, so audacious, that it shook the halls of power in Washington. President Theodore Roosevelt himself condemned it as a hideous crime. The Supreme Court, its authority fundamentally challenged, decided to do something it had never done before and has never done since. It resolved to hold its own criminal trial. The atmosphere was unlike any other in American history. The case of United States versus Shipp was not held in a Tennessee courthouse filled with angry locals, but before the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. The defendants, Sheriff Shipp and several leaders of the mob, were summoned to the nation's capital. They walked into the proceedings not with the demeanor of contrite men, but with a quiet, stubborn defiance. Back home, they were heroes who had upheld the Southern Code. In Washington, they were seen as insurrectionists. They were not on trial for murder. The federal court had no jurisdiction for that, but for something just as fundamental, contempt of court, for spitting in the face of the highest law in the land. Shipp and his men maintained their innocence, claiming they were simply overwhelmed by a spontaneous and uncontrollable mob. They presented themselves as hapless peacekeepers, not willing conspirators. But the evidence, painstakingly gathered by federal investigators, told a different story. A story of deputies sent home, of a jail left intentionally unguarded, of a sheriff who had promised the mob they would not be stopped. The verdict, when it finally came down in 1909, was a thunderclap. The Supreme Court of the United States found Sheriff Joseph F. Shipp and 5 of his associates guilty. It was a seismic moment, the first time the federal government had successfully prosecuted the participants of a lynch mob. But then came the sentence. For orchestrating the murder of a man under federal protection and for defying the highest court in the land, Sheriff Shipp was sentenced to serve just 60 days in a federal jail. Justice, it seemed, had been both served and denied in the very same breath. The verdict established a monumental precedent. The rule of law could and would reach down to challenge mob violence, but the punishment was so laughably light that it felt like a slap on the wrist. Shipp served his time and returned to Chattanooga not as a disgraced criminal, but as a celebrated martyr, his reputation enhanced by his brief and comfortable imprisonment. The verdict was a landmark victory for the principle of law, but a bitterly hollow one for the cause of true justice. The lives of everyone touched by the tragedy of Ed Johnson were permanently fractured, their futures sent spinning in new and often tragic directions. For the 2 men who fought for him, Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, the price of their courage was exile. They were hounded from the city they sought to better, their legal practices destroyed, and their lives under constant threat. They became fugitives from the very mob they had tried to defeat in a courtroom, forced to rebuild their lives in the anonymity of the North, their names whispered in Chattanooga's black community with a mixture of reverence and fear. They had won a moral victory, but suffered a devastating personal defeat. The opposite was true for Sheriff Joseph Shipp. He did not return from his 60-day sentence in shame. He was welcomed back to Chattanooga as a conquering hero. He walked the streets not as a convicted criminal who had defied the Supreme Court, but as a champion of Southern honor who had stood up to federal overreach. His complicity in the lynching did not end his career. It solidified his legacy among the white majority. He became a living symbol of the South's defiance, his life a testament to the fact that in the Jim Crow era, some crimes were not only tolerated, but celebrated. Nevada Taylor, the young woman whose assault was the catalyst for the entire nightmare, retreated into a life of quiet obscurity. The trauma of that night in the cemetery was compounded by the horror of what was done in her name. She never spoke publicly of the events again, living out her days in the long shadow of a crime she survived and a murder she inadvertently caused. Her life, like Johnson's, was irrevocably defined by that one terrible night. For the black community of Chattanooga, the lynching of Ed Johnson became a ghost story told for generations, a brutal lesson in the consequences of defiance. It cast a pall of fear that lingered for decades, reinforcing the city's rigid racial hierarchy with the haunting image of a body hanging from the Walnut Street Bridge. But a seed of resolve was also planted. The fight for Ed Johnson's name did not die with him. It was a slow, stubborn pursuit of justice that spanned nearly a century, a legal and moral reckoning passed down through the years, waiting for a time when the city would finally be forced to confront its past. If you walk across Chattanooga's Walnut Street Bridge today, you will see a city reborn. It is now a pedestrian walkway, a beautiful expanse of blue steel where families stroll, cyclists glide by, and tourists take photos of the Tennessee River below. It is a symbol of the city's vibrant present. But the steel beneath your feet tells a different story. The massive girders that support this scene of modern leisure are the very same girders from which a noose was hung in 1906. The bridge is not just a landmark, it is a monument to a murder, a tangible physical remnant of a night of profound horror. For nearly a century, the official story of Ed Johnson was a ghost, a tale whispered in the black community but largely erased from the city's public memory. But ghosts have a way of demanding to be seen. In the year 2000, 94 years after his death, the Hamilton County Court officially overturned Ed Johnson's conviction, a stunning and long overdue admission of the injustice that had been done. The echo of his last words, "I am an innocent man," had finally found its way back into a courtroom and been affirmed as truth. Today, not far from the foot of that very bridge, a new monument stands. It is the Ed Johnson Memorial, a solemn and powerful space dedicated to his memory and to the courage of Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins. It is a deliberate act of reclamation, a place where the story is no longer whispered but told in bronze and stone for all to see. It stands as a counter-narrative to the silence, a permanent testament to a history that the city is finally beginning to confront. The mountains that cradle Chattanooga have seen empires rise and fall, and the river has carried 1,000 secrets to the sea. They were the silent witnesses to the crime, the trial, and the lynching. For decades, the world tried to forget what happened on that bridge, to pave over the past with progress. But the steel remembers, the river remembers. And now, thanks to the tireless pursuit of justice, the city is finally being forced to remember too, ensuring that the echo of Ed Johnson's story will never again fade into silence. So we return to the question that hung in the air with Ed Johnson's body. How could this happen in open defiance of the nation's highest court? The answer, we now know, is as simple as it is terrifying. The law is not a fortress of stone. It is a fragile agreement, utterly dependent on the integrity of those sworn to uphold it. On that night in Chattanooga, the man with the badge decided the mob's will was more important than the court's word, and in that moment, the law ceased to exist. But this story is more than just a chronicle of a failure of justice. It is a profound lesson in the slow, stubborn, and often painful pursuit of it. It teaches us that the arc of the moral universe may bend toward justice, as the saying goes, but it does not bend on its own. It must be pulled, inch by painful inch, by the hands of courageous and often forgotten people. Men like Noah Pardon and Styles Hutchins, who risked everything for a man they knew was innocent, pulled on that arc. Their fight seemed lost in 1906, but it started a conversation that refused to die, a quiet echo that grew louder with each passing generation. The story of Ed Johnson is a reminder that history is never truly in the past. It lives in the steel of a bridge, in the names carved on a memorial, and in the ongoing struggle to reconcile our ideals with our actions. The Supreme Court's verdict was a landmark for the rule of law, but the real justice, the clearing of an innocent man's name, took nearly a century to arrive. It is a story that teaches us that the loudest shouts for truth often come from the quietest graves. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. You know how the law can be both a shield and a sword, and how sometimes it is simply a whisper in a storm of rage. For the law can be written on paper, but justice must be carved into the heart of a community. And that is a task that is never truly finished. Him standing on a patch of grass just outside Marietta, Georgia. Today, it's nothing more than a roadside shoulder, where the sound of passing cars is the only thing that breaks the stillness. There's no monument here, no grand marker to tell you what happened. But this ground remembers. Over a century ago, in the pale light of a new day, this was a stage for a final, terrible act of what some called justice, and others called murder. Right here, a man's life ended at the end of a rope, not by the hand of the state, but by the will of a disciplined, silent mob. The story of how he got here, dragged from a prison farm 100 miles away, is a dark journey into the heart of a city on edge, a courtroom ruled by fear, and a nation divided. Today, we're going to walk that path. We're going to sift through the ashes of a forgotten fire and listen to the whispers it left behind. Because the question isn't just what happened here, but why. And the answer is a story that Georgia and America has been trying to forget ever since. To understand the spark that lit that fire, we have to travel back, away from that lonely patch of grass, to the heart of Atlanta in 1913. This was the capital of the so-called New South, a city straining to build a future of smokestacks and industry on a foundation of Civil War ashes. Northern money was pouring in, and with it came Northern managers, bringing new ways that sat uneasily with the old. The air was thick with both coal smoke and resentment. It was a city holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Into this world walked two people, moving on a collision course they couldn't possibly see. The first was a girl named Mary Fagan. She was just 13 years old, a child who should have been in a schoolhouse or playing in a field. Instead, her family had been pushed by poverty from the quiet hills of Marietta into the city's grime, and she worked long, grinding hours at the National Pencil Company for 12 cents an hour. To the people of Atlanta, she was more than just a girl. She was a symbol of the innocent rural South they felt was being devoured by the machine of progress. The second was a man named Leo Frank. He was 29, the superintendent of that same pencil factory. And he was everything Mary Fagan was not. He was a northerner from Brooklyn, an engineer educated at Cornell University. He was Jewish in a world that was overwhelmingly and often fiercely Protestant. His speech was precise, his mannerisms different. He was the outsider, the face of the northern industrial power that gave girls like Mary a job, but at a cost that felt impossibly high. These two worlds met inside the brick walls of the National Pencil Company. Downstairs, the roar of machinery, the dust, and the sweat of hundreds of workers, many of them young girls from the countryside. Upstairs, the quiet order of the front office, a world of ledgers and calculations managed by Leo Frank. The two floors were separated by a staircase, but they might as well have been separated by an ocean of culture, class, and history. And the day it all came apart was no ordinary day. It was Saturday, April 26, 1913, Confederate Memorial Day. The streets of Atlanta were filled with parades, with the gray-haired veterans of a lost war marching under their faded battle flags. The city was wrapped in a defiant pride, a celebration of its past, even as it rushed toward a new future. It was on this day, with the echoes of old anthems in the air, that Mary Fagan made her way to the factory to collect her $1.20 pay from the man in the upstairs office. Him looking now at a digital copy of a photograph from the Georgia State Archives. The image is grainy, over a century old, but what it shows is chillingly clear. It's two small, crumpled pieces of paper covered in rough, almost childish pencil scrawls. These are the infamous murder notes found in the factory basement, just inches from Mary Fagan's head. They were the first and loudest voice to speak from that crime scene. Listen to what they say. The first one reads, "Ma'am, that Negro higher down here did this. I went to get water, and he pushed me down that hole, a long, tall Negro, black that who. It was long, slim, tall Negro, I write while play with me." The second is just as crude. He said he would love me and land down, play like the night witch did it, but that long, tall, black Negro did by hisself. On the surface, it's a deathbed accusation, a desperate attempt by a dying girl to name her attacker. But from the very beginning, these notes raised more questions than they answered. The police, the press, the public, they all looked at these words and saw a puzzle. The language was strange, the grammar almost nonsensical. Why would a killer, in the middle of such a brutal act, linger in the dark to carefully craft a frame-up? This wasn't just a clue, it was a performance, a piece of theater left on a dirt floor. These two scraps of paper were supposed to be a map pointing directly to the monster responsible. Instead, they became a labyrinth. The search for the hand that wrote these words would pull three men from the shadows, and in the fevered atmosphere of Atlanta, the city would have to decide which one of them was telling the truth and which one was the author of this vicious lie. The first man to be swallowed by the shadow of those notes was the night watchman, Newt Lee. Early the next morning, he made his rounds in the factory's silent, cavernous basement. His lantern cut a weak circle in the gloom, brushing over piles of coal dust and forgotten machine parts. He went to use the toilet, a crude setup in the back, and that's when his light fell upon it. A small body lying in the grime. He ran, terrified, and called the police. The discovery hit Atlanta like a lightning strike. The city's newspapers, locked in a bitter circulation war, descended on the story like vultures. They splashed lurid, sensational headlines across their front pages, painting a monstrous picture of the little factory girl's final moments. Public outrage was immediate, and it was white-hot. A villain was needed, and fast. The police, working under the immense pressure of that public fury, quickly rounded up their first suspects. There was Newt Lee, the man who found the body, the night witch seemingly named in the notes. There was Jim Conley, another black employee, a factory sweeper with a criminal record who was seen washing a stained shirt soon after the murder. And there was Leo Frank, the superintendent, the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. His nervous, twitchy demeanor during questioning immediately put him on the police's radar. At first, suspicion swirled around all three, but those notes, they were the problem. They didn't feel right. To the detectives, and soon to the public, The idea that a black man would have the presence of mind to write such elaborate notes to frame another black man seemed unlikely. A new, more sinister theory began to take root in the city's mind, a theory whispered on street corners and then printed in the papers. What if the notes weren't a clumsy frame-up, but a brilliant one? What if they were a double bluff, written by an educated white man, trying to make it look like an uneducated black man had committed the crime? Suddenly, the net of suspicion began to tighten. The focus shifted away from the two black workers and toward the northern Jewish superintendent. The very things that made Leo Frank an outsider, his education, his precise way of speaking, now became evidence against him. He was the only one, they reasoned, clever enough to devise such a twisted scheme. The seeds of a narrative were being sown, one where the factory boss was not just a manager, but a monster in disguise. To find the next piece of this story, I didn't go to a crime scene or a graveyard. I went to a small, cluttered office at a local university, a room lined with books on Georgia history, each one a monument to a forgotten world. I met with a local historian, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to untangling the knots of the Leo Frank case. He didn't just study the documents, he'd spoken to the children and grandchildren of the people who were there, preserving the whispers that never made it into the official record. "You have to understand," he told me, his voice quiet but intense. "The trial of Leo Frank didn't really happen in that courtroom. It happened in print, for weeks beforehand, on the pages of a magazine called The Jeffersonian." He explained that its publisher, Tom Watson, was a titan of Georgia politics, a populist who spoke to the fears of the poor, rural whites who felt their world was being stolen from them by northern industrialists and city slickers. And in Leo Frank, Watson found the perfect villain. This historian showed me copies of those old papers, their pages yellow and brittle. The words printed on them were pure venom. They didn't just report on the case, they created a myth. Frank was painted as a monster, a lecherous Jew who preyed on the innocent Christian girls who worked for him. Rumors, many of them sourced from disgruntled former employees, were printed as fact. Stories of inappropriate behavior in his office, of a secret, depraved life, filled the columns, poisoning the minds of every potential juror in the state. He explained that this wasn't just about one man's crime. It was about all the simmering resentments of the New South boiling over. Frank was the symbol for everything the common man feared and hated. He was the northern boss, the wealthy intellectual, and the Jewish outsider. Tom Watson, with the power of his printing press, took these vague fears and gave them a face, a name, and a crime. The public wasn't just asked to believe Frank was a killer. They were taught to believe he was a demon, the embodiment of a corrupting evil that had invaded their land. As I left that office, I understood that the verdict wasn't decided by evidence. It was forged in the fire of this public hatred. The point of no return wasn't a single moment in a dark basement. It was a slow, deliberate campaign of character assassination that guaranteed Leo Frank would be a dead man long before he ever set foot in that courtroom. The air in the interrogation rooms of the Atlanta police station was stale with cigar smoke and frustration. For days, Jim Conley, the factory sweeper, had been a human puzzle the police couldn't solve. He'd given one rambling, contradictory statement after another. He couldn't read or write, he swore. Then, caught in a lie, he admitted he could. Each story he told was a dead end, and the investigators were ready to dismiss him as a chronic liar, a nobody caught in the blast radius of a bigger crime. But then, after nearly a week of relentless questioning, something shifted. Backed into a corner, his lies exhausted, Jim Conley didn't just confess to something, he offered the police a revelation. It was the story they and the city of Atlanta had been secretly hoping for. Yes, he admitted, he had written those murder notes, but he hadn't done it alone. He had written them at the direction and under the terrified orders of his boss, Leo Frank. Suddenly, the investigators leaned in. The frustrated scribbling stopped, and Conley, seeing he finally had their full attention, began to perform. He spun a tale that was both gruesome and cinematic. He claimed he was standing watch for Frank that Saturday afternoon, while Frank took Mary Fagan into his private office. He told them he heard a scream. A few minutes later, he said, a trembling Frank called him in and showed him the girl's lifeless body on the floor. In Conley's telling, Frank was a panicked, sweating mess, confessing the murder and begging for help. He claimed Frank dictated the notes to him, word for word, and then ordered him to help carry the body down the ladder to the basement, a detail later changed to a rickety elevator when the ladder proved impossible. He described the journey into the dark, the body slung over Frank's shoulder, and the final act of leaving the girl's body and the incriminating notes in the filth and coal dust. It was a story filled with holes, a narrative that would change and warp with each retelling. But it didn't matter. It was perfect. It had the villain the newspapers had already created, the cold, calculating Jewish mastermind. And it had the simple-minded accomplice, a black man too scared and too weak to do anything but follow orders. For the prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a gift. He now had his star witness. From that moment on, the search for other truths ended. The investigation snapped shut like a steel trap around a single narrative. The path was now set in stone, leading from that interrogation room directly to a courthouse, a jury, and a hangman's noose. There would be no turning back. The machinery of justice now had its fuel, and it was roaring toward a single, preordained destination. I'm standing in downtown Atlanta now, at the corner of Forsyth and Marietta Street. It's a place of steel and glass, of corporate towers that scrape the sky. Businessmen and women with briefcases and coffee cups hurry past, their footsteps echoing on polished stone plazas. You won't find the National Pencil Company here anymore. There's no plaque, no historical marker, not even a trace of the old brick and mortar. The city has paved over its memory, burying the scene of the crime under the foundations of a new, gleaming skyline. But this is the place, right here, where this glass atrium catches the afternoon sun, once stood a 4-story brick factory, its windows clouded with a fine grey dust from the graphite within. It was a place of noise and labour, filled with the roar of machinery and the shouts of children earning a few cents an hour. And it was a building of stark contrasts. The loud, chaotic factory floors, the quiet, orderly superintendent's office on the 2nd story, and down below, a basement that was little more than a dirt-floored cave, dark, damp, and forgotten. This modern plaza is a scar, a smooth, clean surface hiding a wound that never truly healed. Because we know what this ground was used for. We can trace the path, in our minds, from that 2nd-floor office, down the narrow, creaking staircase to the absolute darkness of the cellar. This is the geography of the crime. And while the building is gone, the story remains, clinging to this very spot like a ghost. Right here, beneath all this progress, in the silence of a holiday afternoon, the machinery of industry stopped, and a far more brutal machine took over. If you believe the story told in that courtroom, the story that sealed Leo Frank's fate, then this is how the world ended for Mary Fagan. The great machines of the National Pencil Company were silent for the holiday. The only sounds in the cavernous building were the ticking of a clock in the office and the distant pop of celebratory firecrackers in the streets below. Sunlight, thick with floating dust, cut sharp angles through the tall, grimy windows of the 2nd floor. It was in this strange, industrial quiet that the 13-year-old girl walked into her superintendent's office to collect her pay. The exchange, by all accounts, was brief. Leo Frank sat at his desk, a man of ledgers and figures. Mary stood before him, a child of the factory floor. He handed her the small pay envelope containing her $1.20. It was a transaction that had happened 100 times before, in this office, with 100 other girls. A routine moment. She would have turned to leave, her hand clutching the money, her mind already on the parade, the sunlight, the rest of her day. And then, according to the state of Georgia, The silence was broken. Not by a long, drawn-out struggle, but by a single, sharp sound. A cry, cut short. The sudden, ugly noise of a body striking wood and then the floor. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but it was enough to shatter the afternoon. It was the sound of a line being crossed, of a life being erased in a flicker of brutal, incomprehensible violence. What followed was a terrible stillness. The dust motes continued their slow, silent dance in the sunbeams, but now they settled on a scene of irreversible horror. An overturned chair, a few scattered papers, and on the floor, near the leg of a heavy oak desk, a small pay envelope, its contents still neatly folded inside. The clock on the wall kept ticking, measuring out the seconds of a new, ghastly reality. The world outside, full of music and celebration, had no idea that in this quiet room, a tomb had just been created. This is the moment, Jim Conley swore, that he was called into the office. He claimed he saw a man not of cold, calculating evil, but of pure, animal panic. A man whose carefully constructed world had just been obliterated by his own hands. In the frantic, hushed whispers of that office, a desperate plan was born. The evidence had to be hidden. The body had to vanish. The target was the basement, a place no one ever went, a dark, forgotten hole at the bottom of the world. The journey down was a clumsy, scraping nightmare. The state claimed they used the narrow, hand-pulled elevator, a rickety cage barely large enough for one man, let alone two men and their terrible burden. The descent into the darkness was slow, the ropes groaning under the unfamiliar weight. They reached the bottom with a dull thud. The basement was pitch black, a cellar of damp earth and coal dust, where the only light came from a few frantic, flickering matches. There, in the oppressive dark, the final act was staged. The little body was left in a corner, amidst the filth. By the trembling light of a match, Conley said he scrawled out the clumsy accusatory notes, the pencil scratching against the paper. The words were meant to be a false trail, a clever misdirection. But they were more than that. They were the final, grotesque punctuation mark on the crime, a calculated lie left beside an unspeakable truth. Then, the match was extinguished, and two figures retreated into the gloom, leaving the basement to its profound and terrible silence. In a quiet room in the state archives, the entire tragedy is flattened, pressed, and bound into thousands of pages of brittle, yellowing paper. This is the official story, the one told in the language of law and procedure. Him looking at the trial transcript, a document thicker than a family Bible, and it feels like reading a ghost story. All the heat, the rage, and the terror of 1913 has been boiled down to a sterile series of questions and answers printed in neat black ink. You can read the coroner's report. It's a clinical inventory of a nightmare. It lists the cause of death as strangulation by ligature and notes the various wounds to the victim's body. The language is precise, medical, and utterly devoid of emotion. It reduces Mary Fagan to a collection of physical facts, a piece of evidence to be catalogued. It tells you how she died, but it cannot begin to tell you what it means for a child to be erased from the world in such a way. Then you turn to the testimony of Jim Conley. On the printed page, his story is a mess. It's a swamp of contradictions. The timeline he gives for the afternoon of the murder shifts and buckles under the slightest pressure. Key details of his story changed multiple times during his interrogations. Reading it now, in the silence of this archive, it seems almost impossible that a jury could have believed it. But this transcript, this cold collection of words, is a liar. It's a liar because it's incomplete. It cannot capture the sweat dripping from the jurors' faces in that sweltering, unair-conditioned courtroom. It cannot make you hear the roar of the mob in the streets outside, chanting for a hanging. And most importantly, it cannot show you the electrifying, charismatic performance that Jim Conley delivered on the witness stand. The jury wasn't reading a document. They were witnessing a confession, and to them, it felt like the raw, unvarnished truth. This is the great paradox of the official record. It preserves the facts, but loses the feeling. The words on these pages are the bones of the story, but the soul of it, the fever that gripped Atlanta and condemned Leo Frank, lived and died in the air of that courtroom. And that fever was about to be given the full force of the law. The trial of Leo Frank began in the suffocating heat of a Georgia July. But the real trial, the one that truly mattered, was happening on the streets outside. Every morning, the jury had to push its way through a massive, hostile crowd that thronged the courthouse square. The air was thick with sweat, tobacco smoke, and a low, guttural anger. The mob wasn't there to watch justice unfold. They were there to demand it on their terms. As the jurors passed, they were met with a chilling chant, a promise and a threat. "Hang the Jew, or we'll hang you." Inside, the courtroom was a pressure cooker. The prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, a man with his eyes on the governor's mansion, put on a masterclass of theatrical outrage. His case rested almost entirely on the shoulders of one man, Jim Conley. For 3 days, Conley sat on the witness stand, and under Dorsey's careful guidance, he gave the performance of a lifetime. He was by turns frightened, remorseful, and defiant. He acted out the murder, mimicking Frank's voice, describing the girl's final moments in lurid, horrifying detail. The defense attorneys hammered at his inconsistencies, but it was like trying to punch smoke. Conley stuck to the core of his story, and the jury was mesmerized. When it was Leo Frank's turn, his lawyers, fearing the cross-examination would play into the public's perception of him as a smug intellectual, advised him to make an unsworn statement. For over 3 hours, he stood before the court and spoke. He calmly, logically, and methodically dissected the state's case, proclaiming his innocence. But in that superheated atmosphere of emotion and prejudice, his calm came across as coldness. His logic felt like arrogance. He was speaking the language of a Cornell classroom to a jury that was fluent in the language of the mob outside. He was trying to solve a math problem while the room was on fire. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. The members could hear the crowd roaring outside, a constant, menacing reminder of the city's will. When they returned, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Guilty. The sentence, death by hanging. The moment the word was spoken, the city of Atlanta exploded, not in relief, but in wild, triumphant celebration. Justice had been done. The law had bent to the will of the people, and Hugh Dorsey had secured his political future on the life of Leo Frank. Walking through Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta now. It's one of the city's oldest, a sprawling city of the dead, where stone angels weep over the graves of Confederate generals and forgotten pioneers. This is where Mary Fagan was laid to rest. Her grave is easy to find. It's a site of pilgrimage, marked by a handsome stone, etched with a poem calling her a little factory girl whose innocence and faith were her shield and buckler. Flowers are often left here, even now, a century later. She remains a symbol, frozen in time as the eternal victim. To find Leo Frank's final resting place, you have to travel 1,000 miles north to Mount Carmel Cemetery in Queens, New York. His body was brought home, back to the Brooklyn he left behind. His grave is marked by a simple, dignified stone bearing his name, his dates, and the words, "Truth shall spring out of the earth." Unlike Mary's grave, his is a quiet place, far from the land that condemned him. It's a stone of exile. And what of the others? Hugh Dorsey, the prosecutor, rode the fame of the trial all the way to the governor's mansion, just as he'd planned. He is buried here in Atlanta as well, remembered as a statesman. Jim Conley, the star witness, served just 1 year in jail for his role as an accessory. He faded back into the obscurity from which he came, dying of drink and disease decades later, buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. But the most tragic figure in this story of endings might be Governor John Slayton. He's buried here in Oakland Cemetery too, under a grand monument befitting a man of his stature. The stone speaks of his service, his honor. but it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't mention that for one act of incredible moral courage, commuting Leo Frank's sentence because he believed him to be innocent, his political career was annihilated, and he and his wife had to flee their home state under the threat of death. He now lies just a short walk from the girl at the center of the storm. Enemies and saviors, victims and villains, all of them neighbors now, equals under the silent, watchful gaze of the Georgia pines. The guilty verdict was not an end. It was the beginning of a new war, a 2-year struggle fought in the highest courts of the land. The case of Leo Frank became a national scandal, a raw nerve that exposed the deep divisions between the industrial North and the defiant South. Money poured in from Jewish communities across the country to fund Frank's appeals, a fact that Tom Watson's newspapers used as proof of a vast conspiracy to subvert Georgia justice. With every failed appeal, the public's rage grew hotter, more impatient. The final battlefield was not a courtroom, but the conscience of one man, Georgia's outgoing governor, John Slayton. Slayton was a popular, respected politician at the peak of his power. All he had to do was sign a piece of paper, let the execution proceed, and his future was secure. But he couldn't. He waded through a sea of paper, the 10,000 pages of the trial record, and the inconsistencies of Jim Conley's story screamed at him from every page. He even went to the factory himself and concluded that Conley's story of moving the body was physically impossible. On June 21, 1915, just days before his term ended, Governor Slayton made a choice that would define him forever. He chose his conscience over his career. Citing his grave doubts, he commuted Leo Frank's death sentence to life in prison. He knew what was coming when he said, "I can endure the rabble's fury, but I cannot endure the death of my own conscience." He had committed political suicide to save his own soul. The rabble's fury was instantaneous. An enraged mob of thousands swarmed his mansion, forcing Slayton to declare martial law. The state's highest office became a gilded cage. He and his wife were prisoners, eventually smuggled out of Georgia under armed guard. His political career, once so bright, had been turned to ash. For his own safety, Leo Frank was taken from Atlanta in the dead of night and moved to the remote Milledgeville State Prison farm. But the shadow of the verdict followed him. Soon after arriving, another inmate, a convicted murderer, slashed Frank's throat with a butcher knife, nearly killing him. He survived that attack, but it was a clear message. The state could not protect him. And in Marietta, Mary Fagan's hometown, a group of men decided that if the state would not deliver the justice they demanded, they would deliver it themselves. This was no disorganized rabble. This was a disciplined conspiracy of vengeance, organized by some of the most powerful men in Georgia, lawyers, judges, businessmen, and politicians. They called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, and they began to draw up a plan, a military-style operation to finish the job the governor had interrupted. The hanging of Leo Frank on that August morning didn't end the story. It broke it in two, and for over a century those two broken halves have been at war. The event didn't create closure. It created a schism in the memory of Georgia, a wound that to this day has never properly healed. The conflict is no longer about one man's guilt or innocence, but about which version of the past we choose to believe. For a long time, and even now in the quiet corners of this state, one version of the story was held as gospel. It's the story of a community's righteous anger, of good men forced to do a terrible thing because the system had failed them. In this telling, the men who drove to Milledgeville weren't a lynch mob. They were the final jury, delivering a verdict a corrupt, city-slicker governor had tried to steal. To them, Mary Fagan is the only victim that matters, and Leo Frank got the justice he deserved, just a little later than scheduled. It's a legacy of local honor, a grim fairy tale about protecting one's own. But then there is the other legacy, the one pieced together from the flawed trial transcripts, from the tireless work of investigators decades later, and from the gnawing conscience of the state itself. This is the story of a perfect storm of prejudice, where anti-Semitism, class warfare, and tabloid journalism converged on one man, an outsider who was the perfect scapegoat. It views Leo Frank not as a monster, but as a martyr, and the Knights of Mary Fagan not as patriots, but as a well-organized death squad whose members included the community's most powerful men. These two stories cannot both be true. Leo Frank cannot be both a depraved killer and an innocent victim. The lynching cannot be both an act of popular justice and a calculated act of murder. And so, the legacy of this case becomes a choice, and that choice often depends on who you ask and where you ask them. Do you trust the story whispered from one generation to the next, a story of local pride and swift retribution? Or do you trust the story pieced together from dusty archives and a deathbed confession, a story of a horrific, unforgivable mistake? The truth of what happened that day in Frey's Gin has been buried under a century of argument and anger. The case became a mirror, and what different people see in it has always said more about them than it does about Leo Frank. In the mountains and hollows of the South, the ugliest truths don't just get written down in books, they get sung. Before the ink was even dry on the newspapers, the tragedy of Mary Fagan had been smoothed into the verses of a folk ballad. The Ballad of Mary Fagan was soon played on fiddles and sung on front porches from Georgia to Tennessee. The song was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally effective. It told the story of a little girl, an angel of innocence, who went to the city and was murdered by a monster. There was no room for doubt or ambiguity in its verses. For generations of people who never read a single page of the trial transcript, this song was the truth. History had dissolved, and a legend as powerful and unshakable as a hymn had taken its place. But the story of Leo Frank didn't just curdle into a sad song, it mutated into something far more organized and far more dangerous. The disciplined, successful lynching by the Knights of Mary Fagan was seen by some not as a crime, but as an inspiration. 3 months later, on Thanksgiving night of 1915, a man named William J. Simmons took 15 followers to the top of Stone Mountain, a massive granite dome just outside Atlanta. There, under the cold stars, they lit a towering wooden cross, its fiery arms visible for miles around. This ceremony marked the official rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The story of Leo Frank was its founding myth, its genesis story. The Klan of the 1920s was no longer just an anti-black organization. It was now virulently anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant. The tale of the innocent Christian girl murdered by the lecherous Jew boss became their single most powerful recruiting tool. The story was no longer a story, it was a weapon. The legend, born from the death of one girl and one man, would now be used to ignite a fire of hatred that would spread across the entire nation, casting a long, dark shadow that would take decades to fade. And so, here we are again, back where we started, on this quiet roadside shoulder just outside Marietta. The cars still rush past, their drivers oblivious, their tires humming on the asphalt. A century ago, the only sound here was the creak of a rope and the collective held breath of a crowd that had gathered to watch a man die. After our journey, this place looks different. It's no longer just a patch of anonymous ground. It's a wound in the earth, a final destination. We can almost see them now, the silent convoy of cars arriving in the pre-dawn light, the grim-faced men, the terrified figure pulled from the back seat. We have followed the whispers from this spot all the way back to their source. A dusty factory floor, a sweltering courtroom, a governor's mansion under siege. We've seen how a city's simmering anxieties about the future could be focused into a burning hatred for one man. We've seen how the power of a printing press could convict a man in the public mind long before a jury ever heard his name. And we've seen how a group of powerful men, convinced of their own righteousness, could take the law into their own hands and call it justice. This story serves as a chilling reminder. It shows us how fragile truth can be in the face of a story people want to believe. It took 70 years for a deathbed confession to surface, for a man named Alonzo Mann to finally break his silence. And it took even longer for the state of Georgia to issue a pardon, not for innocence, but for its own failure to protect a prisoner from the mob. A piece of paper issued decades too late to correct a wrong that could never be undone. So the next time you pass a forgotten spot on a lonely road, a place with no marker to tell its tale, listen. Listen for the echoes, because the oak tree they used is long gone, cut down by souvenir hunters and time. The factory has been demolished, replaced by the monuments of a new century. The people are all gone, turned to dust and memory. But the story remains.
The air hung heavy and thick, cloying with the damp scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like fresh blood on cold earth. Mist, thick as a shroud, snaked through the hollows, clinging to the branches of ancient oaks, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Then, from the distant ridge, came the sharp crack of a rifle shot. A sound that echoed through the hills and valleys of Appalachia, a sound that meant death. For generations, that sound was the heartbeat of the mountains. It was the language of the Hatfield-McCoy feud. It spoke of bitter grudges, of families pitted against families, a brutal symphony of vengeance and survival. And at the center of it all stood a figure carved from the very rock of those hills, William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. He was a patriarch, a warlord, a man whose name alone could curdle the blood in your veins. They said he was as cunning as a fox, as fierce as a bear, and as ruthless as the land itself. His power wasn't written in laws or treaties. It was etched in the fear he inspired, in the loyalty of his clan, and in the cold steel of the firearms they carried. Devil Anse ruled through sheer force, through intimidation, and by making it clear that his word was the law, enforced by lead and fire. His legend looms large, a testament to the raw, untamed power of the Appalachian frontier. He lived and died a king of the mountains, a symbol of brute strength and defiant independence. His story is one of the most famous, most violent, most American sagas ever told. But what if the most powerful Hatfield who ever lived wasn't the one holding the gun? What if he was the one counting the votes? The man who eclipsed the Devil's legend was his cousin, Ephraim Hatfield. And he was a different kind of animal entirely. He wasn't a mountain warlord. He was a political boss. He rarely carried a gun, and some say he never even raised his voice. He didn't need to. Where Devil Anse's power ended at the barrel of a Winchester, Eph's was just beginning. His kingdom was not a windswept mountain hollow. It was the Aracoma Hotel, a handsome brick building in the heart of Logan, West Virginia. And his throne was a simple, unassuming armchair in the lobby. Imagine the scene. Day after day, from morning until evening, Eph Hatfield would sit in that chair watching the world go by. He was a calm, almost placid figure, often dressed in a simple suit. He would read the newspaper, smoke a cigar, and greet men who approached him with a quiet nod. But don't let the stillness fool you. From that single chair, he was pulling the strings of an entire county. The men who came to see him were not weathered Klansmen seeking vengeance. They were sheriffs, judges, coal mine superintendents, and aspiring politicians. They would approach his chair, one by one, and speak in low, deferential tones. They weren't there to pass the time. They were there for a verdict. They were asking for a job for a relative. They were seeking a political endorsement. They were requesting a legal problem to disappear. Ephraim would listen patiently, his eyes missing nothing. A conversation might last minutes, or it might be just a few seconds. And then would come the decision. It wasn't a decree shouted from a mountaintop. It was a slight nod of the head, a quiet word, or just a dismissive wave of the hand. And that was it. A man's fate was sealed. The next county clerk was chosen, a contract was awarded, a deputy was appointed. He didn't need to raise his voice. In Logan County, a word from F. Hatfield could build a man's fortune or bury him without a shovel. This was the new face of power in Appalachia. The brute force of the feud had evolved, becoming something far more sophisticated and far more terrifying. It was the power of the system. To understand how one man could hold a whole county in the palm of his hand, you first have to understand the land that made him. A land of steep hills, deep shadows, and black gold. In the early 20th century, Logan County was less a part of the United States and more a private kingdom. A kingdom built on a single, powerful resource: coal. It was a rugged, isolated place. The mountains themselves were both a blessing and a curse, holding veins of the richest bituminous coal in the world, but also cutting the region off, creating a world unto itself with its own rules. And the first rule was simple: the coal company was God. Massive corporations from the north had swept in, buying up tens of thousands of acres. They built the railroads, they built the mines, and they built the towns. These weren't normal towns. They were company towns, and the name tells you everything you need to know. The company owned every single building: the houses the miners lived in, the store where they bought their food, the church where they prayed, and the hospital where they died. Miners were often paid not in US dollars, but in scrip, a form of private currency that could only be spent at the company store. This created a closed loop of economic servitude. The company gave you a job, paid you in company money, which you then had to give right back to them for rent and overpriced groceries. It was a system designed to keep men perpetually in debt, tethered to the mines for life. Your existence was a line item on a corporate ledger. This created a population of men who were tough, hard-working, and utterly dependent. They had no real rights. Attempts to unionize were crushed with brutal efficiency by private armies of mine guards, men like the infamous Baldwin Felts agents, who were more like corporate mercenaries than detectives. They would evict families from their homes, beat organizers, and sometimes kill them. The coal companies owned the houses, the stores, and the jobs. They owned the miners' bodies. Ephraim Hatfield was about to figure out how to own their souls. He saw the landscape for what it was: a battleground. On one side, you had the immense wealth and power of the coal operators, outsiders who needed the local political system to protect their investments and keep the unions out. On the other side, you had thousands of miners, a vast, untapped source of political power, if only they could be controlled. They were two great opposing forces. The companies had the money. The miners had the numbers. F. Hatfield realized he could be the bridge between them, and in doing so, become more powerful than either. Ephraim Hatfield's political machine wasn't built with speeches and rallies. It was built like an engine, piece by meticulous piece, in the back rooms and quiet corners of Logan County. It became known as the Logan County System, and it was a masterpiece of corruption. The fuel for this engine was the voter. But in Logan, your vote wasn't so much a right as it was a commodity. The first step was control of the voter rolls. F's organization would pay the poll taxes for thousands of miners and their families. On the surface, it looked like a generous act. In reality, it was a transaction. By paying your tax, they essentially owned your vote. You were now on their list, and you were expected to vote as you were told. The second part of the machine was control of the ballot box itself. This was achieved with brutal simplicity. The election officials in nearly every precinct, the people who counted the votes, were handpicked by F. These weren't impartial civil servants, they were loyal cogs in the machine. On election day, anything was possible. Ballot boxes would be stuffed with votes from people who were dead or had long since moved away. Votes for opposition candidates would simply vanish. Imagine you're a miner in a remote company town. The polling place is run by the mine foreman's brother. Everyone knows who you are, and everyone knows who the company supports. You're handed a pre-marked ballot and told to drop it in the box. What do? Do you risk your job, the roof over your family's head, for the principle of a secret ballot? Most people didn't. They did as they were told. Through this combination of economic pressure and outright fraud, F. Hatfield could deliver the vote of Logan County as a single, predictable block. He could guarantee any candidate thousands of votes, making him indispensable to anyone with statewide ambitions. But here's what made Ephraim a political genius, and what made his system nearly unbeatable. He didn't just pick the winner. In most elections, he picked both candidates. This strategy of controlling both sides of the aisle was the masterstroke. He built a two-headed political beast, and both heads answered to him. In the rest of America, politics was a war between Democrats and Republicans. In Logan County, it was a carefully staged play, and Ephraim Hatfield was the director, the producer, and the man who wrote the script. He understood a fundamental truth. True power isn't about winning the election. It's about controlling the choices. Here's how it worked. Logan County, like much of West Virginia, was traditionally Democratic. So, Ephraim consolidated his control over the local Democratic Party. He became the chairman of the county's Democratic Executive Committee. This position gave him immense power. He could dictate who got on the primary ballot, control the party's finances, and mobilize the party's resources. He would choose a candidate for sheriff, for judge, for county clerk, men who were loyal to him and the machine. His thousands of controlled voters would ensure they won the Democratic primary with ease. This part is simple enough. It's classic political boss behavior. But this is where Eph's genius for corruption came in. He didn't stop there. He looked across the aisle at the Republican Party. In Logan County, the Republicans were a permanent minority. They had no real chance of winning a general election. So Ephraim made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He went to the leaders of the local Republican Party and essentially put them on his payroll. He would provide them with money and influence. In return, he got to pick their candidates too. In the Republican primary, Ephraim would run a candidate he secretly controlled. It might be a friend, a business associate, or someone who simply owed him a favor. Since the Republican Party was so small, it was easy to manipulate their primary election. So now, fast forward to the general election in November. The people of Logan County walk into the voting booth and see their choices. For sheriff, they can vote for the Democrat, John Smith. Or they can vote for the Republican, Peter Jones. It looks like a fair choice. It feels like democracy, but it's an illusion. Because both John Smith and Peter Jones answer to the same man, sitting in his chair in the Aracoma Hotel. No matter who the public voted for, Ephraim Hatfield's man would win. He had created a perfect, closed system. It was a political monster with two heads, one Democrat, one Republican, but both were connected to the same body and both took their orders from the same brain. With the politicians in his pocket, there was only one piece of the puzzle left to control: the law itself. And in the mountains of West Virginia, the law had a name: the county sheriff. In most of America, the county sheriff is a respected lawman, an elected official who serves the public. In Logan County during the reign of Ephraim Hatfield, the sheriff was a king. His power was immense, far exceeding that of a simple police officer. He was the county treasurer, which meant he controlled all the public money. He was the tax collector, and most importantly, he had the authority to hire and fire hundreds of deputy sheriffs. This wasn't a professional police force. It was a private army. And for years, the man who wore the badge and commanded this army was Don Chafin. Chafin was the physical embodiment of the Logan County system's power. He was tough, ruthless, and fiercely loyal to the machine that put him in office. His deputies were everywhere. They weren't just patrolling the streets of Logan, they were stationed in every coal camp, on every major road, and at every railroad station. Their official job was to keep the peace. Their real job was to enforce the will of the coal companies and the political machine. They were the muscle. Their salaries were paid by the county, but their loyalty was supplemented by the coal operators. The companies paid the sheriff's office a handsome fee for each deputy stationed on their property. This created a perfect circle of corruption. The machine picked the sheriff hired the deputies, and the coal companies paid to keep them in their camps, crushing any sign of union activity. These deputies could arrest anyone, for any reason. They could beat men with impunity. They could stop and search travelers, turning away anyone they deemed an agitator or a union organizer. They created an iron curtain around Logan County, turning it into a fortress state. Fiercely resistant to any outside influence. Imagine a police force that doesn't answer to the public, but to a single man sitting in a hotel lobby. That wasn't a nightmare in Logan County. It was reality. Don Chafin and his army of deputies were the enforcers who made the system work. They were the ones who ensured voters cast their ballots correctly. They were the ones who protected the ballot boxes from prying eyes. They were the iron fist inside the machine's velvet glove. For years, this combination of political cunning and brute force seemed invincible. It was a perfect, self-sustaining ecosystem of power. For years, the machine ran unopposed. It seemed invincible. Then, in 1920, one man made the fatal mistake of believing the law was bigger than E.F. Hatfield. His name was Wallace Houndshell. In a system where every piece was bought and paid for, the courts were supposed to be the final cog in the machine. Judges, like everyone else, were typically chosen for their loyalty, not their legal brilliance. Their job was to legitimize the machine's actions, to provide a rubber stamp of judicial approval for the arrests made by Chafin's deputies and the political maneuvering of Hatfield's allies. But sometimes, a piece doesn't fit. Wallace H. Houndshell was not a product of the Logan County machine. He was an outsider, a respected lawyer from a neighboring county who, through a twist of political fate, was appointed by the governor to fill a vacant seat on the circuit court bench in Logan. He was an educated man, a man who believed in the sanctity of the law and the integrity of the courts. He was, in every way, the wrong man for the job, if you were F. Hatfield. When Judge Houndshell first arrived in Logan, he was likely prepared for a certain amount of local flavor in the justice system. What he found shocked him to his core. He saw a legal system that was a complete sham. Grand juries were packed with the sheriff's deputies. Indictments were handed down not based on evidence, but on political convenience. Men were arrested on flimsy charges, held in jail, and pressured to vote the right way in exchange for their freedom. The courtroom, which Houndshell considered a sacred space, was being used as just another tool of coercion, and he refused to be a part of it. He began to fight back, using the only weapon he had, his position as judge. He started scrutinizing the indictments brought before him. He found dozens that were legally baseless and threw them out of court, freeing the men who had been arrested. He publicly questioned the methods of the sheriff's office. He began to block the machine's moves, using the letter of the law as his shield and his sword. For the first time in years, the gears of the Logan County system began to grind, to meet resistance. A wave of hope, small but real, began to ripple through the county. It seemed that one man, armed with courage and a law book, could actually make a difference. Houndshell thought he was fighting for justice. He didn't realize he had just declared war on a king in the middle of his kingdom. And the king was about to strike back. Ephraim Hatfield and his lieutenants did not panic. Their machine was not designed to handle justice. It was designed to crush opposition. And Judge Houndshell was the most dangerous kind of opposition, an honest man in a position of power. They couldn't bribe him, they couldn't intimidate him. So, they decided to destroy him. The counterattack was not a noisy affair. It didn't happen in a dark alley. It happened in quiet, smoke-filled rooms in the state capital of Charleston. The machine's strategy was as brilliant as it was diabolical. If you can't control the judge, get rid of him. They decided to have him impeached. This was a declaration of total war. Impeaching a judge was a rare and extreme measure. It required mobilizing the machine's full influence at the state level. F. Hatfield and his allies called in every favor they were owed. They leaned on the state legislators whose campaigns they had funded. They whispered in the ears of the governor they had helped elect. Their foot soldiers in Logan County were tasked with a single mission: find dirt on Judge Houndshell, or if you can't find any, create it. An army of sheriff's deputies and machine loyalists began to meticulously comb through every decision, every case, every aspect of Houndshell's life, looking for anything that could be twisted into an accusation. They interviewed disgruntled litigants who had lost cases in his court. They dug into his personal finances. They were building a weapon, one manufactured charge at a time. Soon, a formal list of charges was presented to the West Virginia House of Delegates. It was a masterpiece of malicious fiction. The charges against him were absurd, almost laughable. One accused him of borrowing a law book and not returning it on time. Another claimed he showed favoritism in a case by ruling against a friend of Don Chafin. They accused him of tyranny and despotism for, of all things, enforcing the law against the machine's allies. Each charge, on its own, was flimsy, but piled one on top of the other, they created the illusion of a corrupt and incompetent judge. The charges didn't have to be true, they just had to be public. The machine-controlled newspapers ran the headlines. The whispers started in the State House. The stage was being set. The trial was a sham, a piece of political theater designed for one purpose: to make an example of the man who dared to say no. The impeachment trial of Judge Wallace Houndshell began in the West Virginia Senate. By law, this was the jury. But in reality, it was a room full of politicians, many of whom owed their careers to the very machine Hounshell had defied. For them, this wasn't about evidence. It was about loyalty and self-preservation. Hounshell and his legal team mounted a valiant defense. They went through the list of charges one by one, methodically dismantling them. They showed that the accusation about the law book was a clerical error. They produced testimony and court records proving his rulings were based on sound legal precedent, not personal bias. They exposed the accusers as known allies of Don Chafin and the Logan machine, revealing their obvious political motivations. For a moment, it seemed like the truth might matter. Hounshell's defense was so thorough, so compelling, that several newspapers following the trial began to predict his acquittal. It seemed impossible that any impartial observer could look at the flimsy manufactured evidence and vote to remove a sitting judge. But the jury wasn't impartial. They weren't there to weigh evidence. They were there to follow orders. Behind the scenes, the machine was working tirelessly. Eve Hatfield's lieutenants were in Charleston, reminding senators of past favors. They were promising future support. They were subtly threatening political consequences for anyone who stepped out of line. The fate of Judge Hounshell wasn't being decided in the Senate chamber. It was being decided over dinner, in hotel rooms, and with quiet handshakes in the hallway. When the time came to vote, the outcome was swift and brutal. The senators, many of whom had likely barely paid attention to the testimony, cast their votes. Wallace H. Hounshell was found guilty. He was impeached and removed from the bench. His career, built on a lifetime of integrity, was annihilated in a single afternoon. He had walked into the state capitol a respected judge. He walked out a broken man, stripped of his office, his reputation in tatters, a public example of what happens when you challenge the established order. Ephraim Hatfield never laid a hand on Wally Hounshell. He didn't have to. He had shown everyone in West Virginia that he could kill a man's life, his career, and his honor with nothing more than a series of whispers and a stacked vote. The message was clear. Message was, the impeachment of Judge Hounshell wasn't just an attack on one man. It was a message sent to every single person in Logan County and beyond. It was a demonstration, broadcast across the state, of the machine's reach and its ruthlessness. The message was simple. We are in control. Do not cross us, ever. And the people listened. A quiet, suffocating fear settled over the region. Before, there might have been whispers of opposition, small acts of defiance. Now, there was mostly silence. Who would be brave enough to speak out when a respected circuit court judge could be publicly crucified with such ease? The consequences of dissent became brutally clear, and they weren't always as dramatic as a public trial. The machine's retaliation was often more subtle, a slow and quiet strangulation of a person's livelihood. If you were a small business owner who supported an opposition candidate, you might find yourself suddenly buried in a mountain of new regulations. Your license to operate might be delayed or revoked for a minor infraction that was previously ignored. Health inspectors might start showing up every week. Your business would slowly be bled dry. If you were a miner who was overheard speaking in favor of a union, your name would find its way to a blacklist. You'd be fired from your job. And because the coal companies all work together, you wouldn't be able to find work at any other mine in the county. You would have to pack up your family and leave, or watch them starve. Teachers who didn't support the machine's candidates for the school board found their contracts weren't renewed. Doctors who fell out of favor found their hospital privileges questioned. Even the location of a new road could be a political weapon, rerouted to bypass the property of a dissenter, isolating them and tanking their land value. This was the true genius of F's control. It wasn't just political, it was economic. To stand against him wasn't just to risk your vote, it was to risk the food on your family's table. He had fused political power and economic power into a single, terrifying weapon. He had achieved what his cousin, Devil Anse, never could. Devil Anse controlled a clan through loyalty and fear of violence. Eve Hatfield controlled an entire society through the quiet, pervasive fear of losing everything. With the county completely subdued, Ephraim's gaze turned higher. He wasn't just content being the king of Logan County, he wanted to choose the kings of West Virginia. With Logan County locked down, Ephraim Hatfield held a unique and powerful commodity in West Virginia politics, a guaranteed block of thousands of votes. In a statewide election, where the margins of victory could be razor thin, the Logan County vote was the political equivalent of a royal flush, and Ephraim was the only man at the table holding it. Ambitious politicians from all over the state began making a pilgrimage to Logan. They weren't coming to give speeches or hold rallies. They were coming to the Aracoma Hotel to sit down with the quiet man in the lobby and ask for his blessing. They were candidates for governor, for the United States Senate, for Congress. And they knew the road to Charleston, or even to Washington, D.C., ran directly through Av Hatfield's territory. The meeting would be discreet. The deal was unspoken, but perfectly understood. If Ephraim gave his support, he would deliver the Logan County vote. He would turn out his machine, stuff the ballot boxes, and ensure a massive, lopsided victory in his county for the chosen candidate. In return, the candidate, once elected, owed him. They owed him loyalty. They owed him protection. This arrangement provided the machine with a crucial shield of armor. If a pesky state prosecutor or an ambitious attorney general ever got the idea to investigate the rampant corruption in Logan, a quiet phone call would be made. The governor, remembering the thousands of votes that put him in office, would ensure the investigation stalled. State police would be told to stand down. Funding for the investigation would mysteriously dry up. F. Hatfield had bought himself statewide immunity. His influence became legendary. It was said that you couldn't get elected dog catcher in southern West Virginia without Eph's approval, let alone governor. He became known in whispers and newspaper columns as the Kingmaker. He didn't want to be the governor himself. That would mean being in the spotlight, being held accountable. Ephraim preferred to stay in the shadows, pulling the strings, choosing the men who would hold the titles and take the heat while he held the real power. For decades, the political landscape of West Virginia was shaped by his unseen hand. The course of the state, the laws that were passed, the men who led it, all were influenced by the quiet calculations of a man in a hotel lobby, 100 miles from the Capitol building. For decades, Ephraim Hatfield was a force of nature in West Virginia politics, as unmovable as the mountains themselves. But in the 1930s, a new force swept across America, one that not even the Kingmaker could control. Ephraim Hatfield's machine was built for a specific world, a world of isolation, corporate feudalism, and total economic dependency. For decades, that world seemed permanent. But then, the world broke. The stock market crash of 1929 and the Great Depression that followed sent a shockwave across the country that even the insulated kingdom of Logan County could not escape. The price of coal plummeted, mines shut down, thousands of men were thrown out of work, left with nothing. The system of control, which relied on the company providing for the miners, began to collapse. The company store couldn't extend credit forever. The private scrip in their hands became worthless paper. For the first time, the absolute power of the coal operators was shaken. And then came a voice from the radio. A calm, reassuring voice that promised a new deal for the American people. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The federal government, which had been a distant, almost foreign entity, suddenly became a powerful presence in the lives of the Appalachian miners. New Deal programs like the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, started offering jobs that weren't controlled by the coal companies. Men could earn real U.S. dollars building roads, schools, and parks. Federal relief agencies started distributing food and assistance, creating a safety net that wasn't dependent on the local machine's approval. This was a seismic shift. Ephraim's power was rooted in his role as the gatekeeper of survival. He and the coal companies controlled all the jobs, all the money, and all the food. Suddenly, there was a new source of all three, and it answered to Washington, D.C., not the Aracoma Hotel. Perhaps the most significant change was the Wagner Act of 1935, which federally protected the right of workers to organize and join unions. This gave the United Mine Workers of America, the UMWA, the legal firepower they needed to finally break through the Iron Curtain around Logan County. Organizers, now protected by federal law, could no longer be beaten and thrown in jail by the sheriff's deputies with impunity. For the first time, the miners had a new boss to listen to, a voice from Washington, D.C. that spoke louder than the man in the hotel lobby. They began to see that their collective power, organized under the banner of a national union, could be greater than the localized power of a county political machine. The machine wasn't destroyed overnight. It was a slow process. A great political engine, slowly, inevitably beginning to rust. The rust wasn't just in the system, it was in the man himself. By the late 1930s, Ephraim Hatfield was getting old. The world he had mastered, the world of backroom deals and absolute control, was changing faster than he could adapt. The quiet, unassuming man in the hotel lobby began to look less like a king and more like a relic. The tools of his trade were becoming obsolete. Outright ballot stuffing and voter intimidation were becoming harder to execute. The new presence of federal agencies and the watchful eyes of the now powerful unions meant that elections were being scrutinized like never before. The introduction of the secret ballot, a simple curtain pulled around a voting booth, was a revolutionary act in Logan County. It gave a miner a precious moment of anonymity, a chance to vote his conscience without the foreman looking over his shoulder. The two-headed beast he had created, his control over both the Democratic and Republican parties, began to weaken. The National Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt was a pro-union, populist party, a world away from the conservative, business-aligned machine Ephraim ran locally. A new generation of politicians was rising, men and women who owed their allegiance to the New Deal and the unions, not to the old county bosses. His grip on the economic lifeblood of the county was also slipping. As the UMWA grew in strength, it negotiated contracts that gave miners better wages, benefits, and a degree of job security. The Union Hall became a new center of power in the community, a place where men could gather and speak freely, away from the prying ears of the company deputies. It offered an alternative to the paternalistic control of the machine. You could feel the change in the air. The fear that had held the county in a state of paralysis for so long began to slowly recede. People started to believe that another way was possible. The kingmaker, who had once seemed like a permanent feature of the landscape, was now losing his grip. The votes he could once deliver with absolute certainty were no longer a sure thing. The man who had once moved political mountains was now watching the world change around him, becoming a relic in his own lifetime. The end for Ephraim Hatfield did not come with a bang. There was no final dramatic confrontation, no violent overthrow. It was a slow fade into irrelevance. In his final years, he still held court in the lobby of the Aracoma Hotel, but the lines of men seeking his favor grew shorter. The aura of absolute power that had once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by the quiet dignity of an old man watching the parade pass him by. The new political landscape had no place for him. Power in West Virginia was now a complex negotiation between the unions, the federal government, and a new breed of politician. The old kingmaker's endorsement still carried some weight, but it was no longer the deciding factor. The Logan County system, his masterpiece of control, was a shadow of its former self, a creaking, rusty apparatus that could no longer dictate the future. Ephraim Hatfield died in 1943 at the age of 76. His death was not the end of a bloody feud, marked by gunfire and vengeance. It was a quiet passing, noted in the local papers as the end of an era. He died of natural causes, a man who had wielded more power than any Appalachian warlord, yet who ended his life not in a hail of bullets, but as an old man whose time had simply run out. It's a strange irony. His cousin, Devil Anse, who lived and died by the gun, became a permanent American legend. His name is synonymous with the wild, violent spirit of the frontier. He is a figure of folklore, his story told and retold in books and movies. Ephraim, on the other hand, the man who was infinitely more powerful, who controlled the lives of tens of thousands, who made governors and senators, has been largely forgotten by history. His power, for all its vastness, was ephemeral. It was the power of whispers, of backroom deals, of a system that thrived in the shadows. And when the light was finally let in, it began to fade. Ephraim Hatfield was gone. But the machine he built, the system he perfected, did it truly die with him? Or does its ghost still haunt the corridors of power? The story of Ephraim Hatfield is more than just a piece of Appalachian history. It's a chilling case study in how power works and how democracy can fail. It's a blueprint, a warning. The Logan County system was not some strange, isolated anomaly born of mountain feuds and coal dust. It was an American creation. Ephraim's genius was his understanding that you don't need a gun to control people, not when you can control their jobs. You don't need to be a dictator, not when you can handpick both candidates. And you don't need to break the law, not when you can control the men who write the laws and the men who enforce them. He perfected a quieter, more insidious form of tyranny, one that wears the mask of democracy. His methods became the template for other political machines across the country, in rural counties and in sprawling cities. The names and faces changed, but the mechanics remained the same. Control the vote, control the jobs, and wrap it all in a cloak of legitimacy. His story forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much has really changed? Where do these machines still exist today, hidden in plain sight? Perhaps they are no longer run by a single man in a hotel lobby. Perhaps they are run by corporations, by special interests, by faceless algorithms that manipulate the information we see. The methods are more sophisticated, the scale is grander, but the goal is the same: to control the choices, and thus, to control the outcome. The ghost of the Logan County system is the idea that our vote is just an illusion, that the game is rigged and the real decisions are made long before we ever step into the booth. It's the creeping suspicion that no matter who we choose, the same interests, the same powers, always win. Ephraim Hatfield's ultimate legacy is not a statue or a monument. It is a persistent question that echoes through the years, from the hollows of West Virginia to the halls of power today. The question is, who is really counting the votes? And more importantly, who is choosing the candidates? The answer to that is the difference between a functioning democracy and a very well-managed play.
If you stand on a ridge in Logan County, West Virginia, and just listen, all you'll hear is the wind moving through the pines. It feels ancient, peaceful. But 160 years ago, this silence was an illusion. It was a cover. In these very hills, a different kind of civil war was fought, a war of shadows and whispers, where your neighbor was more dangerous than any army. This valley was a hunting ground, and two men were the apex predators. One of them, you know, Devil Anse Hatfield. The other, his name has been swallowed by the fog of time. Today, we're peeling back that fog. We're here to find the story of Captain William Anderson, known to his men as Wall. He was the first man to wage a private war against Hatfield, a Union guerrilla chief whose personal crusade for a murdered friend would pour the foundation for the most infamous feud in American history. This ground remembers him, and if we listen close enough, it'll tell us his tale. Before the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter, life along the Tug Fork River followed a rhythm as old as the mountains themselves. It was a world of scattered log cabins, nestled in deep hollows, where a man's last name meant more than any flag. Here, loyalty wasn't given to a government in some far-off city. It was sworn to your kin, your clan. Life was a relentless cycle of planting, hunting, and surviving, carved out of the forest with an axe and a rifle. And in this world lived two young men, both forged from the same mountain grit, both natural leaders, and both named Anderson. The first was William Anderson. The records don't tell us much about his early life, but they tell us what he stood for. He was a Unionist through and through. For him, and many like him, the Confederacy was the creation of wealthy tidewater aristocrats, the same flatland politicians who had always looked down on the mountain people as backward and unimportant. The Union represented something purer, a nation of free men, not a society built on the backs of slaves. In a county that was bleeding secessionist sympathy, holding that belief wasn't just an opinion, it was a dangerous declaration. The other was Anderson Hatfield, a man whose charisma was as sharp as his aim. History would come to call him Devil Anse. He saw the world differently. To him, the war was about defending his home from a federal government that had no right to tell a man how to live. He was a product of his place and time, fiercely independent and deeply loyal to Virginia. When the state seceded, his loyalty went with it. He saw the Union as an invader, an enemy at his doorstep. Before the war, they were just neighbors in a sparsely populated county. They would have passed each other on the trail, perhaps traded stories or shared a mason jar of corn liquor at a local gathering. They understood the same unwritten laws of the mountains. But in 1861, the whole world changed. A line was drawn right down the middle of the Tugfork Valley. Suddenly, you had to choose. Were you for the Union or for the Confederacy? There was no middle ground. Friendships soured overnight. Families were torn apart. The quiet suspicion that had always existed between neighbors began to curdle into a deadly hatred. This beautiful, rugged land, once a sanctuary, was about to become a slaughterhouse. William Anderson and Anse Hatfield, two men who might have been friends in another life, were now standing on opposite sides of a chasm, ready to lead their people into a war far more personal and brutal than anything happening on the famous battlefields of the East. History isn't always found on a bronze plaque. Sometimes the most powerful truths are hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a cardboard box in the basement of a county courthouse. That's where I found this. It's a digital copy of a fragile yellow document from the West Virginia State Archives, a military muster roll from 1862. The ink is faded, the names handwritten in a script that's almost art, but one entry is perfectly clear. At the top of a list of about 50 men, it reads, Captain William Anderson. This single piece of paper is the key. It makes him real, pulling him out of the realm of folklore and into official history. And it gives us the official name of his unit, the Logan County Home Guard. The name sounds so orderly, so defensive. It paints a picture of local men, deputized to protect their homes and keep the peace. A neighborhood watch with rifles, sanctioned by the new Union government of West Virginia. But that's the paradox, isn't it? No one in these hills passed down stories about the Home Guard. The name that was whispered with a mix of fear and reverence was the Logan Wildcats. To their enemies, they were known by an even more sinister name, the Snakes, a title that spoke of the way they fought, silent, sudden, and lethal. This official document is the sanctioned story, the clean version written for the men in Charleston and Wheeling. So this roll of names, this simple piece of paper, poses the critical question that unlocks our entire story. What turns a home guard into a band of feared guerrilla fighters? What events were so brutal, so personal, that they twisted a mission of defense into a campaign of vengeance? This document tells us who they were on paper. Now, we have to find out who they were in the flesh and in the blood. That muster roll wasn't just a piece of paper. It was a hunting license. With the official blessing of the new Union government of West Virginia, Captain Wall Anderson's mission was clear: to crush Confederate sympathy in Logan County. And in a war like this, that didn't mean fighting an army. It meant fighting your neighbors. Their first and most critical task was to disarm the local population known to be loyal to the South. In the mountains of Appalachia, this was more than a strategic move. It was a profound insult. A man's rifle wasn't just a tool, it was his provider, his protector, his symbol of independence. To have it taken from you, especially by men you grew up with, was an unforgivable violation. Imagine the scene. Anderson and his home guard ride up to a remote cabin, the smoke curling from its chimney. They aren't an invading army, they are familiar faces. They call the man of the house by his first name. But they are there to demand he surrender his long rifle and his squirrel gun, the very things he needs to feed his family and defend his home. They are acting under official orders, but to the family inside that cabin, this is nothing short of tyranny. This is how the war began here, not with a cannon blast, but with a tense standoff on a cabin porch. Of course, this aggression did not go unanswered. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction, and in Logan County, that reaction was Anse Hatfield. He watched as Anderson's men, his Unionist rivals, used the law as a weapon against his kin and his allies. In response, he gathered his own band of fighters, also known confusingly as the Logan Wildcats. They became the Confederate shadow to Anderson's Union force. If Anderson's men raided a secessionist farm for guns and supplies, Hatfield's men would retaliate, hitting a Unionist farm twice as hard. This was the true beginning of the conflict. It was a slow-burning fuse lit in the summer of 1862. It became a brutal, intimate cycle of retribution. A Unionist would wake to find his corn crib burned to the ground. A week later, a Confederate sympathizer would find his best mule gone, taken in the dead of night. Taunts were shouted across moonlit hollows. Men would vanish on lonely trails, their bodies found days later. The formal name, Home Guard, became a bitter joke. This is how they earned their real names. To the Union families they protected, they were the Wildcats, fierce and loyal. But to the families they terrorized, their tactics were more subtle, more sinister. They were said to move through the woods without making a sound, to strike from the laurel thickets without warning and melt back into the shadows. They were the Snakes. And Captain Wall Anderson, once just a neighbor, was now their leader, locked in a deadly chess match with Devil Anse Hatfield, where the pawns were their own people and the board was the land they all called home. The official record is a cold thing. It gives you names, dates, and causes of death, but it never tells you about the fear. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the stories in their blood. My search led me to a small house just outside of Matewan, to a man sitting on his front porch, whose great-great-uncle was Asa Harmon McCoy. He's one of the unofficial keepers of the valley's memory, a man whose quiet words carry the weight of 5 generations of pain. When I asked him about Harmon, he nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the distant ridgeline. The books will tell you he was a Union soldier killed by Confederate partisans, he said, his voice raspy with age. And that's true, far as it goes. But the story my grandpa always told me, it was a whole lot more personal than that. He explained that Harmon wasn't just a faceless enemy in a blue uniform. He was known. He had lived here his whole life. His enemies weren't strangers. They were the men he'd grown up with. According to the McCoy family law, the real trouble started when Harmon came home from the army. He was seen at the local grist mill by Jim Vance, Devil Anse Hatfield's uncle, a man known throughout the valley for having a temper as hot as a forge and a heart as cold as a stone. Vance looked Harmon up and down, taking in the blue uniform and the discharged soldier's limp, and said something that wasn't just a threat, but a prophecy. "The way my family tells it," the old man said, leaning forward in his chair. Vance looked him dead in the eye and said, "The buzzards will be picking at your bones before the winter's out." You see, that's the part the history books leave out. This wasn't a random act of war. It was a death sentence delivered in public. Harmon knew Jim Vance, and he knew that Vance wasn't a man for idle threats. The family story insists that Devil Anse Hatfield himself had given his blessing to this kind of intimidation, telling his men to make life a living hell for any McCoy who had sided with the Union. Harmon McCoy was now marked. He was a man being hunted, not by an army, but by his own neighbors. This is the human truth that breathes life into the cold facts. The story passed down on this porch explains the terror that followed, and it gives us the emotional key to what happens next. It wasn't politics anymore. It was personal. And for Wall Anderson, hearing that his friend and comrade was being stalked like an animal by his sworn enemy's clan, it was about to become the point of no return. The winter of 1864 was a bitter one in the mountains. The war was grinding to its bloody conclusion, but in the Tug Fork Valley, the hatred burned hotter than ever. Asa Harmon McCoy, home from the Union Army with a broken leg, knew the threat against him was real. He didn't dare sleep in his own bed. He found a small, cold cave in the hills above his cabin, a place where he thought he would be safe. His wife and a loyal family slave named Pete would sneak food and blankets to him under the cover of darkness. For weeks, he lived like a hunted animal, listening to every snap of a twig, watching every shadow. His chief protector during this time was Captain Wall Anderson. Anderson saw Harmon's situation not just as a threat to one of his men, but as a direct challenge from Devil Anse Hatfield. He vowed to keep Harmon safe. Anderson's wildcats would patrol the ridges around the McCoy property, a silent, unseen shield. For a time, it worked. The presence of Anderson's feared guerrilla fighters kept the Hatfield clan at bay. A tense, fragile stalemate settled over the valley, a cold war fought with watchful eyes and loaded rifles. But the stalemate couldn't last. In the first week of January 1865, the fragile peace was shattered. A critical message reached Wall Anderson. A major force of Confederate cavalry was sweeping through the region, and his unit was needed to counter them. It was a legitimate military order he could not ignore. With a heavy heart, Anderson gathered his men and rode out, leaving the hollows around Harmon's homestead temporarily unguarded. He likely warned Harmon to be extra cautious, to stay hidden until he returned. It was a calculated risk, but a necessary one. This was the moment Jim Vance had been waiting for. With Anderson and his snakes gone, the valley was his. He gathered a band of Hatfield partisans, men who shared his burning hatred for the Unionist McCoys. On the morning of January the 7th, a fresh blanket of snow covered the ground, and in that snow, they found what they were looking for, a single set of tracks leading from the McCoy cabin up into the hills. It was Pete, the slave, bringing breakfast to his master's hiding place. They had their trail. The hunt was on. They tracked Pete to the cave. What happened next was not a battle, it was an execution. They found Harmon McCoy, wounded and alone, and shot him where he lay. The sound of the gunfire echoed through the cold, empty hollow. There was no one there to hear it, no one left to protect him. The promise Jim Vance had made at the grist mill had been kept. By pulling his men away for a larger fight, Wall Anderson had inadvertently left the door open for his enemy. When he returned and found Harmon's body, his sense of duty would have curdled into a furious, guilt-ridden desire for vengeance. The war was no longer about flags or politics. It was about a debt of blood that would be paid to the Hatfield clan. To understand what happened next, you have to come here, to the place where the official records fall silent. This is the hollow where Asa Harmon McCoy made his home. There's nothing left of his cabin now, just a flat patch of earth that nature is slowly reclaiming. It's not an easy place to get to. The hills rise up around you like fortress walls, steep and choked with rhododendron. This is a landscape that swallows sound, a place that can make a man feel utterly alone. And in the winter of 1865, that isolation was a weapon used against him. The physical evidence of Harmon's last stand isn't a bullet hole in a wall or a scorch mark on the ground. It's the land itself. Up there, on that ridge, the hillside is riddled with shallow caves and rock outcroppings. The exact one where he hid is lost to legend, and in a way, that makes the story even more chilling. It could have been any of them. I'm standing at the mouth of one now. It's cold, damp. Water drips from the rock, and the only sound is the wind at my back. It feels like a sanctuary, a perfect hiding place, but it's a trap. There's only one way in and one way out. This is where the hunt ended. Imagine that morning, January 7th, 1865. A fresh coat of snow covers everything, a perfect, clean slate. And on that canvas, a set of footprints, left by the slave Pete as he carried food up this very hillside. He was an act of loyalty, an act of human decency in the middle of a brutal war. But Jim Vance and his partisans saw those tracks not as a sign of loyalty, but as a map. Every step Pete took in that snow was a nail in Harmon McCoy's coffin. The land that was meant to hide him had betrayed him. The partisans didn't have to search, they just had to follow. Right here, on this unforgiving slope, the silence was about to be shattered. This cold stone hillside was about to become a tomb. Inside the cave, the cold was a physical thing, seeping through Harmon McCoy's clothes and settling deep in his bones. The only warmth came from a small, shielded fire that gave off more smoke than heat. He would have heard them coming, but not in the way you hear an army. There was no thunder of hooves, no battle cry. There was only the unnatural silence that falls over a forest when all the animals go quiet at once. A single bird, startled from a branch. A crunch of snow that was too heavy to be a deer. He was a woodsman. He knew the signs. The trap had been sprung. The men who surrounded the cave moved with the patience of wolves. They were shadows against the snow, their faces grim, their eyes hard. Jim Vance was at their head, his presence radiating a cold, implacable menace. There were no words spoken, no final taunts. The time for threats was over. This was the time for the prophecy to be fulfilled. They took their positions, a semicircle of rifles aimed at the dark mouth of the cave. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind whispering through the bare winter trees. Then, the hollow exploded. A single rifle shot cracked the silence, its report echoing off the rock faces like a clap of thunder. It was followed instantly by a volley, a deafening roar of black powder and lead that ripped through the frigid air. The birds that had been hiding in the trees burst into the sky in a panic. The sound rolled down the valley, a brutal announcement that a debt had been collected. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. A profound silence fell, heavier and more complete than before. The only smell was the sharp, sulphurous tang of burnt gunpowder hanging in the air. The figures in the snow didn't linger. Their work was done. One by one, they turned and melted back into the trees, leaving behind nothing but their tracks and the deep, ringing quiet. When the first search party, led by Harmon's family, finally made their way up the treacherous hillside hours later, they were met with that same chilling silence. They saw the disturbed snow, the dozens of footprints circling the cave. Inside, the meager fire had burned down to embers. A tin plate with a piece of cornbread lay overturned on the dirt floor. The air was still thick with the ghost of violence. They didn't need to see the full horror to understand what had happened. The message, delivered with such brutal finality, was clear. This wasn't an act of war. This was murder. And it was a message intended not just for the McCoys, but for their protector, Captain Wall Anderson. After a crime so brutal, you expect to find a paper trail. You expect to see the machinery of justice, however slow and imperfect, begin to turn. So, I went to the Logan County Courthouse archives, to the massive leather-bound ledgers where the county's business was recorded. The pages are thick and brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown. You can smell the history on them, a century and a half of dust and decay. I was looking for one thing, an indictment for the murder of Asa Harmon McCoy. I turned the fragile pages, past land disputes and lawsuits over stolen pigs, to the entries for January of 1865. My finger traced the elegant handwritten script, searching for the names. Vance, Hatfield, anyone from the partisan band. I was looking for a warrant, a coroner's report, a magistrate's note, anything to show that the law recognized that a man had been hunted down and killed in a cave. But there is nothing. It's not just a lack of a conviction, it's a lack of any record whatsoever. The official legal account of January 7th, 1865 is a complete and total silence. It's as if Asa Harmon McCoy simply ceased to exist. His murder, an event that would ignite a feud for the next 30 years, is a ghost in these pages. The ink of the law never touched it. This is where you have to learn to read between the lines, to see the story in the empty space. That silence is more damning than any written verdict. It tells you that in Logan County, the official law was either powerless or complicit. It tells you that men like Jim Vance and the Hatfield clan operated with impunity, their influence so strong that the local courts wouldn't dare cross them. The system had failed, and when the official law turns a blind eye, another, older law takes its place. The law of the mountains, the law of blood for blood. For Captain Wall Anderson, This empty page in a courthouse ledger would have been the final confirmation. There would be no trial. There would be no justice from a judge in a black robe. He and his wildcats would have to become the judge, the jury, and the executioner themselves. The hunt was on, but it wouldn't be the sheriff leading it. When the law refuses to write the story, men with guns write it for them. For Captain Wall Anderson, that silent ledger in the Logan courthouse was not an ending. It was a declaration of war. If the official system would not pursue Asa Harmon McCoy's killers, then he would. The mission of the Logan Wildcats changed that day. It was no longer about defending the Union or disarming sympathizers. It was now a single, burning objective: to hunt down Jim Vance and every man who had followed him up that snowy hill. Justice would not be found in a courtroom. It would be delivered from the barrel of a rifle. The manhunt that followed was a terrifying affair. Anderson's snakes were masters of this terrain. They knew every trail, every hidden pass, every creek bed that could hide a man's tracks. They began a relentless campaign of pressure against the Hatfield clan. Men known to have been part of the death squad found themselves stalked. A trip to the grist mill became a life-or-death gamble. The woods around their homes, once a source of comfort, now held an unseen menace. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow at dusk, could be one of Anderson's men waiting. There was no formal courtroom, but the mountains themselves became the venue for a trial by terror. Anderson's men would appear on a ridge overlooking a Hatfield Allied farm, just standing there, a silent, ominous promise. They conducted lightning raids, not for supplies, but for information, trying to squeeze the location of Vance out of his friends and family. The cycle of retribution that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In response to the hunt, Devil Anse Hatfield fortified his own people. The Tug Fork Valley became a checkerboard of fear, where armed bands from both sides patrolled the hollows, and a chance encounter on a narrow trail could erupt into a bloody skirmish. There was no verdict read by a judge. The verdict was the scream of a rifle echoing through the night. It was the sight of a barn burning against the black sky. It was the constant, gnawing fear that your name was on a list, and that the man hunting you would not stop until the debt for his friend's murder was paid in full. The pursuit of Harmon McCoy's killers was never a legal process. It was a private war, a brutal vendetta that consumed the last months of the Civil War and laid a bloody foundation of personal hatred that would last for another 30 years. The law had failed, and in its place, the law of the gun reigned supreme. To understand how a war truly ends, you have to look at how the warriors themselves ended up. You have to walk among the dead. Here, in Logan County, just off the main road, is the Hatfield family cemetery, and you can't miss its centerpiece. High on a hill stands a life-sized marble statue of Devil Anse Hatfield, imported from Italy. He looks out over the valley he once ruled, defiant and proud even in death. It's not a headstone, it's a declaration. This is the final resting place of a man who lived a long life, died in his bed surrounded by family, and became a legend. A man who won. Then you cross the Tug Fork into Kentucky, and you find a different kind of grave. In a small, quiet family plot, you'll find the marker for Asa Harmon McCoy. It's a simple government-issue stone, the kind given to a soldier. It's humble, dignified, and tragically understated. It marks the end of a life cut violently short. They lie just a few miles apart now, the famous patriarch and the first victim, enemies in life, silent neighbors in death. But there's one man missing from this final roll call, the man who started the hunt, the man whose rage over Harmon's death set the whole feud in motion. Where is Captain William Wall Anderson? I've searched the old churchyards, the forgotten family plots overgrown with weeds, and the official records. There is no grave, no marker, no stone to say that he was ever here at all. Devil Anse is immortalized in marble, and his first victim has his soldier's stone, But their nemesis, he has vanished from the earth as completely as a ghost in the morning mist. A man so central to this conflict, a man who burned with such a righteous fire, doesn't just disappear. His empty space on the landscape raises the final critical question that takes us back in time one last time. What happened to Wall Anderson? In April of 1865, General Lee surrendered at Appomattox. For most of the country, the Civil War was over. But in the Tug Fork Valley, the news of peace was just a rumor from a world away. Here, the war had never been about North and South. It was about Anderson and Hatfield, McCoy and Vance. The official war was over, but the killing wasn't. Captain Wall Anderson's personal manhunt for the murderers of Asa Harmon McCoy continued into the summer, a bloody epilogue to the national conflict. His fury had not cooled. The historical record shows that sometime in that violent summer of '65, Anderson and his Wildcats cornered a group of Hatfield's men near a place called the Dry Fork of the Tug. A vicious firefight erupted. It was an ambush, a chaotic swirl of smoke and muzzle flashes among the dense trees. And in that final desperate skirmish, Wall Anderson's luck ran out. A Confederate ball, fired months after their cause was officially lost, tore through his side. His men managed to drive off the attackers and carry their badly wounded captain from the field, but the blow was a devastating one. And this, right here, is where the story of Captain William Wall Anderson fractures into legend. The official records fall silent. His name vanishes from the muster rolls. What happened next depends on who you ask and which story has been passed down in their family. One version says he died of that wound, either slowly in a bed surrounded by his grieving men, or quickly, bleeding out on the trail. In this telling, he is a tragic hero, a martyr who gave his life for his cause right at the very end. Others whisper a darker tale, that he survived the initial wound, but was assassinated later, a final, quiet act of revenge by the Hatfields to eliminate their most dangerous enemy once and for all. But there is a third version, the one that best explains the empty space where his grave should be. It's the story of a man who simply had enough. He survived his wound, but the war had broken something inside him. He had seen too much killing, had felt too much hate. He looked around and saw that the Union he fought for had won, but his own personal war was a poison that would never stop spreading. And so, he just walked away. He left his life as a guerrilla captain behind, melted back into the mountains he knew so well, and vanished, becoming a ghost of the hollers, a man who chose to erase himself rather than fire another shot. Whatever the truth, the result was the same. With Wall Anderson gone, the Unionist cause in Logan County lost its teeth. Its fiercest protector was gone. Devil Anse Hatfield was now the undisputed power in the valley. The hunt for Harmon McCoy's killers was over. The debt, as far as the law was concerned, was forgotten. But the McCoys did not forget. The fire of vengeance that Wall Anderson had lit was now passed to them, an inheritance of blood that would smolder for years before erupting into the full-blown war that history would remember as the Hatfield-McCoy feud. Even now, a century and a half later, the ghost of William Wall Anderson is still fighting a war in these mountains. His legacy is a battleground. Devil Anse Hatfield's story is complicated, but it's chiseled in stone. Anderson's story, however, is a whisper that changes depending on which side of the hollow you're standing in. His name isn't a historical fact. It's a litmus test for old loyalties that run as deep as the coal seams. If you talk to the descendants of the McCoy family, or those whose ancestors were staunch Unionists, Wall Anderson was a hero, plain and simple. He was the only law that mattered in a lawless time. When the courthouse turned a blind eye to murder, he was the righteous fury that fought back. They'll tell you he was a brave captain who stood up to the brutal partisans led by men like Jim Vance, protecting innocent families from being terrorized. To them, his Wildcats were a shield, and he was the wall that gave them their name, the last line of defense against Confederate tyranny. But cross the river. Talk to the families who still take pride in their Confederate roots, whose great-grandfathers rode with devil ants. To them, William Anderson was a monster, a marauder. They don't call him a soldier, they call him a bushwhacker who used the chaos of war as a license to plunder and kill. They speak the name snakes with venom, remembering stories passed down of night raids, of stolen livestock, of a fear that their own government-sanctioned protector was a common criminal. In their version of the story, Devil Anse was the true hero, a man defending his home and people from Anderson's murderous gang. So who was he? A patriot or a killer? A lawman or a terrorist? The terrible, unsettling truth is that he was probably both. In a guerrilla war, fought neighbor against neighbor, the line between a soldier and a murderer is often just a shadow on the ground. To the family he was protecting, he was a savior. To the family he was hunting, he was the devil himself. His legacy isn't a single story, but a collection of conflicting, deeply personal truths, all of them held with absolute conviction. He reminds us that the victor may write the history books, but the vanquished write the family stories, and those are the ones that never die. When a man leaves no grave, he can't be buried. And when a story has no ending, it can never truly be over. With the facts of William Anderson's fate lost to time, the storytellers of the mountains took over. The man of flesh and blood died or vanished, but in his place, they created something that could never die. A ghost, a legend. To this day, there are people in these hills who will tell you that Wall Anderson never left. They say his spirit still walks the high ridges that overlook the Tug Fork, forever on patrol. They turn him into a cautionary tale, a boogeyman to scare the young. They say, if you're hunting late in the evening and you hear the snap of a twig behind you, don't turn around too fast. It might be the ghost of the old Union captain, still searching for the men who killed his friend. He has become a haint of the mountains, a restless spirit tied to the land he fought and bled for. This is the final stage in the life of a story like this. It's how a community processes a trauma that has no clean resolution. There was no final justice for Asa Harmon McCoy. There was no known resting place for his avenger. So the people absorbed him into their folklore. The ghost story is a way of remembering, a way of warning that old hatreds don't just disappear. They linger in the soil, in the shadows between the trees. The man is gone, but the grudge remains. And so, Captain William Wall Anderson, the historical figure, has faded almost completely. In his place stands the legend. He is no longer just a man who fought in a war. He is a permanent part of the landscape's psychic terrain, a symbol of a feud so bitter that not even death could end it. He is the whisper in the pines, the unseen fear in the hollow, a ghost born from a real man's quest for vengeance. And so, we end where we began. Standing on this ridge in Logan County, listening to the wind move through the pines. The sound hasn't changed, but after our journey, the silence feels different. It's no longer empty. Now, it's filled with the echoes of a forgotten war. We started with a single name on a faded muster roll and followed it into the heart of a darkness that history tried to forget. We stood at the mouth of a cold cave. We saw the ghost in the empty pages of a courthouse ledger, and we learned how one man's righteous fury could become a law unto itself. The story of William Wall Anderson is the proof that the most famous legends are often built on forgotten foundations. The world remembers the Hatfield-McCoy feud as a story of stolen pigs and star-crossed lovers. But that's the tale, not the truth. The truth began here, with a political assassination and a promise of vengeance. It's a reminder that the great sweeping forces of history are always, at their heart, intensely personal stories of love, loyalty, and a hatred that can outlive the men who carry it. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, remember that it's not just a pile of stones. It's a library filled with stories of the choices that define us. The men who fought here are long gone. The cabins they defended have returned to the earth. The guns have fallen silent. But the story remains.
Put yourself on the corner of Princeton Avenue. It is a humid morning in August. The year is 1913. The air smells of coal dust and unpaved earth. Usually, the loudest thing you hear in these mountains is the distant whistle of a steam locomotive or the clatter of horses' hooves on the hard-packed clay. But today, the sound is different. It starts as a low growl, a mechanical coughing that vibrates in your chest. Then, a roar. It is a sound that doesn't belong here. It is the sound of the future tearing through the past. Heads turn, men in bowler hats stop mid-sentence, and then, cutting through that mechanical roar, comes a sound everyone knows. The sharp, cracking snap of a revolver. Once, twice. Then a volley that echoes off the brick facades of the new downtown buildings. A black metal shape tears around the corner. It isn't a horse, it is a machine. It moves with a speed that seems unnatural, kicking up a storm of brown dust that blinds the onlookers. Men are hanging off the running boards. In their hands, they aren't holding reins. They are holding cold, blue steel. This didn't happen in Chicago. It didn't happen in New York City. This happened in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. What you just visualized is not a scene from a movie. It is the moment the Wild West died and the era of the gangster was born. Most people think of 1913 as ancient history, a time of sepia photos and stiff collars. But on that August morning, the residents of Bluefield, West Virginia, witnessed a crime so advanced, so militaristic, that local law enforcement didn't even have the vocabulary to describe it. They were looking for bandits on horseback. Instead, they got a paramilitary unit in a high-speed automobile. These men didn't just rob a bank, they declared war on the 20th century. They cut the communication lines to the outside world. They used military-grade diversion tactics. And they drove a getaway vehicle through terrain that most people wouldn't dare cross on a mule. The money they took would be worth millions today. But the money isn't the story. The story is about how a quiet coal town became the stage for one of the most desperate, high-octane chases in American history. A chase that pitted the raw, brute force of the industrial age against the cunning of old-school mountain detectives. So forget the romantic images of outlaws you've seen in westerns. This wasn't romance, this was a collision. And when the dust finally settled on that mountain road, nothing in this town would ever be the same again. To understand why this happened here, you have to scrub away the rust of the last 100 years. You have to look past the empty storefronts and the quiet streets of modern Appalachia. In 1913, Bluefield, West Virginia, was not a sleepy mountain town. It was a supernova. They called it the Magic City. And it wasn't because of magicians or carnival tricks. It was because the city seemed to rise from the wilderness overnight, fueled by the one thing the world needed more than anything else: coal. The Pocahontas coal field lay just beneath the feet of these residents. It was the highest quality coal on Earth. It powered the battleships of the U.S. Navy. It fueled the steel mills of Pittsburgh. It kept the lights on in Manhattan. And all that black rock turned into rivers of green money that flowed right into Bluefield. Imagine walking down Bland Street in 1913. You wouldn't see stereotypical hillbillies in overalls. You would see men in tailored Italian suits trying to keep the mud off their polished leather shoes. You would see grand hotels with crystal chandeliers. You would hear the constant, rhythmic shunting of train cars, thousands of them, carrying the lifeblood of the Industrial Revolution. At this specific moment in time, Bluefield had more millionaires per capita than almost any other city in America. Think about that. More than New York. More than San Francisco. It was an island of extreme wealth in a sea of jagged mountains. And where did all those millionaires keep their money? In the banks, specifically the First National Bank of Bluefield. This wasn't a wooden shack with a safe in the back. It was a temple of commerce. Thick stone walls, high ceilings, brass teller cages. It was designed to look invincible. A place where a coal baron could drop a bag of gold coins and feel the heavy, reassuring thud on the marble counter. But there was something else inside that bank, something specific. See, in 1913, credit cards didn't exist. Direct deposit was science fiction. Miners were paid in cash. Scrip was common, yes, but for the big purchases, for the real economy, you needed physical currency. Every week, trains arrived from the Federal Reserve, offloading canvas sacks heavy with silver dollars and crisp banknotes. This cash was destined for the payrolls of tens of thousands of miners working in the hollows surrounding the city. This brings us to a staggering fact. On any given Friday, the vaults in downtown Bluefield often held more liquid cash than the entire state treasury of West Virginia. It was a stockpile, a dragon's hoard sitting there, waiting to be distributed. The bank managers felt safe. They had the mountains as a natural wall. They had the local police. They had the sheer audacity of their own reputation. Who would be crazy enough to rob the bank in a town run by coal operators who practically owned the law? It seemed impossible. It seemed suicide. But wealth has a magnetic pull. It draws in investors, it draws in workers, and if you pile it high enough, it draws in predators. While the bankers were counting their deposits and the coal barons were lighting cigars, a group of men were looking at Bluefield on a map. They didn't see a magic city. They didn't see a miracle of industry. They saw a piggy bank, and they had brought a hammer. When you picture a bank robber from the early 1900s, who do you see? A dusty cowboy with a bandana over his face? A desperate drifter who had too much whiskey and not enough sense? Erase that image. The men who came to Bluefield were not cowboys. They were not desperate. They were something far more dangerous. They were professionals. In the history of American crime, there is a distinct shift that happens right around this time. The old outlaw, the romantic figure riding across the plains, was dying out. He was being replaced by a new breed, the career criminal. These men didn't rob banks because they had a grudge against the sheriff. They robbed banks because it was their job. They clocked in, they did the work, and if everything went right, they clocked out rich. We know they weren't locals. In a town like Bluefield, where everyone knew everyone's grandfather, a local crew would have been recognized before they even walked through the door. These men were ghosts. They slipped into the city unnoticed, likely by train, weeks before the event. Imagine them sitting in a diner across from the bank, drinking coffee, watching. They weren't looking at the scenery. They were counting steps. How many seconds does it take for the guard to turn his back? What time does the teller unlock the front gate? When is the street busiest? When is it empty? This was surveillance. It was data collection. They noticed the rhythms of the city. They saw that the police force, while tough, was reactive. The police waited for trouble to happen. This new breed of criminal relied on the element of surprise to be gone before the reaction could even start. They were cold. They were calculating. And they were heavily armed. We aren't talking about rusty six-shooters found in a barn. They carried high-caliber automatic pistols and sawed-off shotguns, weapons designed for close-quarters combat, weapons designed to clear a room in 2 seconds flat. But their most dangerous weapon wasn't a gun. It was their ambition. Most thieves in 1913 would be happy with a register drawer full of cash, a few $100s, maybe 1,000. These men were looking at the vault of the First National Bank and doing the math on a score that would equal a lifetime of wages. They knew the risks. They knew that West Virginia justice was often delivered at the end of a rope, not a gavel. But they also knew that the world was changing. The old laws couldn't keep up with the new speed of life. They had the plan, they had the firepower, they had the target. But to pull off the impossible, to rob the richest bank in the mountains and vanish into thin air, they needed an escape vehicle that defied the laws of nature. A horse has limits. It gets tired, it gets spooked, it can be tracked. So, they decided to trust their lives to a machine. To understand how insane this plan was, you have to understand cars in 1913. Today, if you rob a bank, a car is the default choice. It's reliable, it's fast. But in 1913, a car was a temperamental, exploding collection of metal and rubber that hated you. Most people in Bluefield still got around on horses or mules. The roads weren't highways. They were wagon trails, deep ruts carved into the clay, filled with rocks the size of watermelons. When it rained, they turned into swamps. When it was dry, they were dust bowls. Taking a car into the Appalachian Mountains wasn't transportation. It was an extreme sport. Yet, the gang chose this. Why? Speed. Raw, terrifying speed. A good horse can gallop at 30 miles per hour, but only for a short burst. After a few miles, it needs to rest. A 1913 touring car, like a Studebaker or a Ford Model T, could sustain 30, maybe 40 miles per hour indefinitely, as long as the engine didn't overheat and the tires didn't blow. Imagine the vehicle they secured. It was a beast of open-air steel. No seatbelts, no airbags, just a bench seat, a steering wheel the size of a pizza, and an engine that sounded like a tractor fight. The robbers likely modified it. They would strip off any unnecessary weight. Fenders? Gone. Extra seats? Gone. They needed every ounce of horsepower to climb those steep mountain grades. But the real advantage was psychological. Police on horseback were used to chasing other horses. They knew the rhythm of a gallop. They knew how to cut off a rider. But how do you chase a machine that doesn't get tired? How do you catch something that roars uphill faster than your horse can trot? It was a technological, asymmetrical warfare. It would be like a criminal today using a jetpack while the police are stuck in traffic. But there was a catch, a massive one. Cars in 1913 were loud, extremely loud. You couldn't sneak up on anyone. Starting the engine involved hand-cranking a lever on the front, risking a broken wrist if it kicked back. It was a violent, noisy process, so the plan had a fatal flaw. Once that engine started, the clock wasn't just ticking, it was screaming. Every person within a 5-block radius would look up. They needed a way to buy time. They needed to make sure that even if the town heard them, even if the town saw them, no one could call for help. They had the muscle, they had the speed. Now, they needed to blind the city. Information travels fast, even in 1913. If the robbers hit the bank and sped off, the bank manager only had to run to the nearest telephone or telegraph office. Within 30 seconds, a message would be tapping out over the copper wires. Robbery in Bluefield, headed south. The sheriff in the next town over, maybe 10 miles away, would get the message before the robbers even got halfway there. He would simply drag a log across the road, gather a posse, and wait with shotguns leveled at the first car that appeared. The robbers knew this. They knew that in a race between a car and a telegram, the telegram wins every single time. So the night before the attack, or perhaps in the early dawn hours, a shadow moved through the outskirts of town. This wasn't the work of a thug. This was the work of a saboteur. They located the main trunk lines. These were thick bundles of wire strung high up on wooden poles, humming with the invisible chatter of the city. These wires were the nervous system of the region. They connected Bluefield to the police, to the railroad dispatchers, to the rest of civilization. Someone climbed that pole. Imagine the friction of wood against leather boots, the slight sway of the pole in the wind, the isolation of being 30 feet in the air in the pre-dawn darkness. He pulled out a pair of heavy-duty wire cutters. With one snip of the pliers, Bluefield was cut off from the rest of the world. It sounds simple, but the implication is terrifying. It turned the city into a cage. If things went wrong, if the bank turned into a slaughterhouse, no one was coming to help. The National Guard wouldn't know. The state police wouldn't know. It was a tactic straight out of a military playbook. Divide and conquer, isolate the battlefield. And here's the micro hook. While the residents of Bluefield were waking up, brewing their coffee and reading the morning paper, they didn't realize they were already trapped. The invisible walls had gone up while they slept. The saboteur climbed down. He pocketed the cutters. He vanished back into the shadows to join the others. The trap was set. The car was prepped. The wires were dead. The sun began to climb higher over the mountains. The bank employees arrived, unlocking the heavy front doors, blissfully unaware that they were walking into a scene that had been choreographed for weeks. The robbers checked their weapons one last time. They adjusted their coats. They stepped out onto the sidewalk. It was time to go to work. The First National Bank of Bluefield opens its doors. The lobby smells of floor wax and old paper. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight cutting through the high windows. It's quiet, a respectful quiet. The only sounds are the scratching of fountain pens and the soft murmur of tellers speaking to customers. Then, the doors open again. 3 men enter. They don't run. Running attracts attention. They walk with purpose. Their footsteps on the marble floor echo a little too loudly. They are wearing long coats, which is strange for a humid August morning. A teller looks up. Maybe he intends to offer a polite greeting. Maybe he just notices that these men are moving in a formation that feels wrong. The leader steps to the center of the room. He doesn't go to the counter. He stops. He looks around. He scans the balcony. He scans the exits. For a split second, time seems to freeze. You know that feeling when the air pressure drops right before a thunderstorm? That's the feeling in the room. The primitive part of the human brain screams that a predator has entered the cave. Then, the coats sweep back. The metal comes out. Hands up. Don't move. The shout shatters the respectful silence. It's guttural, violent. It bounces off the stone walls, making it sound like there are 10 men instead of 3. The reaction is confusion, denial. People don't immediately scream. They freeze. They stare. Is this a joke? Is this a drill? The leader fires a shot into the ceiling. Crack! Plaster dust rains down like snow. Now, the denial is gone. Now, there is only terror. Customers drop to the floor. Tellers back away from their cages, hands trembling in the air. The smell of floor wax is replaced by the sharp, acrid scent of gunpowder. One robber moves to the door, flipping the sign to closed and pulling the shade. The outside world disappears. Inside, the rules of society have just been suspended. The other 2 move toward the cages. They move with the efficiency of machines. No wasted motion. One covers the crowd, his gun sweeping back and forth like a metronome. The other vaults over the counter. He isn't looking for loose change. He is looking for the head cashier. He knows exactly who holds the keys. Open it, he commands. The cashier, a man who has likely never held a gun in his life, stares down the barrel of a black steel pistol. His heart is hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He fumbles for the keys on his belt. His fingers feel numb, useless. Open it now, or you're a dead man. The robber's voice is calm. That's the scariest part. He isn't screaming. He is simply stating a fact. The key slides into the lock of the inner gate. The metal tumblers click. They are in. Inside the cage, the world shrinks. It's just the robber, the terrified clerks, and the money. This isn't like the movies where stacks of cash are neatly bundled on a table. This is a working bank. There is loose currency in the drawers. There are bags of silver coins that weigh as much as a bowling ball. There are bonds, certificates, private ledgers. The robber ignores the paper. He ignores the silver. He goes straight for the large canvas sacks. He knows what they look like. He knows the markings of the Federal Reserve. He grabs a sack. It's heavy, satisfyingly heavy. He throws it to his partner, then another, then another. In 1913, the average coal miner made about $2 a day. In seconds, these men are tossing around the equivalent of 10 lifetimes of labor. But outside the cage, the control is slipping. You can't hold a room full of people hostage forever. Fear turns into panic. Panic turns into unpredictability. A woman on the floor starts to sob. A man near the door shifts his weight, thinking about making a run for it. The robber guarding the lobby senses the shift. He racks the slide of his shotgun, a metallic clack-clack that freezes everyone in place. Stay down! He kicks a desk. Papers fly everywhere. He needs to keep them terrified. He needs to keep them paralyzed. Back in the vault, the greedy phase begins. They have the main sacks, but now they start sweeping the drawers. They are stuffing their pockets, their shirts. They are grabbing handfuls of bills. It's sloppy, but it's human nature. When you are standing in a river of gold, you try to drink as much as you can. Time, the lookout shouts. They have been inside for maybe 3 minutes. It feels like 3 hours. But the plan has a strict timeline. Every second they stay is a second the police get closer. Every second increases the chance that someone on the street noticed the close sign at the wrong time. The bagman heaves the loot over his shoulder. He looks like Santa Claus from hell. They begin to back out. They don't turn their backs on the hostages. They move in reverse, guns still trained on the trembling crowd. Nobody moves for 5 minutes, the leader warns. Anyone comes out that door, we shoot the first person we see. It's a bluff. Or maybe it isn't. No one wants to find out. They reach the front door. The leader reaches for the handle. And that is when the silence of the street outside is broken, not by a siren, but by a voice. A pedestrian, maybe a shopkeeper from next door, has walked up to the glass, cupping his hands to peer inside, wondering why the bank is closed on a Tuesday morning. He sees the guns. He sees the masks. His eyes go wide. He turns around and screams at the top of his lungs. Robbery! They're robbing the bank. The element of surprise is gone. The alarm has been raised, and the robbers are still inside. The plan has fractured. The silent exit is impossible. Now, it's a breakout. The leader kicks the door open. The glass shatters. They burst out onto Princeton Avenue, not as ghosts, but as targets. The street is no longer quiet. People are running. Shopkeepers are coming out of their stores. And unlike modern bystanders who might pull out a phone to record, citizens in 1913 West Virginia pulled out weapons. This was coal country. People were armed. A shot rings out from a second-story window, then another from the hardware store across the street. The robbers are taking fire. But they were ready for this. One of the men reaches into his coat. He doesn't pull out a gun. He pulls out a device that looks like an oversized firecracker. He lights the fuse and tosses it into the middle of the street. Boom! It's not dynamite, it's a smoke bomb. A thick, acrid cloud erupts, swallowing the intersection. It's gray, choking, and blinding. The air turns gray, and in that grayness, the bullets start flying. Confusion reigns supreme. The citizens can't see what they are shooting at. They hear shouting. They hear the heavy boots of the robbers sprinting on the pavement. To the car! Get to the car! They are running blind, guided only by memory. The heavy sacks of money are weighing them down, slamming against their backs with every step. Bullets zip through the smoke, snapping against the brick walls, shattering storefront windows. It's a war zone. Through the haze, they see the silhouette of their salvation. The black automobile. The driver is already there. He's been cranking the engine like a madman. The motor catches with a roar, coughing black smoke that mixes with the white diversionary smoke. The robbers dive in. They don't open doors, they vault over the sides. The money bags are thrown into the back seat, piling up like sandbags. Go, go! The driver slams the car into gear. The tires spin on the cobblestones, screeching, smelling of burnt rubber. The car fishtails violently, narrowly missing a horse-drawn delivery wagon. As they peel away, the smoke begins to clear. The sheriff runs out of his office, pistol in hand. He sees the tail end of the vehicle disappearing around the corner. He raises his gun, takes aim, and fires. But it's too late. The bullet buries itself in a wooden telephone pole. The robbers are gone. They have the money, they have the car, but they have made a critical mistake. In the chaos, in the smoke, they turned south. They didn't head for the open highway. They headed straight toward the wildest, most rugged terrain in the eastern United States. They thought the mountains would hide them. In reality, the mountains were about to trap them. Have you ever driven a modern car on a gravel road? It vibrates. It's loud. Now imagine doing that in a vehicle with wooden spoke wheels, leaf spring suspension, and tires as thin as a bicycle's. And imagine doing it at 40 miles per hour. The getaway car is screaming. The engine is redlining, a constant deafening roar that drowns out the wind. Inside the car, it is violent. The robbers are bouncing off each other. They are holding onto the sides with white-knuckled grips. Every pothole feels like a bomb going off under the chassis. They are leaving the paved streets of Bluefield behind. Now, they are in the deep country. The road is just a ribbon of dirt carved into the side of a cliff. To the left, a wall of rock. To the right, a drop-off into the valley below. There are no guardrails. One wrong turn, one blown tire, and they tumble 500 feet to their deaths. The driver is fighting the wheel. There is no power steering. He has to muscle the car around every hairpin turn, sweat pouring down his face, mixing with the dust and soot. But they are moving. They are putting miles between them and the bank. They pass farmers in wagons who stare in disbelief. A car? Moving that fast? It's like seeing a spaceship. The chickens scatter. The horses rear up in terror as this black demon roars past. The robbers look back. The road behind them is empty. No flashing lights, no sirens, just the settling dust. They start to smile. The adrenaline is fading, replaced by a euphoric rush. They did it. They actually did it. They start to laugh. They slap each other on the back. They reach into the bags and pull out handfuls of cash, letting the wind whip a few bills out of the car, an offering to the gods of speed. They think they have outsmarted the law. They think the car makes them invincible. But they are forgetting something. A car needs fuel. A car needs water for the radiator, and a car needs a road. They are driving deeper into a labyrinth. The further south they go, the narrower the roads get, the steeper the hills become. And unbeknownst to them, the telegraph wires they cut back in Bluefield, they were fixed faster than they anticipated. The silence has been broken. While the robbers are celebrating in their mechanical bubble, the invisible net is already being cast. Messages are flying to the towns ahead of them. Look for a black car, heavily armed, shoot on sight. The road ahead isn't empty. It's waiting. Back in Bluefield, the shock is wearing off. The smoke is cleared. The ringing in the ears of the bank tellers is fading. Now comes the anger. The sheriff stands in the middle of the street. He is surrounded by a crowd of furious citizens. Men are running to their homes to grab rifles. This isn't just a crime, it's an insult. Strangers came into their town, threatened their women, stole their money, and drove away laughing. The sheriff knows he can't catch a car on a horse, but he knows something the robbers don't. He knows the geography. He runs to the rail yard. He doesn't need a fast car. He needs a locomotive. Within minutes, a plan is formed. They will load men and horses onto a train and send it down the line to cut off the escape route. It's a brilliant move. The train can move faster than the car on the winding mountain tracks. But the sheriff needs more than just a posse. He needs professionals. He makes a call, not to the state police, not to the FBI, which barely existed yet. He calls a number that every criminal in the coal fields feared. He calls the local office of the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. This is the turning point. If the robbers were just dealing with a local sheriff, they might have gotten away. But by hitting Bluefield, they poked the bear. The Baldwin Felts agents were not normal police. They were private enforcers. They were the men the coal companies called when miners went on strike. They were the men who tracked down train robbers. They were essentially mercenaries with badges. They were tough, they were ruthless, and they knew these mountains better than anyone on earth. When the call comes in, the agents don't panic. They don't rush. They simply stand up, check their weapons, and grab their hats. They bring out the heavy artillery, high-powered rifles with scopes, maps that show every deer trail and creek bed. The sheriff coordinates with them. They went south toward Graham. They're heading for the state line. The head detective nods. He looks at the map. He traces a line with his finger. They have to cross the gap at Stony Ridge, he says. If we get there first, they're finished. The hunt is on. It is no longer a chase. It is a pincer movement. On one side, the sheriff and the angry citizens. On the other, the cold, professional killers of the Baldwin Felts Agency. And in the middle, blissfully unaware, 3 men in a car are driving straight into a bottleneck. We need to pause for a second and talk about who is chasing these robbers. Because if you don't understand the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency, you don't understand the terror of this situation. In 1913, in West Virginia, the law was flexible. The sheriff was the law, sure, but the Baldwin Felts agents were the power. Founded by William Baldwin and Thomas Felts right here in Bluefield, this agency was the Appalachian equivalent of the Pinkertons. But where the Pinkertons were famous for protecting presidents and chasing Butch Cassidy, the Baldwin Felts were famous for one thing: crushing resistance. They were hired by the coal barons to keep order in the camps, and order often meant violence. These men were not fresh-faced cadets. Many were veterans of the range wars. Some were former outlaws themselves who had switched sides. They were marksmen, trackers, men who could sleep in the mud and hunt a man for days without stopping. They didn't carry badges. They carried Winchesters. Imagine being hunted by a group of men who treat a manhunt not as a duty, but as a sport. They knew the terrain intimately. They knew which hollows were dead ends. They knew which creeks were shallow enough to cross. The robbers in the car had technology. They had the speed of the future. But the Baldwin Felts had the brutality of the past. As the agents fanned out, they used a network of informants. Every station master, every store clerk, every farmer on the party line was eyes and ears for the agency. The car was spotted near Tazewell, then near a fork in the road by the river. The reports were coming in. Black car, 3 men, moving fast. The detectives didn't chase the car from behind. That's a rookie mistake. Instead, they moved to intercept. They calculated the speed. They looked at the road ahead. They realized the car had to slow down. The mountains don't forgive speed forever. Eventually, the road would turn into a goat path. Eventually, the radiator would boil over. The detectives positioned themselves. They set up ambushes at key choke points. They weren't planning to arrest these men. In the eyes of the agency, bank robbers were no different than rabid dogs. You don't reason with them, you put them down. The sun was starting to get lower in the sky. The shadows in the valleys were getting longer. For the robbers, the joyride was about to end. For the detectives, the workday was just beginning. The geography of Appalachia is beautiful. Rolling green hills, misty valleys. But if you are on the run, it is a prison. The robbers are discovering this the hard way. The wide, packed dirt road they started on has disappeared. They are now on a narrow track, barely wide enough for the wheels. The trees are closing in, creating a tunnel of green that blocks out the sun. The car is suffering. The engine is knocking. The radiator is hissing, spitting steam onto the windshield. The driver has to downshift, crawling up steep inclines at 5 miles per hour. The speed advantage is gone. Inside the car, the mood is shifted. The laughter is dead. The silence is heavy. "Where are we?" one of them asks. "Just keep driving," the leader snaps. But he sounds unsure. They pass a landmark, a distinctive rock formation, and 20 minutes later, they pass it again. They are going in circles. The labyrinth has them. Then, the inevitable happens. The road ahead is blocked, not by a police barricade, but by nature. A fallen tree, a washed-out bridge, or maybe just a patch of mud so deep it looks like quicksand. The driver slams on the brakes. The car skids to a halt. They sit there for a moment, the engine idling roughly. The silence of the forest rushes back in. The birds are singing. The wind is rustling the leaves. But underneath those sounds, they hear something else. It's faint at first. The snap of a twig, the scuff of a boot on rock, the distant baying of a hound. They look at each other. They know. "Get out," the leader whispers. "Grab the money." They abandon the machine. The mechanical horse that saved them is now a useless anchor. They grab the heavy canvas sacks. They grab their rifles. They run into the woods. Now they are on foot. They are city men in patent leather shoes trying to navigate a vertical wilderness. They slip on wet leaves. They tear their expensive coats on briars. The money, once their prize, is now a burden. 50 pounds of silver feels like 500 pounds when you are climbing a ridge. They can hear the pursuers getting closer. The Baldwin Felts agents are not running. They are moving methodically. They are closing the net. The robbers reach a clearing. A small farmhouse stands in the distance. Maybe they can steal horses. Maybe they can barricade themselves inside. They make a break for it. But the mountains have eyes. The first shot doesn't sound like a gunshot. In the open air of the mountains, it sounds like a whip crack. Crack! Dirt sprays up near the leader's feet. He dives behind a fallen log. "They're here!" Suddenly, the tree line erupts. The Baldwin Felts agents have surrounded the clearing. They are firing from cover, their shots precise and rhythmic. The robbers return fire. Their automatic pistols bark rapidly, spitting brass casings into the dead leaves. They are spraying bullets, hoping to keep the heads of the pursuers down. But they are outgunned, and they are outpositioned. One of the robbers tries to flank, moving toward the farmhouse. He makes it 3 steps before a bullet catches him in the shoulder. He spins around, dropping his gun, and falls into the high grass. He screams. It's a raw, animal sound that cuts through the gunfire. The other 2 are pinned down. Splinters of wood fly from the log protecting them. They are trapped. "Surrender!" a voice booms from the trees. "Throw out your weapons and come out with your hands up!" The leader looks at his partner. He looks at the bag of money. He looks at the bleeding man in the grass. He knows there is no prison cell waiting for them. Not really. If they surrender, they might get lynched by the angry mob back in town. If they fight, they die here. He makes a choice. He rises up, firing blindly toward the trees. It's a suicide run. The response is immediate. A volley of fire from 3 different directions. The leader jerks backward as if pulled by an invisible rope. He collapses. The silence returns instantly. The third robber, seeing his partners down, throws his gun away. He raises his hands, trembling violently. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" The agents emerge from the trees. They don't run. They walk slowly, weapons still raised. They check the bodies. They kick the guns away. The shootout lasted maybe 2 minutes, but for the men involved, it felt like a lifetime. The grass is stained red. The air smells of sulfur and pine. The lead detective walks over to the canvas sack lying in the dirt. He nudges it with his boot. It's heavy. He looks down at the surviving robber. The man is crying, broken, covered in mud. "Game over, son," the detective says. They drag the survivor to his feet. They collect the bodies. They pick up the money. The sun is setting now. The mountains are turning purple and black. The chase is done. The law has won. But as they load the bodies onto a wagon to take them back to town, a strange thought occurs to one of the agents. He looks at the car, abandoned back on the road. He realizes that they didn't just catch 3 thieves. They just ended an era. The procession back to Bluefield was like a Roman triumph. The sheriff, the detectives, the captured survivor, and the bodies of the fallen. When they arrived, the streets were lined with people. The anger from the morning had turned into morbid curiosity. Men held up lanterns to get a look at the bandits. Children peeked from behind their mothers' skirts. They laid the bodies out. It was a grim warning. This is what happens when you come to our town. This is what happens when you cross the Baldwin Felts. The surviving robber was thrown into the county jail. His trial would be swift. In 1913, justice didn't drag on for years. He was sentenced to a long term in the state penitentiary, a place that, at the time, was hardly better than a death sentence. But then came the counting. The bank managers, still shaking, opened the recovered canvas sacks. They stacked the bills. They counted the silver. And here's the twist: the micro hook. When the final tally was done, almost all the money was there, but not all of it. A few $1,000s, a fortune in those days, was missing. Did the robbers hide it in the woods before the shootout? Did it fall out of the car during the chase? Or perhaps did one of the detectives or a member of the posse decide to take a finder's fee before handing over the bags? We will never know. That money is likely still out there, buried in the rot of the forest floor, or spent long ago on a new farm or a gambling debt. The bank reopened the next day. They repaired the glass. They scrubbed the floor. Business went on. The coal kept moving. The trains kept running. But the psychological scar remained. The First National Bank installed new alarms. They hired armed guards. The era of the gentleman's agreement was over. The town realized that their isolation didn't protect them anymore. The automobile had shrunk the world. If a car could bring bandits in, it could bring anything in. The surviving robber eventually faded into obscurity. He became a number in a ledger. But the story of the day the Magic City turned into a battlefield became a legend. It was told on porches and in barbershops for generations. I remember the sound, old men would say. I remember the smoke. It was a victory for the law, but it was also a warning. The future was coming, and it was coming fast. When we look back at the Bluefield Bank robbery of 1913, it's easy to see it just as a crime story, a real-life action movie with guns and cars. But if you squint, you can see something more important. You can see the hinge of history turning. Think about the image of that getaway. A black automobile, smoking and roaring, speeding away from men on horseback. That is the 20th century in a nutshell. The machine was leaving the animal behind. Within a few years, horses would disappear from police work. Sheriffs would trade their Stetsons for patrol caps. The Baldwin Felts Agency would eventually be dissolved, replaced by the FBI and modern state police forces. The wild, unregulated violence of the coalfields would be tamed, or at least hidden behind corporate lawyers and union contracts. Those three robbers were pioneers, in a twisted sense. They were the first to realize that technology was a weapon. They just weren't good enough to wield it yet. They were stuck between two worlds. They had the tools of the future, the car, the wire cutters, but they had the mindset of the past, hiding in the woods. If they had stayed on the road, if they had known the route better, if they hadn't panicked, they might have gotten away with the perfect crime. But history is written by the winners, and in this case, the winners were the men who knew the land. Today, Bluefield is quieter. The coal boom has faded. The Magic City is a shadow of its former self. The First National Bank building still stands, a silent monument to a gilded age. If you walk down Princeton Avenue now, you'll hear cars passing by every few seconds. You don't even notice them. They are just background noise. But try to imagine that sound for the first time. Try to imagine the terror of that engine roaring when silence was the norm. The world moves on. The scars heal. The money is spent. But stories like this remind us that civilization is fragile. It only takes 3 men and a machine to turn a peaceful morning into chaos. And somewhere in those mountains, maybe under a rock or in the hollow of an old oak tree, there might still be a few silver dollars resting in the dirt, waiting for someone to find them. A small piece of the Wild West that the future forgot to take with it.
On the 4th of May, 1903, Judge James B. Markham stood on the steps of the Breathitt County Courthouse. He was a man of the law, a symbol of order in a land that had forgotten the meaning of the word. A single shot echoed from a nearby window, sharp and final. The judge staggered back into his own courthouse and fell dead, a public execution designed to send a chilling message. In this corner of Kentucky, the only law that mattered came from the barrel of a gun. This was not an isolated act. It was a declaration of war in a place that had already earned its name, bloody Breathitt. Was this a county of savages, or was it a place where honorable men were locked in a desperate battle for the very soul of the mountains? The truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more terrifying. Today, we trace the story of how power, greed, and an ancient code of honor turned a quiet county into a battlefield. To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the ground that soaked it up. Late 19th century Breathitt County was a world unto itself, a labyrinth of fog-choked hollows and ancient hills that guarded its secrets fiercely. It was a place where the rhythms of life were dictated by the seasons, not by the clocks of a distant government. The people here were bound to the land and to each other by ties of blood and shared hardship. They were proud, self-reliant, and deeply suspicious of any authority that didn't carry their last name. The deepest scar on the soul of these mountains was the Civil War. Kentucky was a border state, a fractured land where loyalties were a personal and often fatal choice. In Breathitt, neighbor fought neighbor, and in some tragic cases, brother fought brother. When the official war ended, the fighting did not. Men returned home not to peace, but to simmering resentment. They brought their rifles with them, along with the grim knowledge that violence was a swift and effective way to settle a dispute. The old Union and Confederate grudges never truly died. They just became the fault lines for the family wars that would follow. This brutal history reinforced an older, unwritten law, the Code of the Mountains. In this isolated world, family was everything. It was your government, your army, and your only true safety net. An insult delivered to your cousin was an insult delivered to you, and it demanded an answer. Justice wasn't something you waited for a judge in a powdered wig to dispense. It was something you took yourself, often at the end of a path with a rifle in your hands. This wasn't seen as murder, it was seen as balancing the scales. This code was born of necessity. When your nearest neighbor is a mile away and the county seat is a day's hard ride, you learn to solve your own problems. A man's word was his bond, and his honor was his most valuable possession, worth more than his land, his livestock, or even his life. To have it challenged publicly was an unforgivable offense. It was this fierce, uncompromising sense of personal honor that would serve as the trigger for so much of the violence to come. Into this crucible of old wounds and rigid honor, a new element was introduced: progress, or what passed for it. Timber and coal barons from the north began to see the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be plundered. The railroad snaked its way into the hollows, bringing with it outside money, slick lawyers, and a lust for the region's vast natural wealth. Suddenly, control of the local courthouse wasn't just about settling local disputes. It was about controlling land deeds, mineral rights, and fortunes beyond imagination. This collision of worlds created the men who would fight the Breathitt County War. They were forged by the Civil War's lingering hatreds, governed by an ancient code of clan loyalty, and now tempted by a wave of new greed. They were men who believed their honor was worth dying for, and who were now being told that their entire world was for sale to the highest bidder. The storm was inevitable. Before the assassinations and the arrival of the state militia, there was a tense, fragile peace in Breathitt County. You have to imagine the town of Jackson in those days, a place of dusty streets and watchful eyes, where the future of the entire region was being decided not in an election booth, but in the quiet conversations held in hotel lobbies and general stores. It was a community living on a powder keg, but for a time, it was still a community. At the center of one world was Judge James "Jim" Hargis. To his enemies, he was a tyrant, a corrupt political boss who ruled with an iron fist. But to his supporters, and there were many, he was the patriarch of Breathitt County. The Hargis Hotel wasn't just a building, It was the capital of an unofficial kingdom. On any given day, you could find Jim Hargis there, holding court. A farmer might come to him to settle a land dispute. A young man might ask for a loan to start a family. Hargis was the law, the bank, and the government all rolled into one. He understood the mountain people because he was one of them. He provided a kind of stability, a predictable order. It was his order, to be sure, but in a chaotic world, that was something. He had built a dynasty of power, and he aimed to protect it and the people who lived under his influence. On the other side stood men like Judge James B. Markham and Ed Callahan. They represented a different vision for the mountains. Markham wasn't a patriarch, he was a lawyer. He believed in the power of books, of precedent, of a justice that was blind and applied equally to all men, regardless of their last name. He saw the Hargis machine as a cancer, a corrupting force that kept Breathitt County trapped in a cycle of poverty and violence. He fought his battles in the courtroom, armed with legal briefs and righteous indignation, seeking to dismantle the little Tsar's empire from within. Ed Callahan was the embodiment of that same fight, but he met it on the streets. He was a respected and fearless lawman, a man who believed his badge should mean something. Where Hargis commanded loyalty through favors and fear, Callahan earned respect through raw courage. He was the man who would walk into a saloon to disarm a drunkard when no one else dared, the man who would serve a warrant on a known killer. He and Markham were the face of the Reform Party, and they were fighting for a future where a man's success depended on his merits, not on his allegiance to a political boss. For a while, these two worlds coexisted. The Hargis men would walk on one side of the street, the Callahan men on the other. Business was conducted, families were raised, and life went on under a veneer of civility. But everyone knew the peace was hollow. These were not just two political factions, they were two fundamentally different futures vying for control of the same small patch of earth. One side was fighting to protect the world they had built, the other was fighting to build a new one. Both believed they were in the right. And in the mountains of Kentucky, when two sides both believe they are right, the result is almost always bloodshed. But peace is a fragile thing, and in every great tragedy, there is a crack in the armor of the men who stand at its center. For James Hargis, that flaw was a pride as old and unyielding as the mountains themselves. His control over Breathitt County was not a political office, it was his birthright. He had built his world through sheer force of will, and he could not tolerate the slightest challenge to his authority. To him, opposition was not a difference of opinion, it was a declaration of personal war. This wasn't the hot-headed pride of a young brawler, it was a cold, calculating force. They say that years earlier, a merchant in town had dared to publicly support one of Hargis's political rivals. Hargis didn't send men with guns. He did something far worse. He quietly passed the word. The man's credit was cut off at the bank. His suppliers suddenly had trouble filling his orders. Friends who had known him for 20 years would cross the street to avoid speaking to him. Within a year, the man was bankrupt and broken, forced to leave the county in shame. Jim Hargis didn't just defeat his enemies, he unmade them. This absolute refusal to share or cede power was his great strength, and it would become the engine of the coming war. The fatal flaw of the reformers, of men like Judge Markham and Ed Callahan, was the mirror image of Hargis's pride. It was a rigid, almost naive faith in the power of the law itself. They truly believed that the system, if followed correctly, was strong enough to protect them. They believed that a court order held more power than a Winchester rifle, and that a properly filed indictment could bring down a king. They saw the corruption of the Hargis machine and believed they could dismantle it piece by piece with the tools of their trade: legal arguments, witness testimony, and appeals to a higher authority. When the threats against them began, whispered in the street and delivered in unsigned notes, their response was to seek injunctions and write letters to the governor in Frankfurt. They trusted in a process that Jim Hargis had spent a lifetime learning how to manipulate and control from the inside. They were honorable men, trying to play by the rules in a game where their opponent had already burned the rulebook. This faith in paper and ink, in a world that still answered to lead and steel, would prove to be a fatal miscalculation. And so the stage was set. On one side, a man whose pride would not allow him to bend. On the other, men whose principles would not allow them to break. It was a collision of two opposing kinds of stubbornness, two incompatible definitions of justice. In the suffocating quiet of the Kentucky mountains, there was no longer any room for compromise. A single spark was all that was needed to make the whole valley burn. The spark finally landed in 1902. It wasn't a public argument or a contested election. It was the sharp, ugly crack of a rifle in the dark. The target was James Cockrell, the town marshal of Jackson. But Cockrell was more than just a lawman. He was Jim Hargis's right hand. He was the muscle that backed up the little Tsar's quiet orders, the walking, breathing symbol of the Hargis machine's control over the streets. When Cockrell walked by, people understood who was in charge. His authority flowed directly from the rocking chair in the Hargis Hotel. One evening, he was cut down from ambush. It was a classic feud-style killing, a shot from the shadows, with no warning and no chance to fight back. In the code of the mountains, this was more than murder. It was an act of profound disrespect. It was a message, written in gunpowder and blood, sent directly to Jim Hargis. It said, "Your man is not safe. Your power is not absolute. Your walls can be breached." For a man like Jim Hargis, whose entire world was built on a foundation of unshakable authority, this was the ultimate insult. His pride, the very core of his being, had been publicly challenged in the most brutal way imaginable. This wasn't a legal matter to be sorted out by investigators and juries. This was a personal attack on his house, his name, and his honor. The gears of the official law were too slow, too uncertain. The only justice that mattered now was the swift, terrible justice of the clan. The Hargis faction didn't wait for proof. In their minds, there was only one group with the motive and the audacity to carry out such an act: the Callahan-Markham reformers. The accusation was made instantly and publicly. The word went out through the hollers and across the ridges. The opposition had crossed a line from which there could be no return. They had spilled first blood. That single shot changed everything. It tore away the thin veil of civility that had covered the county's tensions. The conflict was no longer about politics or legal maneuvering. It had become a blood feud. The time for filing motions in court was over. The time for filing coffins had begun. The cycle of vengeance, that terrible grinding engine of mountain warfare, had been switched on. And once it starts, it doesn't stop until it runs out of bodies to consume. In the days that followed James Cockrell's murder, a heavy silence fell over Breathitt County. It was the silence of a held breath, the kind of quiet that comes before a lightning strike. The elders of the community, men who still carried the scars of the Civil War, saw the signs. They had seen this kind of storm gather before. Preachers took to their pulpits, pleading for peace. Respected old men, who owed allegiance to neither faction, went as intermediaries, their hats in their hands, begging for calm and reason. They warned that this was a fire that, once lit, would consume the innocent along with the guilty. These warnings fell on deaf ears. They went to the Hargis Hotel and spoke to the little Tsar himself. Jim Hargis would listen to them patiently, his face a mask of cold granite. He would offer them a drink, thank them for their concern, and then show them the door. In his mind, their pleas for peace were an insult. How could there be peace when his man lay in the ground, struck down from the dark? To compromise now, to let the matter be handled by a slow and corruptible legal system, would be a show of weakness. It would be an admission that his power, his very authority over the county, could be challenged with impunity. His response was not to de-escalate, but to tighten his grip. Known gunmen and loyalists, men like Curtis Jett and Tom White, began to appear more frequently on the streets of Jackson, their presence a silent promise of retribution. On the other side, the same desperate pleas were made to Judge Markham and Ed Callahan. Friends and family begged them to be careful, to leave town for a while and let the situation cool down. A living dog is better than a dead lion, they were told. But their own unbending principles made this impossible. Judge Markham saw it as his sworn duty to uphold the law, especially when it was under attack. To flee would be to surrender the courthouse and the very idea of justice to the forces of intimidation. He believed with every fiber of his being that the shield of the law was strong enough to protect him. Ed Callahan, a lawman to his core, refused to be intimidated. He continued his patrols, served his warrants, and walked the streets of Jackson as if nothing had changed. He rejected the idea of surrounding himself with a heavy guard, arguing that a sheriff who had to hide behind a wall of rifles was no sheriff at all. They put their faith in the system. They wrote letters to the governor detailing the threats. They tried to empanel a grand jury. They fought back not with guns, but with affidavits and legal motions, believing that the truth written on paper would ultimately prevail over the lies whispered in the shadows. Every attempt at peace became just another step towards war. When neutral citizens tried to form a committee for public safety, both sides accused it of being a front for the other. When the governor sent a tepid message urging a peaceful resolution, it was seen as a sign of weakness from the state, emboldening the hardliners. The town of Jackson was no longer a community. It was two armed camps staring at each other across a dusty main street. The path of compromise had vanished, overgrown with pride on one side and principle on the other. Every man in Breathitt County had to choose a side, and everyone knew that the talking was over. The air in Jackson had grown so thick with hate you could taste it. The threats against Judge Markham were no longer whispers. They were shouted in the street. His friends stopped visiting after dark. Notes were left on his doorstep, crude and clear in their meaning. The world was closing in on him, and everyone knew a final terrible line was about to be crossed. This was the moment for one last off-ramp, one final chance to turn back from the abyss. That chance came, as it so often does, in the quiet of his own home. The story goes that on the night before he died, his wife came to him, her face pale with a fear that was beyond tears. She begged him, not as a political figure, but as her husband and the father of her children. "James, let us leave this place," she pleaded. "Let's go somewhere the names Hargis and Callahan mean nothing. What good is the law if it leaves your children without a father?" It was the clearest choice a man could face. His duty on one hand, his life and family on the other. It was a direct plea to the man, not the judge. For a long moment, Markham was silent. He was not a fool. He knew the danger was not just real, it was imminent. He could see the logic in his wife's plea, could picture a life of peace far away from the blood-soaked soil of Breathitt County. He could have packed a bag, taken his family, and been gone by sunrise. No one would have called him a coward. They would have called him a sensible man who chose to live. This was the crossroads. He could choose to be a husband and father, or he could choose to be a symbol. But the judge's faith in the law was as unbending as a rod of iron. He looked at his wife, and with a heavy heart, he made his decision. If a circuit judge can be run out of his own courthouse by threats, he told her, then there is no law in these mountains. There is only the rule of the gun. And if that is the case, then our children have no future here anyway. I will not run. He believed to his very soul that to back down would be to hand a final victory to the forces of anarchy. He had to believe the system he served was worth dying for. In that moment, he consciously rejected the path of peace and fully committed to his tragic course. He sealed his own fate not with anger or pride, but with a quiet, resolute sense of duty. The conversation was over. The last chance for a different outcome had passed. He would go to the courthouse in the morning, as he had every other morning. He would stand on those steps and face whatever came. He had made his choice. The morning of May the 4th, 1903, dawned like any other. The sun cast long shadows across the dusty main street of Jackson. Inside the Breathitt County Courthouse, the air was thick with the familiar smell of old paper and stale tobacco. Judge James B. Markham presided over his cases, his voice calm and steady, a small island of order in an ocean of simmering chaos. When the day's business was done, he walked out onto the front steps, pausing for a moment to speak with a friend, the tension of the courtroom momentarily behind him. The world seemed to hold its breath. Then, a sound, sharp and violent, cracked the afternoon calm. It was not a firecracker. It was a single, deliberate report that echoed off the brick buildings and sent a flock of birds scattering into the sky. For a split second, there was only confusion. Judge Markham felt a tremendous, invisible force strike him in the chest, a blow so powerful it staggered him backward and stole the air from his lungs. He looked at his friend, a question in his eyes, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. He looked down. On the crisp white fabric of his shirt, a dark stain was beginning to bloom, spreading like a fatal flower. The abstract threats, the whispered warnings, the pleas of his wife, it all became real in that single, horrific instant. The long, complex legal argument he had been making against the powers that ran Breathitt County was over. A final, brutal rebuttal had just been delivered from a window across the street. His instincts, the instincts of a man whose entire life revolved around that building, took over. He did not cry out. He did not fall to the ground. With the last of his strength, he turned and stumbled back through the courthouse doors. He was a man of the law, and in his final moments, he sought sanctuary in the house of the law. He made it a few feet into the main hall before his legs gave out. Judge James B. Markham collapsed onto the hard wooden floor, his life ending at the very heart of the institution he had died trying to defend. For a long moment, nobody moved. The echo of the shot faded, replaced by a silence that was heavier and more profound than any noise. The people on the street were frozen, their faces a mixture of shock and terror. They had just witnessed the unthinkable, the public execution of a circuit judge on the steps of his own courthouse. It was an act of such brazen contempt for the law that it felt like the end of the world. This was not just a murder, it was a coronation. It was a statement, clear and undeniable, about who truly held the power in bloody Breathitt. The assassins, identified as Curtis Jett and Tom White, were known Hargis men. And the message they sent was simple and terrifying. No one was safe. No office was high enough. No principle was strong enough to protect you. The little Tsar's reign was absolute, and the courthouse itself was no longer a symbol of justice, but a tombstone for the man who dared to believe in it. From the dusty window of the building across the street, Curtis Jett and Tom White watched their handiwork unfold. The sharp, acrid scent of spent gunpowder hung in the still air of the room, a smell of finality. They saw Judge Markham stagger, saw him disappear back into the courthouse he loved. There was no panic, no rush of adrenaline-fueled fear, only the cold, clean satisfaction of a job well done. They were soldiers who had just successfully completed a mission for their commanding officer. Their next move was a testament to their chilling confidence. They didn't scramble to escape into the mountains. They didn't have a fast horse waiting in a back alley. They simply broke down the rifle, wrapped it in a cloth, and walked down the back stairs. They emerged into the pandemonium of the street, not as panicked fugitives, but as silent observers. They melted into the very crowd that was gathering in horrified knots, their faces as blank and unreadable as any other bystander. They were hiding in plain sight, protected by a shield of terror so absolute that no one dared to even meet their gaze. In the hours that followed, a strange paralysis gripped the town of Jackson. The body of Judge Markham was carried from the courthouse. The local law enforcement made a great show of securing the scene, of asking questions they already knew the answers to. Everyone knew who had pulled the trigger. The motive was as plain as the hole in the judge's chest. But who would dare to make the arrest? The town's legal system had just been decapitated, and the message was clear. Any lawman who tried to bring in Jett and White would be the next one to lie on a cold slab. And so, The killers did not run. They didn't have to. Later that day, they were seen openly in a Jackson store buying tobacco. They walked the streets with a new kind of swagger, the swagger of men who had proven they were untouchable. They were not fugitives cowering in the woods. They were conquerors, and the town of Jackson was their occupied territory. Their freedom in those first hours and days was the ultimate demonstration of Jim Hargis's power. The law was dead, and its assassins were calmly walking over its grave. The end of the road had not come for them. It had come for the rule of law in Breathitt County. The bullet that struck down Judge Markham didn't stop in the courthouse hall. It traveled onward, a phantom projectile that tore through the fabric of his family. For his wife, the abstract fear she had voiced just the night before had become a brutal, life-altering reality. She was now a widow in a town ruled by her husband's killers. His children were now orphans, their name a mark of defiance that placed them in constant, unspoken danger. The very community they had lived in became a prison of watching eyes and silent whispers. Friends who once greeted them warmly now averted their gaze, not out of malice, but out of a primal fear of being associated with the losing side of a war. For the Reform faction, Markham's assassination was a catastrophic blow. He was their legal champion, the man who believed he could slay the dragon with a well-aimed lawsuit. His death was the brutal answer to that belief. It ripped the heart out of their movement, replacing their hope for a lawful victory with the cold, hard reality of terror. A cloud of fear, thick and suffocating as mountain fog, descended on his allies. Men who had spoken boldly of reform now fell silent. The choice they faced was stark and immediate. Flee Breathitt County, bend the knee to the little Tsar, or pick up a rifle and answer violence with violence. The murder's ripple effect spread through the entire community. The town of Jackson became a place of profound paranoia. Shutters were bolted earlier in the evening. The streets, once a place of commerce and conversation, grew quiet and empty after dusk. Business between factions ceased entirely. A man's last name became his uniform, and the simple act of walking down the street was a declaration of allegiance. The courthouse, once the center of civic life, was now viewed with dread, no longer a house of law, but a monument to a failed idea. The assassination didn't end the violence, it guaranteed its escalation. The scales of justice, or what passed for it in the mountains, were now grotesquely unbalanced. Such a public and high-profile killing demanded an answer. The cycle of vengeance now required a blood payment of its own, and the Callahan faction, robbed of their legal path, began to see the gun as their only remaining option. The murder of the judge directly led to the murders that followed, of the sitting sheriff, and then of his successor, Ed Callahan himself. The tragedy of Judge Markham's death was not just his own. The wreckage left behind wasn't just a grieving family and a dead lawman. It was a shattered community, a broken faith in the idea of civilization itself. Jim Hargis had not just eliminated a rival, he had murdered hope. And in its place, he had enthroned fear as the one true king of bloody Breathitt. The murder of a circuit judge was an act so audacious it could not be ignored, not even by the distant state government in Frankfurt. The carnage in Breathitt County had become a national embarrassment. In 1904, the governor declared the county to be in a state of insurrection and sent in the militia. This was not a small detachment of men. It was an invasion force. Hundreds of soldiers armed with modern rifles and Gatling guns arrived on the train, marching through the streets of Jackson with fixed bayonets. They were a foreign army, sent to impose a foreign law. Their primary mission was to ensure that Curtis Jett and Tom White could be tried without the jury being intimidated or the courthouse being burned to the ground. The trial became a spectacle. The courthouse was no longer a public building. It was a military fortress. There were soldiers on the roof, a guard with a bayonet at every door. The proceedings inside were a perfect illustration of the clash between two worlds. The prosecution came with law books, eyewitness testimony from terrified citizens, and the complex machinery of the state's legal system. And on the other side sat Jet and White. They did not carry themselves as common criminals racked with guilt. They sat with a quiet, defiant arrogance, like captured soldiers being tried by an enemy tribunal. In their minds, and in the minds of their supporters, they had broken no real law. They had acted according to the ancient mountain code, loyalty to their chief. They had eliminated a threat to their clan and its leader. Their defense was not one of innocence, but of justification. They were merely the instruments of a will greater than their own, soldiers in a war that the men in powdered wigs could never understand. Outside the courthouse walls, Breathitt County held its breath, deeply and bitterly divided. To the Hargis loyalists, Jet and White were martyrs, loyal men being sacrificed to appease the Flatlanders in Frankfurt. They were symbols of resistance against an outside force trying to change their way of life. To the friends of James Markham and the shattered Reform faction, they were simply assassins. The trial was the last, desperate hope that the rule of law might mean something after all, that a killer could be held to account, no matter who he worked for. After weeks of testimony that kept the entire nation spellbound, the jury, protected by a wall of state rifles, returned its verdict: guilty. Both Curtis Jett and Tom White were sentenced to life in prison. The newspapers declared it a victory for justice. But in the hollows of Breathitt County, the question lingered. Was it justice? The trigger men were going to prison, but the man who had almost certainly loaded the gun and given the order, the man whose power they were protecting, James Jim Hargis, was never even charged. The law had proven it could cage the wolves, but it seemed powerless to touch the man who owned the forest. With Jet and White behind bars, you might think justice had finally, imperfectly, triumphed. But the other side of the coin was still in play. James Jim Hargis, the little Tsar, the man at the center of the storm, remained. The state militia eventually packed up their Gatling guns and went home. The trials were over, and Jim Hargis was still the king of Breathitt County. For years, he walked the streets of Jackson, a living testament to a chilling truth. The law could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the general. He had won. He had broken the reform movement, eliminated his chief rival, and survived the full might of the state's intervention. But the mountains have their own way of balancing the books. The justice that finally found Jim Hargis didn't come with a judge's order or from the rifle of a sworn enemy. It came from inside his own house, from his own blood. In February of 1908, 4 years after the Great Invasion, a bitter argument broke out between Hargis and his son, Beach. We don't know for certain what it was about: money, power, a personal slight. But it was a fire that could not be put out. The very culture of violence that Hargis had cultivated to maintain his power had taken root in his own family. On a cold winter day, on a public street in the town he ruled, the final act of the tragedy played out. Beach Hargis confronted his father, and the argument ended the only way such disputes seemed to end in bloody Breathitt. He pulled a gun and shot his father dead. The man who had orchestrated assassinations from the shadows, who had treated the county as his personal chessboard, was brought down not by the law or his political enemies, but by a simple, brutal family quarrel. There's a terrible poetic irony in his end. The state of Kentucky had failed to hold him accountable. The code of the mountains, which he had so expertly manipulated, was ultimately what destroyed him. He had lived by the sword of clan loyalty and died by the sword of a family feud. His death was not justice in the legal sense, but it was a grim and fitting final chapter for a man whose greatest legacy was the violence he left behind. With the little Tsar in his grave, put there by his own son, a strange and unfamiliar quiet settled over Breathitt County. The empire Jim Hargis had built through a lifetime of cunning and intimidation crumbled like a house of sand. There was no one to inherit his throne, The machine he had created was powered by his will alone, and without him, it ground to a halt. The name Haggis, once a word of power, became a whisper of shame, a cautionary tale of a man who ruled a kingdom and lost his own family. His descendants scattered, many leaving the county to escape the long, dark shadow of their name. On the other side of the ledger, the name Markham became something else entirely. It became a symbol of a lost cause, a ghost of what might have been. Judge Markham's family, seeking the peace he could not find for them in Jackson, eventually left the mountains. But they left his name behind, etched into the memory of the place. To this day, it stands for an honorable, if tragic, idea that the law should be something more than the will of the strongest man. But for the common folk of Breathitt, the years after were not about legacies. They were about survival. A profound and deliberate silence fell over the history of the feuds. It was a collective act of forgetting, a necessary amnesia. Fathers stopped telling their sons the stories. The names of the dead were still on the tombstones, but the reasons they were there were buried deep. To speak of the war was to risk reopening wounds that had barely begun to scar over, to reignite embers of hatred that still glowed in the dark. The community healed itself by cauterizing its own memory, choosing a future of silence over a past of pain. And into this silence, a new kind of power moved in. With the old patriarchs dead or disgraced, the county was left rudderless. The timber and coal companies from the outside no longer had to negotiate with a powerful little czar. They could now deal with a fractured, exhausted populace and a pliable local government. The great fight for Breathitt's soul did not end with the feuds. It had only entered a new phase. The rifle was put away, and the lawyer's briefcase took its place. The land and its wealth, which had been fought over with blood, would now be claimed with ink. The men who fought the Breathitt County War are long gone. Their rifles have turned to rust, their bodies to dust. But their story has not disappeared. It has seeped into the soil of the county itself, a permanent part of the landscape. And the most enduring echo of that bloody time is the name it earned, Bloody Breathitt. For more than a century, the people of this place have lived with that nickname. It clings to them like morning fog in the hollows, a ghost of a reputation they can never fully shake, a constant reminder of the time when their home was a battlefield. If you walk the streets of Jackson today, you can still touch the past. The old courthouse still stands, a silent brick-and-mortar witness to the murder that defined an era. And a persistent local legend says that the judge never truly left. On quiet nights, when the building is dark and empty, some people claim you can hear the faint sound of a man's footsteps, pacing the hall where Judge Markham fell. It's the ghost of a man who died for the law, still restlessly seeking the justice that was denied to him in life. Not far from there, in a quiet cemetery, you can find the weathered tombstones of Markham, of Haggis, of Callahan, their names worn by 100 years of rain and wind, the silent epilogue to a violent history. The story of the feuds is rarely found in official history books. It lives on in the way mountain people preserve their past, in stories told on a front porch, in hushed tones from one generation to the next. It has become a cautionary tale, a lesson taught to the young about the terrible price of pride and the destructive power of vengeance. The specific details may blur, the names may fade, but the core of the story remains. A warning about the darkness that can be unleashed when good men do nothing and powerful men do as they please. The spirits of the two main antagonists still haunt the county in their own ways. The ghost of Judge Markham is a sad one, a symbol of principle and sacrifice. But the ghost of Jim Haggis is something else entirely. It is the ghost of absolute power, of a time when one man's will could override all law and morality. He represents the old, untamed spirit of the mountains, both its strength and its terrifying brutality. Though the man is gone, His shadow, the memory of that kind of power, lingers as a reminder of what this place once was. So we come to the end of the trail and return to the question that started it all. Was this a land of savages or a place of honorable men locked in a desperate struggle? The truth is, it was both. There were no simple heroes or villains in the story of Bloody Breathitt. There were only men, forged by their time and place, and trapped by the very codes that gave them their strength. Jim Hargis was not a monster. He was a king from an older, fiercer world, a mountain patriarch who ruled by a law of loyalty and fear, and who defended his kingdom with savage brutality when it was threatened. And Judge James Markham was not a naive fool. He was a prophet of a new order, a man who believed that the rule of law could tame the wilderness and bring a just peace to the mountains. His tragedy was that he was a man ahead of his time, who fatally underestimated the violence with which the old world would resist its own death. They were two titans of two different ages, standing on the same small piece of earth, and there was simply not enough room for both of them. In the end, this is not just a story about a feud. It is the story of a painful, bloody transition. It's the story of what happens when the unwritten law of the mountains, a code of honor, clan, and vengeance, collides with the written law of the state. The gunshots that echoed through the hollows were the death rattle of an entire way of life, a brutal response to the encroaching forces of industry, money, and a government that the mountain people had never trusted. The blood that soaked the courthouse steps was the terrible price of that change. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of Bloody Breathitt. It is a grim and lasting reminder that a man's greatest strength can become his most profound weakness, and that when the old ways of a place are forced to die, they seldom die quietly.